He promised me that we would be together forever.
He was very confident.
We was wondering if he was hiding something.
They said that he was wanted for a murder. My fear intensified.
I think she was really brave.
Evil was in my house. And I couldn't let evil in my house.
Margie Danielson has 3 gorgeous daughters, her own house, and a successful cleaning business. But there's one thing missing.
I got divorced because I think we were just too young when we got married.
How's breakfast? Good.
My daughters are very, very, very important to me. They're my whole world.
She prides herself on being a good mom, and she is a romantic. She likes to read romantic novels and watch romantic movies.
Bye, girls.
She's always been family-oriented. I was hoping that maybe one day she might meet somebody else.
It's been 1 year since Margie split from her husband. She's lonely and ready to start the dating game.
My girlfriends were bugging me to go out, and I thought, okay, I think it's time. And we went to a country western club. We walked in, I was nervous. And you could see all the smoke-filled room, and there were cowboys with hats. One gentleman caught my eye because he didn't have Western attire on. He had a white shirt on and Levi's, and that was it. But very, very good looking.
Would you like to dance?
Sure. But eventually, he asked me politely to dance, and it was a slow dance, but he didn't hold me really tight. He told me that he liked to be called Shawn Paul. I can't believe this man. He's good looking, he's charming, he's wonderful.
Wow, what a good-looking guy. He was very, very friendly, happy, smiling.
I said, before we ever go out on a date, I think we should talk on the phone and get to know each other better, and he agreed.
Hello? Oh, hi.
We talked on the phone every night for about a week, and we talked about where he worked and what he did for a living, and he told me he was a chef, and he was working at this restaurant, but he would really like to invest in a restaurant of his own. He actually told me that he had a daughter, and I thought, wow, that's just wonderful. We both have something in common.
Really? What's she like?
She always told me that she was looking for somebody that was handsome, strong, and family-oriented.
She said he was from New Zealand, and that his mother and father and brother and sister had died in a plane crash, and I think she really empathized with that. That made him more endearing, for sure.
It finally hit me that I was alone, and I didn't want to be alone. I wanted someone in my life. I wanted to share my life with someone.
Dinner sounds perfect.
After several weeks getting cozy on the phone, Margie agrees to go out with Shawn Paul for the evening.
He pulls up in his car, and he comes to the door.
I was excited for this new guy to show up.
Hi.
Hi, you must be Kara. Is your mom here?
You can't hug her or touch her, touch her hair or anything. My first impression of him was he was very confident, I would say. He was very sure of himself, and it seemed like my mom liked him quite a bit.
Over the next few weeks, Shawn Paul sweeps Margie off her feet with one romantic date after another.
He wined and dined her, and she was so happy.
This is starting out to be something pretty good.
Shawn Paul makes an announcement. The restaurant he works in is to be featured on local TV, and he has a starring role.
I thought, wow, this is so exciting. When it came on, it kind of almost didn't even look like him. He had on this big chef hat, but he had glasses on. I'd never seen him wear glasses. And he was talking about how to prepare the dish, but he kept looking down. And he should be looking at the camera. When the show was over, he said, how did I do? And I asked him, I said, why did you keep looking down? He said, I was nervous. And I said, I didn't know you wore glasses. He says, well, I'm supposed to, but I didn't want to wear glasses in front of you. What else, what other explanation would there be? After a few dates and doing things that we really enjoyed, he picked me up in the car, and all of a sudden we're at this workout gym. And the place was beautiful. He said, I have a surprise for you. I have membership for you and the girls.
Also, I would love to buy your gym outfits.
Oh no, that's okay, thank you. It's more than enough.
I just didn't think that was appropriate, and he kept insisting. I said, I can't accept this. This is too much.
I'd really love to do this for you.
He wouldn't take no for an answer, and I insisted harder and said no. I don't know why. I had this strange feeling. But I thought I was just making something out of nothing.
It's the first clue that all's not what it seems with Shawn Paul. Shawn Paul doesn't like Margie saying no.
A few days later, after I came home from work, I just had this feeling that something was wrong. When I turned down the hallway, my heart stopped. I saw all these workout clothes hanging from the doors and the ceiling, and I just froze. I knew Shawn Paul had bought the clothes and hung them there. He had been in my house. You don't break into someone's house like this. You just don't. I called him up on the phone and I told him, how did you do this? Why did you do this? He said, I just wanted to surprise you.
She didn't want him breaking into her house. I guess he had come through the kitchen window, and I'm sure she felt violated.
I said, you're too much. There's too much. There's too many flowers. There's too many gifts. There's too many everything. I need a break. I can't do this anymore.
It's over, Shawn Paul.
Once I told him I didn't want to see him anymore, I didn't hear from him. I was glad, but I kind of missed him too. It was hard to know what to feel. I thought, you know, maybe dating's not for me. Then I come home from work one day and there was a note and it said, call me, it's urgent, please. Shawn Paul.
Against her better judgment, Margie makes the call.
I called him and he was crying. And he said his daughter had been killed in a car accident by a drunk driver.
What?
I didn't know even how to react. And he said, you know, please, I need to see you.
I'll be there in a second.
I didn't think of anything else. I didn't think about the fear I felt before. I didn't think of anything else, just that this man's daughter had died. And I got in my car and I went over to his apartment.
When Shawn Paul opens the door, Margie is struck with fear.
The way he looked at me, he looked like some stranger. I looked in his eyes and all I could see was evil. And I thought, he's got another side to him. There's two sides to him.
It's okay.
I wanted to be there for him. But I didn't know who this person was. I felt more fear than I've ever felt in my life. And I had to get out of there.
I'll come back later.
I had to escape. I had no idea why I was running and what I was running from. But I just knew I shouldn't go in that apartment. I just knew it. You start making up excuses that it was all in my head. When he opened the door, it was my imagination.
Margie's shocked and upset by Shawn Paul's aggressive behavior. But when he phones a few days later, she's unable to ignore his cry for help.
And I answered the phone, and he said that he had to make arrangements to send his daughter's body back to New Zealand. You don't think anybody could stand going through all that. You know, your whole family's wiped out in a plane crash, and now his daughter's died.
That would affect my mom. She couldn't even imagine losing one of her daughters.
We just talked on the phone again like we used to. And little by little by little by little by little, my fear was going away. And he knew what to say. He knew how to make me feel better. And eventually, I agreed to see him again. We started dating again. There was never any fear again. The fear was gone, never came back. We dated for almost a year.
She did want a man in her life, yeah. She wanted the happily ever after.
My relationship with Shawn Paul moved on to a more close relationship. One where we both fell in love. And the past was the past, and we just look forward to a future together.
I just wasn't quite sure of him. I don't know, he was too perfect.
Christmas came. He was excited, I was excited. We went to the mall, and he wanted me to pick out something for myself. And so he gave me his wallet so I could pay for what I wanted. He always wore a gold chain around his neck, and I noticed that it was missing. He said, "Oh, I lost it, it's probably somewhere." I went in the dressing room and I saw his wallet sitting there. I knew I probably shouldn't, but I looked in it. And I saw a pawn slip, and it was for his gold necklace. And I thought, why would he pawn his necklace and tell me he lost it? But then I thought, wow, he did it to buy all these presents. And he didn't want me to know. In hindsight, maybe he wanted me to find it. Maybe he wanted me to know what he had done for us. After Christmas, Shawn Paul decided to surprise me, and he proposed.
Will you do the honor of being my wife?
I told him about my feelings of, being scared a little bit.
Yes! Yes!
He promised me that we would be together forever.
Forever.
My mom, with her family and friends there, she seemed thrilled, very happy to be married.
Eventually, things started moving into my house little by little, but it was comfortable. He even brought a picture that he had at his apartment over to hang on my wall of New Zealand. The only thing that I can remember that maybe was a little off was when I would call him Shawn and not Shawn Paul. He wouldn't answer me. I'd say, "Are you hard of hearing?" And he said, "No, I like to be called both names because I'm used to being called both names." Looking back, I didn't understand why, but I felt uneasy at different times.
With their lives now joined, Shawn Paul suggests they merge their bank accounts too.
Early on, Shawn Paul took over the finances. He put his name on my checking account and my savings account, so we were together, and he had brought home some documents for me to sign.
Okay, so I just need you to sign a couple of these insurance forms that, just like this one right here.
I didn't really read them because he told me what they said.
So these are just some stuff from the bank. No big deal.
I trusted him by then.
Every time he talked to you, he wouldn't look at you.
They're there.
He would look everywhere but at you. We was wondering if he was hiding something.
Six weeks into married life, and all seems to be going well, when Margie gets a startling call.
My girlfriend Nyla calls and says to turn on this new TV show. It's called America's Most Wanted. And she says, "There's a guy on there right now. He kind of looks like your husband a little bit." There was a man, Paul Stephen Mack. They said that he was wanted for a murder in Sacramento, California. And he was on the run. But I was so confused. Can't even comprehend that Paul Stephen Mack could be my husband. He didn't look like my husband. I knew something was wrong, but it could never be murder. Murder doesn't enter my life. We just had a wonderful wedding. And now I'm thinking all these crazy things again. I thought about it for a while, and I thought, I've got to do something. If I had met his family or someone that knew him, then that would have helped. But with everybody dying in his family, then you can't really find out much about a person.
Margie's fairly certain that her friends got it wrong. But to be on the safe side, she does a little sleuthing.
I did remember he had documents of his parents dying and his brother and sister and his daughter. I go through them and his name's on all of them. Okay, good. And then all of a sudden it catches my eye. On his daughter's death certificate, the date is wrong. I found there were no state seals. So I thought, this isn't a real document, something's wrong here. When Shawn Paul got home, I showed him the mistakes.
I'm just gonna call him.
And he immediately said, "I'm gonna take care of this." He called the hospital, and the woman said, "Well, I can't give you that information over the phone, but if you send a letter and proof that you are her father, we'll get this straightened out." And he said, "Okay, fine."
Okay.
And I felt a little relief, but why is that nagging fear back in my head? I have 3 daughters. I need to protect them. I don't know what from, but I need to find out the truth. That night, I remember laying in bed, tossing and turning. I couldn't sleep. I always kept little things in the back of my mind, like America's Most Wanted. It just kind of was another piece to the puzzle, but I wanted to put that puzzle together. I wanted to find out the truth myself. He's my husband. I have a right to know who he is. I finally decided that maybe what I need to do is hire a private investigator, find out the truth once and for all. He said he would need two things. He would need his Social Security number, and he would need a deposit of $1,500.
Oh, no problem. I can get that.
I hung up the phone, and I thought, how am I going to get this money? And the only thing I could think of was what I need to do is ask Shawn Paul. And so I would ask the man that I'm going to investigate for the money. I'd never lied to my husband before, and I really didn't want to now. I remember we're sitting at the table, and I want him to believe that I need the money. And I don't want him to start being suspicious of me. And I told him that my friend Daryl needed money for this surgery, and would he be willing to help her out?
You know what? Sure.
Thanks.
And I just hope my hand wasn't shaking, because I knew I wasn't telling the truth, but it's just something I had to do. First, we need to do the Social Security numbers. I waited till I knew he was asleep, and you could hear the heavy breathing. And it took me a while, because it was kind of a scary thing to have to sneak out of bed and get into his wallet. And I had already put paper and pencil in the bathroom in a cabinet. And I found not just one Social Security card, but two. And I was a little confused. And so I wrote down both numbers, and I put them back in and turned off the light. I don't even know if I slept the rest of the night. When I went to meet the private investigator,
Margie,
Mr. McCall?
nice to meet you. Have a seat.
it was almost like some spy movie or something.
What did you know about your husband before you met him?
Not much.
When I told him I had two Social Security numbers, he was a little confused.
That's a little unusual.
He said it might be a good idea to make copies of the documents.
If you can't, if you could maybe take some photos of them and get them to me, that would be very useful.
The next day after my husband went to work, I waited for the private investigator to call.
Hello?
He told me that the Social Security numbers belonged to two dead people. And I was shocked. My fear intensified right then.
Rather than turn her husband into the police, Margie decides she needs more evidence. She needs to find what's lurking in Shawn Paul's past.
I thought something's wrong now, definitely. I didn't know what, but I thought, oh, it's probably not that bad, but I need to find out what it is. I woke up every morning with this quest. I had to find out who he was. I finally decided I needed to confront Shawn Paul. I told him that someone from his work had called and they needed a Social Security number. So I looked in your wallet and you had two Social Security cards. He said to me, well, I carry my son sometimes and I forget to give it back to him.
Look, I'm sick of hearing about the documents.
He just got mad at me. It was a different Shawn Paul. I thought back to the night when I went to his apartment. And I remember how evil his face was. And I've seen this evil side twice. I've got to get out of this situation. We'd only been married a few weeks. The honeymoon was over very fast.
Margie's certain that the secret as to her husband's true identity lies in his private documents.
Sure enough, he took the documents and locked them in a briefcase. He didn't want me to look at them. He didn't want me to talk about them again. And I decided I was going to have to take the documents or give them to my private investigator. I had to do something, and that would be my next step. I'd gone shopping and I came home and my daughters weren't there, and they were always there.
Girls, I'm home!
They always asked permission when they went with a friend. I just got this funny feeling and kind of sick feeling, and so I called Shawn Paul at work. I don't know why, I thought maybe he knew where they were. He says, they're fine. I know they're fine. I know where they are. They're having fun. Where are they? He says, he said, you don't need to know that. He says, see, this is what happens when you ask too many questions. It's like a game. He came home from work and I begged him to tell me where they were. He said, they're fine. Don't worry about it. My fear intensified right then.
Where have you been?
Eventually the girls came in and hugged him. And I was sorry. And I was so glad that they were alive. And they said that these two guys, which they'd met before, because we'd seen them at the restaurant, had showed up to take them to the amusement park. And they had Shawn Paul on the phone. He told them, yeah, it's fine, it's okay with your mom, everything's fine, you can go ahead and have fun. I decided that night while we were asleep that I would again sneak out of bed. And I'm shaking because I feel like, what if he wakes up? What is he gonna think? I got the briefcase. I knew the combination. I'd seen him open and close that briefcase many times. With a camera, I made copies of the documents. When I was done, put the originals in the briefcase. I made sure that they went back to the right numbers and quietly snuck back in the bedroom.
Margie's terrified Shawn Paul will discover her detective work.
The girls had gone to their father's for the weekend, and so it was just him and I tried to act like everything was fine. I felt like I had to pretend and continue on investigating this man. He would look at me, sometimes kind of staring at me, and I think he was very, very suspicious. I went to bed and I tried to pretend I was asleep. I wanted him to leave me alone. I felt terrified. I just didn't want to be near him. He came to bed and he wanted to have sex with me. I told him I didn't feel good. And he said, well, let me give you this pill. I have a pill that'll help, you know. You'll feel much better. He went and got this pill, and he wouldn't stop. He wouldn't quit saying, take this pill.
Come on, take it.
No, it's okay, thank you.
Take it.
Finally, I just got tired of hearing it, and I took the pill. And I don't know what he gave me, but if I wasn't sick before, I was definitely sick after. was absolutely deathly ill. He came to the door and pounded on the door.
Open the door, Margie.
I don't feel so good.
Open the door, I'm kicking in!
I opened the door and he came in and he picked me up in his arms and he was gentle. He put me to bed and I thought, he's gonna leave me alone, good. I thought I went to sleep, but I think I blacked out. It was like I was falling in a deep black hole, and I was just gone. And yet, every once in a while, there was like a light and there was someone on top of me. I tried to scream, but nothing came out of my mouth, and then everything went black. I knew he raped me, I knew it.
Margie Danielson's certain her husband of just 7 weeks has drugged and raped her.
I felt so betrayed and hopeless. I had bruises, and Shawn Paul was gone. All the secrets and lies that he had told me, that it just made him more evil than ever. I knew it was time to be strong for my daughters. I walk into the kitchen and there was this orange juice glass. He always had orange juice. I seen on TV that you can get prints, fingerprints, from glasses. And so I put on my rubber gloves and I put the glass in a plastic bag.
And she goes directly to the police.
I went to the desk and I told the police officer, I don't think my husband's who he says he is.
She was concerned about her husband.
I don't know who else to turn to. He's not who he says he is.
She was very nervous. Her voice was a little bit on the shaky side.
He has 2 social security cards and his daughter's birth certificate, I think, is a fake.
I thought they were going to think I was an overreactive wife.
He's also become more violent.
She was definitely scared of him. She was concerned about her welfare, and so were we.
He's not who he says he is. I need your help.
And they took the bag with the glass in it, and I waited.
Well, he was very persuasive with her. I think he had her over a barrel at the time.
When they came back into the room, they told me that the fingerprints matched Paul Stephen Mack.
What did he do?
Well, Paul Stephen Mack's wanted for murder.
My heart dropped. I didn't want to believe that this man that I was married to was a murderer. The man that was on America's Most Wanted, wanted for murder.
Margie's husband, the man who has been sharing her home, her life, her bed, is a fugitive, wanted in connection with 2 murders.
They told me that first he had a 19-year-old secretary, Annette Huddle, and he strangled her and left her floating in a river. They didn't have enough evidence, so they had to let him go. And then he met another young girl named Karen Winslet. He poisoned her and then he raped her. He stuffed her body in the back of her car and drove it to a parking lot and left it. And that's when he fled to Salt Lake City. And they've been looking for him for a year. Just couldn't be possible. I can't even imagine that evil was in my house.
He's a murderer.
They said they thought I should take my children and leave.
No, if I don't go home tonight, he'll flee. He's already suspicious. And then he'll come back and he'll hurt my girls.
They wanted me to get my girls and get out of there. They needed to get a team together. They needed to get an arrest warrant, and it would probably be in the morning.
I'm going home. I won't let him hurt my family anymore.
It was the hardest thing I've ever done.
We were hot on his trail. That is, if everything was going to go as planned, because these guys can go on a run any time.
The police plan to arrest her husband early the following morning. Margie sends her kids away for the night, but she knows that if she's not home when he returns, Shawn Paul will suspect something and vanish, or worse. So she takes a huge risk.
When I got home from the police station, all I could do was sit in a chair and wait for him to come home. I wanted to run and hide, but I knew that I couldn't. I knew that he would run. My heart is beating so fast. And then he finally walks in the door.
Hi. How's your day?
It was good.
I can't even look at him. I know I'm talking back to him, but I'm not really sure what I'm saying. I went to bed first. I just wanted to hide under the covers and pretend that I wasn't there. It was a horrible feeling. I could hardly breathe, but I just waited. I heard him walking down the hallway, and he entered the room, and I could feel him standing there above me, staring at me. And I thought, what is he going to do to me? This man could kill me. Am I going to survive this? Am I going to survive the night?
The police plan to arrest her husband at dawn. But first, Margie has to survive the night.
When he came in and he got into bed and reached over to kiss me, my whole body just stiffened, and I hoped that he wouldn't notice it. And I slept all night long with my eyes open. Early in the morning, and I'm still awake, and all of a sudden, I hear this banging on the front door. Shawn Paul jumped out of bed, threw some clothes on, and ran in the bathroom and jumped out the window. I couldn't believe it.
Shawn Paul desperately tries to escape.
I sat there and I thought, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him? I was just so afraid of this man. Please get him.
Eventually, there's no way out for Paul Stephen Mack.
We've got him. He's been arrested.
Thank you.
I was finally able to breathe. I ran into the bedroom and I tore off the sheets, I tore off the blanket, I grabbed the pillows and I threw them in the garbage. I went and took a shower and I was scrubbing every inch of my body and crying and screaming and wanting to just get rid of him, just to make sure he was gone.
She got all of us girls and told us that Shawn had been arrested and he was a suspect for murder.
I explained what had happened, that Shawn Paul was not Shawn Paul, that he was actually Paul Stephen Mack, and he had murdered someone. But he's in jail now, we're all going to be safe.
It was shocking that he had been arrested, let alone for murder.
They just kept hugging me and hanging on to me, and they were my strength. And I tried to be their strength. I don't know what I would have done without him.
For Margie, the nightmare isn't over. Paul Stephen Mack has stolen all her money.
I had called my attorney and he came to the house and we went over all my finances. I was shocked.
Her husband has cheated her out of everything she owns.
He ruined me financially. He ruined my hopes and dreams. He ruined everything.
Gradually, Margie starts to rebuild her life. And when she does, there's a call from the last person she expects to hear from.
Hello? I get a phone call from Paul Mack. He tells me that he's innocent.
Don't believe anything that's written in the papers. Don't believe anything they say.
And he wants to come back to me and my girls. And I said, that can't happen. And he says, no, I'm going to come back at least one more time. And that hit me wrong. Like, one more time to kill me? I hung up the phone. And then he would call again. And he would call again.
Three years after Margie met Paul Stephen Mack, he stands trial for the murder of Karen Winslet.
Paul was accused of first-degree murder and murder in the course of a rape, and also murder during the course of a poisoning.
I wanted to make sure that he was convicted. I was so worried because he was such a convincing con man that he would get away with it. And the first place he would go would be to find me and my girls.
He can be very persuasive and very manipulative. People just tend to believe things that he says.
Paul Mack uses all his charm to try to persuade the court of his innocence.
I believe that he really thought he could convince the jury of things that may not have been true. The prosecutor really thought that there might be an acquittal in the case.
He could get out. That would be the worst thing ever.
But Stephen Mack's powers of persuasion don't fool the jury.
He was finally convicted of first-degree murder and rape. And he got 27 to life. I decided that I needed closure. I wanted to look him in the eye and tell him that he didn't break me. So I went to the jail and I looked in his eyes and all I could see was evil.
Hey, sweetheart. God, you look so good.
And I said, Paul, Stephen, Mac, I am here to look you in the eye and tell you that I know you did it. You've been found guilty. I want you to leave me alone. I want you to leave my children alone.
You can't hurt us anymore.
And he told me, he said, I will come and see you one last time.
No matter what, I will come see you.
And I said,
good luck with that.
I think she was really brave to do what she did, to still live with him and pretend everything was okay and hide everything from us kids and help get him caught. I think she was really brave. I can't imagine.
I got home and the next morning, my girls all crawled into bed with me. And it was just a happy home again. I knew that we were going to be okay. He will be up for parole. And I have talked to the parole board and told them, if you ever let him out, he'll murder again. There's no doubt in my mind.
He wanted to feel like a god.
She liked the vampirism. She liked the blood.
They found him very romantic and very enthralling.
If you wanted to drink, do drugs, go ahead. You wanted to have sex, go ahead.
As a charismatic leader, Rod had a gift. Sadly, it was just a deadly gift.
Three days before Thanksgiving in Eustis, Florida, 17-year-old Jennifer Wendorf returns home late after a night out.
Jennifer comes home about 10:30. She sees her dad's feet on the couch. She thinks Dad's just fallen asleep on the couch. She's supposed to be home by 10:15. So if she's late, she's breaking curfew. So she goes in to use the phone and call her boyfriend. But she notices the phone jerked out of the wall.
Mom?
So she comes back to the kitchen. Then she sees her mother covered in blood. So she runs to her dad. And she's screaming. She sees her dad in a pool of blood. Then she realizes her dad is dead too.
Jennifer finds a phone that's working and calls 911.
My parents are dead. My parents
house is just awful. There's blood everywhere. The first officer on the scene looks at the dad and says his face looked like a hamburger. There's blood spatter on the walls and the ceiling. This is not an ordinary crime. One of the first things they do is, of course, they talk to Jennifer, and she says, a car is missing, and my sister is missing. Right away, they're saying, well, is she a kidnap victim? Was she a participant in this awful crime? What's going on here?
2 dead bodies, a stolen car, and a missing teen. Police are baffled. Crimes like this don't happen in Eustis, Florida.
Eustis was kind of the quintessential small town America. Everybody knew everybody. Everybody knew everybody's kids. You enjoyed the feel that you didn't have to lock the doors. You didn't think about crime.
The Windors seemed to be a very normal family. The mom volunteered at the school. The dad had a good job. Jennifer was a cheerleader and very popular in the school.
In contrast, her 14-year-old sister Heather is moody and rebellious.
Heather was much more introspective, much more into the arts. She wasn't a cheerleader. She wanted to be her own person.
It isn't just her attitude that upsets Mr. and Mrs. Wendorf. It's the company their daughter is keeping. 15-year-old Rod Farrell is the town rebel.
Rod Farrell was, the consummate bad boy. If you were looking to worry your parents a little bit, that would be the guy that you brought home.
He was smart, he was fascinating to listen to, and he was very, very good at being superior in a sense.
He was very charismatic.
It's not only the way Rod looks and his odd behavior. There are also disturbing rumors flying around town.
We're hearing about vampires.
Rod and his friends were, they were sharing blood. He did tell them that he was a 500-year-old vampire.
They would cut themselves and drink blood and profess themselves as vampires. At that time you had Brad Pitt doing vampire movies. That was something that was very charismatic and a lot of people got involved in it.
Heather met Rod and the two became good friends. Here's this guy talking all this stuff about fantasy and vampires and living forever. That was very fascinating for Heather.
We began to explore the darker aspects. Vampirism, witchcraft, different aspects of the occult. Mainly the vampirism is what drew us in. It was, I guess, the sensuality of it.
Their relationship is intense, though not sexual. Heather is attracted to Rod's dark side.
Here's a girl at that age where, like many teenagers, not happy at home, not happy with the rules that mom and dad might have, maybe a little bit jealous of the attention that's paid to her sister. So them getting together, this is a way to get your parents' goat.
She wasn't a girlfriend. My role in the relationship with Heather was guide, person to introduce her to a world that she sought to be part of, but she didn't quite understand at that time.
Rod was creating this family, a vampire family, he called it, or a coven.
The vampire's always been a very sensual character, seducing its victims, hunting by night, tragic love. There's always been the romance to it. There's always been the dark allure.
These young people had a very depressing life in reality, and so the excitement and the imaginative world that Rod provided to them was very exciting.
At that time, I was a practitioner of witchcraft. I'd also practiced demonology. I'd taken Visago as my patron demon at that time. He being one of the 9 crown princes of hell and having legions under him. In demonology, taking a patron demon, you basically, literally the same way Catholics would take a patron saint.
Heather's fascination with Rod intensifies. She wants to become a part of his vampire family.
They went into Rod's bedroom.
He'd set up an altar, and there were skulls on it, and all this witchcraft books.
To bring Heather into the vampiric way of life, she willingly offered her blood to me. When you do an embrace, you are perceived to be the child of the person that performed the ritual on you. So by doing the ritual with Heather, it made her a daughter to me, a blood daughter. She nearly passed out that night from how much blood I had taken from her.
Rod's mother is suspicious about what Rod and Heather are getting up to.
They were cutting and they were drinking blood. And so I totally freaked out.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
The cuts were so deep. He was bleeding very profusely. I screamed at him and told him, "Get out of my house." Blood was rushing down his arm. It was very frightening. He just went kind of crazy with it. Things got really out of hand at that time.
Sandra vows she will find a way to save her son. In small-town Eustis, Rod Farrell is drawing 14-year-old Heather Wendorf deeper into his dark vampiric world.
Heather, she's withdrawn. She's depressed. She's doing some self-mutilations and drinking blood.
I don't know how it went beyond just kind of a passing fancy to something that really kind of controlled her life.
Fearful that Rod is spiraling out of control, his mom Sandra decides they should leave Florida and head back to her hometown 800 miles away.
My mother's side of the family all live in Murray, Kentucky, and we decided to go back, and that it would benefit everybody to go back to Kentucky.
Rod was furious. He didn't want to leave his friends in Eustis. This was disrupting to his lifestyle.
Rod is upset, but Heather is devastated that he's leaving town. She's obsessed with him.
Heather was saying, you can't imagine how I felt so close to Rod, how his life was all around me.
Sandra takes her wayward son back to her family home.
Murray, Kentucky, it is a small town, and if it wasn't for the university, it would pretty much be like Eustis.
Murray, Kentucky has always been a very rural, rustic type of environment. It's home to the Boy Scout Museum, church steeples everywhere. It was such that it was almost like a black hole that would suck people into it. But Murray, Kentucky is also a college town. So I understood there was also a scene underneath this homey, rustic type of facade.
The scene that Rod is seeking is other vampires, and he soon discovers a rival cult in town.
The cult is led by a guy named Jaden. That's his vampire name. His real name is Stephen Murphy.
Jaden Murphy saw himself as a vampire sire.
I love the darkness. I've always had a kinship to the night. I crave blood. I drink it. I am a vampire.
I'd been told that Stephen Murphy was in charge of the vampires.
Lots of people had constantly tried to get us to clash and fight, saying that Rod's a vampire.
And that's why he'd sought me out originally. Stephen wanted to know if he had competition in town.
We met outside of Murray. He was very much similar to myself. Reclusive, wore the black trench coat, thought that most people around us were just mindless cattle. We clicked instantly.
Stephen tried to take me under his wing. He saw that I was very much dedicated to living this lifestyle.
I told him basically what I was, what I was about, and offered that to him if he would be willing to join my house and follow the laws. And he accepted, and we cut one another and fed from one another. There is something in blood. It's what gives us life and keeps us alive, and it can cause you to spiral out of control. I've seen it happen a few times with people. Bloodletting is very addictive.
Jaden truly believed that I was under his thumb, which I found amusing. It worked for my purposes at that time.
Back in Eustis, Florida, Heather talks daily with Rod over the phone.
Heather had maintained communications with Rod, and they used to talk on the phone for hours and hours and hours. We obtained phone records that showed conversations that would last 9-10 hours at a time.
The 800-mile separation doesn't diminish Rod's control over Heather.
Rod called so many times to her that we lost our phone. I couldn't even pay the bill. It was over $1,000 for 1 month.
She wished Rod would come back, and she would complain about how she hated her home.
She hates her home. She hates her parents. She tells Rod that she wishes they were dead.
Heather missed Rod, and Rod would promise sometimes to come down to Florida and get her.
They were just going to escape from the humdrum of parents telling you have to clean your room, you have no money, life is rough, you can't find work. They were just gonna take a break.
While Heather languishes hundreds of miles away in Eustis, Florida. Back in Kentucky, Rod tires of Jaden and his group and sets up his own vampire coven.
Rod started to get, I guess, power hungry.
Rod was gathering his own followers. He didn't like Jaden being boss. With his own group, he had a lot more control and a lot more freedom to do whatever he wanted to do.
I was in a maelstrom of my own madness.
A lot of the kids, they're drawn to the occult because they're kind of loners. Their outlandish behavior is sort of supported.
They couldn't find where they belonged, so I made a place for them to belong. If you wanted to drink, do drugs, go ahead. You wanted to have sex, orgies, go ahead. You wanted to worship any dark deity or practice any type of outlandish occultic beliefs, you could.
He was taking marijuana and acid, dropping acid, was becoming more enraptured with the fantasy world.
It was escalating. He was trying more drugs, ecstasy, cocaine, barbiturates, just experimenting with all of it.
They were doing drugs, they were partying, they were having a lot of different, things going on, which no child should be involved in to begin with.
Many people believed that I was attempting to open the gates of hell at that time.
Rod isn't just drinking his followers' blood. He's having sex with a lot of the girls. One in particular grabs his attention.
Charity Cassie began dating Rod, so that was a boyfriend-girlfriend situation.
They went from 0 to 60 pretty fast. They were involved in a sexual relationship. Charity's diary. On the front, it's like a little kid's diary, you know, with a picture of a little pony and all that sort of thing. But inside, she talks about sucking blood and how great blood tastes.
Well, for those who practice vampirism, the blood is like an aphrodisiac to them. As we grew closer, I allowed her to know more of what I was doing, and she seemed to take to it. She seemed to embrace the concept of it. She liked the vampirism. She liked the blood.
The mindless automaton follower, that's what he was looking for. He decided to branch out and find his own people, hence bringing in Scott and Dana.
Scott and Dana are both loners, ideal prey for the charismatic Rod Farrell.
For somebody like Scott Anderson, who really never had friends, was the outcast at school, this was the first time that Scott Anderson had an identity, was treated as somebody.
There was another girl, her name was Dana. She was like 19 years old at the time. She was older. She was sort of overweight, and she had no friends. And all of a sudden, she joins with Rod's little group, and she's got friends, she's got people coming over and looking after her, and so on.
Although he wasn't the smartest person in the room, he let people think he was, and he was a talker.
I don't think it was an accident that he ended up drawing people in that were probably of a lesser intellect than him. As a charismatic leader, almost cult-like, Rod had a gift.
I began to experiment with drugs more. I began to become more physically aggressive.
There was an incident with Charity at school, which is really disturbing. He said to the teacher,
"I could slit your throat."
He got in trouble, big trouble. He got expelled from school.
So I had nothing but time on my hands. I had no restrictions.
Rod and Jaden are on a collision course.
He had heard that I was going to assault his mate at that time, girlfriend.
Rod told Jaden's girlfriend, "I'd like to, basically gut you and spread your guts all over the house. Put your head on a bedpost so that when Jaden comes home, he'll find you like that." And of course, that just infuriated Jaden.
My girlfriend.
He grabbed me by the throat, slammed me into the wall.
Anything happen like this again, and I'll kill you.
I picked up a baseball bat and I slammed it through the door.
He started becoming more obsessed with violence and killing.
I believed that I had bloodlust at that time.
He wanted that surge of dominance over other living creatures. He wanted to feel like a god.
For the most part, Rod's strange antics stay under the authorities' radar. All that changes when a heinous crime is committed at a local animal shelter.
Somebody broke into an animal shelter and injured and mutilated a bunch of dogs. Tore their legs off and did all this horrific stuff. And then you could see in the high grass that they had made some kind of ceremony.
Police suspect Rod Farrell and his vampire followers.
The authorities are coming down on him now, so now the pressure's on.
Rod was feeling like he needed to get out of town. He needed to leave Maury.
Before leaving, he calls his friend and disciple back in Florida, Heather Wendorf.
They talked about their shared vision of the vampire world, having this vampire family, how they were all gonna go off somewhere. Heather was saying she was in trouble. She was like, her parents were hurting her. Of course, they weren't doing anything physically to her. She was just feeling confined and rebellious.
Rod devises an exciting plan. He'll drive down to Florida and pick her up, and together they'll head to New Orleans.
Rod was trying to save the damsel in distress.
He decides to take his 3 most loyal followers with him, including girlfriend Charity.
He loads Scott's little car with Charity, with Scott, and Dana Cooper, and they all come down to Florida.
Rod's pronouncements become increasingly apocalyptic and sinister.
He's got this pent-up rage. He starts talking about how he's got to kill the Wendorfs.
You'll see what I'm capable of.
He was very much looking for that ultimate rush. Rod thought that you can't really get more powerful than ending a human existence.
Wanting to save Heather, wanting to be omnipotent, the drugs, all those things played a part in his mind. It was totally bizarre, it was insane.
Rod's clan arrives in Eustis, Florida, where he has arranged to meet Heather after a 12-month separation.
Rod meets Heather over by the cemetery. And there is a cutting ritual that goes on between Rod and Heather. And they decide to meet up later at her house.
The plan is Heather will grab some clothes and run off with Rod and his vampire family.
Hey.
Hey,
Hey, Annie.
how you doing?
Good.
Heather spends a few minutes to watch the TV with her parents. Then she gathers her things and slips out the door. But first she leaves a little note.
Dear Mom, Dad, and Jenny, I don't have much time, but I must say that I love you all very much. I'm leaving for good, but I don't want you to worry about me because I will be fine. Please don't try and find us. Just know that I'll miss you and will always love you. Heather.
Rod has arranged to meet Heather 1/4 mile from her house. In her haste, Heather forgets to pack everything she needs for the trip.
There was some memento that Heather had left behind she wanted me to look for.
The decision's made that Rod go back to the house.
Okay. I can go back for you.
And then Rod says to her, says, you've said to me so many times, you want your parents dead. Do you want me to, kill your parents? She says, no, don't go anywhere near my parents. Don't touch them.
Okay. Scott, let's go.
Scott and I took off. We tried the garage door, and it was unlocked. So looking through the garage, I chose upon a crowbar. I saw Richard Wendorf asleep on the couch. We traveled in to the back bedrooms as swiftly as we could.
They're creeping through the house. He yanks the phone out of the wall so they can't call.
We came back out into the living room area proper where Richard was asleep.
And the dad turns and sees him. Then they hear that Heather's mother. She comes out of the bedroom, and he just starts beating on her with this tire iron.
Rod Farrell and his sidekick Scott have attacked Heather's parents and stolen their car.
I wiped the blood from my face, my arms, my chest. I took my clothes off and burnt them.
Rod has got his sight set on the Windorf's SUV. It's a newer vehicle, it's a nice vehicle. So they take the SUV, and then they go down the road.
Ignorant of what has happened, Heather and the rest of the vampire clan wait for him.
Flash your eye beams.
Heather sees her dad's SUV. Her first reaction is, my parents are looking for me.
Rod signals for Heather, Charity, and Dana to follow in the other car.
Heather realizes Scott and Rod in the car. Then she's saying out loud, she says, well, how did they get the car?
How'd they get the car? I don't understand. Wait, how did they get the car?
She doesn't understand.
The convoy heads out for New Orleans. Meantime, Heather's 17-year-old sister returns home from a night out.
Jennifer walks into a brutal murder scene where you see your father bludgeoned about the head. Blood, brain matter. Mom laying dead. None of us, I think, would ever want to walk in and see what she saw.
She's on the 911 call. She says, my parents are dead.
Okay, we're on the way.
They're trying to calm her down, stay on the line. An officer's coming your way. And the officer goes in. He's got his handgun out. He's checking the rooms to make sure there's nobody inside.
My dad's car is missing.
The Eustis Police Department think it must be some kind of home invasion type of robbery. We got 2 people dead brutally. And my God, where in the world is Heather?
While the police question Jennifer for leads, her sister Heather is in a car with Charity and Dana. Following Rod and Scott in her parents' stolen SUV. Heather has no idea her mom and dad lie dead in their living room. A few hours into their journey, Rod decides to break into a house.
Rod burglarizes a house and steals a shotgun.
Tyler.
And he took Heather aside and explained to her in great detail what had happened, how it all evolved, how he killed her parents.
Tell you something.
I was like, I'm your parent now.
Heather was terrified.
Rod gets them to swap license plates. They're all going to travel in the stolen SUV.
Come on!
So we all traveled together in one pack.
Let's go.
And we took off for New Orleans.
They kept that tire iron in the car, under the seat, near where she sat. I think it's kind of an intimidation thing.
Back at the Wendorf house, the police are putting the pieces together.
Everyone get along at home?
Jennifer's telling them a little bit about Rod. She's got this friend, his name is Rod, and he's into kind of the vampire stuff. And then they're really getting alarmed now.
The police now suspect Rod Farrell of the murders, based on Jennifer's information.
And then they're making calls up to Kentucky, to the police up there to find out what they're dealing with. And one of the police officers up there says, "You got a really wild bunch on the loose now."
Vampire killers are running wild, and the police have no idea where they are.
They put out a bolo, what they call a bolo. It's to be on the lookout for.
The FBI was involved. They had police agencies all along the Gulf Coast that were involved.
News is breaking of a double murder which took place in the Eustis area last night. Details are sketchy, but we believe the police are seeking a group of teenagers. We will give you more details as soon as we have them.
Back in Murray, Kentucky, Rod's mother gets news of the murder of Heather's parents.
They said Rod killed 2 people. It was total shock. There's no really emotions. There's nothing really that you can say as a parent, as a mother, when you hear that kind of news.
Folks are worried that the teenagers are driving back to Kentucky to continue their bloodthirsty rampage.
I mean, the cops were on high alert, thinking Rod was gonna come back and go on this mass killing spree.
However, the fugitive teens aren't heading north, but west for New Orleans.
Rod had that shotgun on his lap and said, "If any cops try to arrest us, I'll blast them." He's killed already. He's gonna kill some more.
After 3 days on the run, Rod's band of teen vampires are beginning to lose faith in their leader.
Rod is struggling in some ways to have them believe, you know, I'm this immortal soul and I'm your leader. And there's kind of a dichotomy in the way that you see the kids react and feel. I think that veneer is shot for them. Even to them, he has crossed the line. This isn't romantic. Is it just wrong? And we're scared and we're hungry and we're running. The reality didn't live up to the hype.
When we reached Baton Rouge, we were virtually on the last legs of the money we had. Charity believed that she could get money on a wire from her mother.
Charity calls her mother, who is a corrections officer in South Dakota. Mom says, "Look, I'll wire some money to this motel." Well, of course, she tips the police officers off in Baton Rouge.
It was November 28th, 1996, when we received information of the double murder. The suspects apparently been traced to our city. So we put the word out to all of our patrol people to be on the lookout.
Despite his better judgment, Rod agrees to collect the money supposedly wired by Charity's mom.
We had to go to some hotel of some sort to pick up the money. And I told her, I said, this is a trap. I was like, once we go there, there will be cops everywhere.
No, my mom wouldn't do that. And she's already wired us the money, okay?
So we get to the hotel. I looked across behind the hotel, and I thought in that moment, I was like, I could leave right now. I could run. This is the last chance I have to run. If not, I will probably die.
We were dealing with violent suspects who had committed a double murder, and so you take every precaution as a law enforcement officer when dealing with those type suspects.
Surely enough, as I believed, mere moments later, there were numerous police all getting out and all drawing their weapons and all telling me to freeze and don't move. Those traveling with me were worried that I would take drastic measures. They saw that I had reached the point of no return. If I die, so be it.
We are surrounded by armed officers!
All of these people ranked up against me, weapons drawn and ready to use them. They didn't realize how much I just had given up, how much I didn't care.
Rod's teenage bravado is short-lived.
I thought to myself, I'm a up, mentally deranged teenager who's about to lose his entire life. And the only thing I might be able to do is save these other idiots who have followed me.
There was no attempt to run or offer any resistance, and they were taken into custody and detained at that point. I remember looking at them and thinking, they're not vampires and they're not even a cult. They're just a bunch of young kids trying to find their way. They've latched on to this guy, Rod Farrell. The Wendorfs had lost their lives, and now all these kids had really thrown their lives away as well.
Despite their arrest, Rod's followers are still under his spell.
I think with all of them, there was something that none of us as lawyers had seen before. You know, you followed this guy, and he's gotten you here in the county jail. But there was still this aura of not wanting to hurt Rod.
Most of the time I saw them, they just seemed beaten down, very tired, lost kids. You know, I actually felt sorry for a couple of them looking at them because they clearly appeared to be kids with no sense of direction who had gotten involved in something that they had not thought through the consequences of, and now we're going to have to deal with those consequences for the rest of their lives. Rod was a big fan of Rod. You could tell that he was the type of person who thought very highly of himself. Even though he would throw off these lines about he didn't care about life and he didn't care about himself, you could tell that he did care about himself and the world centered around him.
For investigators, the clan's reluctance to talk doesn't much matter. Rod decides to come clean.
Hey, I want to make a statement. I want to tell my story.
I told him, I need to be able to tell you what happened. And that's what led to the confessions, the infamous confessions. Heather's mother was in the shower, and her father was watching TV. And I lost it. It came in flashes. I remember striking him as hard as I could. And I just kept striking him. I just boom, right across the temple of the head. It knocked him cold.
Rod said, I got a rush out of it. I got a rush out of killing him.
The next thing I remember is Scott staring at me with his eyes wide. He was in shock.
Then they hear that Heather's mother, and she says, what are you doing here? What do you want?
And again, I lost myself in that red haze.
He just starts beating on her with this tire iron and just keeps on beating her until her brainstem is exposed. There's pieces of skull everywhere.
I just kept beating him and beating him and beating him and beating him, taking pleasure in it at that.
Rod thought that if you take somebody's life, you become like a god. He just reveled in it.
Armed with Rod's confession, the cops indict his followers. Under Florida law, complicity to commit murder is the same as committing murder.
Dana Cooper, Charity Cassis, Scott Anderson, and Rod Farrell were all charged with first-degree murder. Heather was appointed an attorney to represent her, and he actually took her in front of the grand jury. The grand jury, after listening to her statement, decided that they did not want to charge her with any offenses, so she was released.
Heather Wendorf is cleared of all charges.
There were a lot of people who felt that Heather should have been prosecuted. She and Rod had been having conversations about how miserable she was. And Rod, in his mind, felt he was the only person who could come and help her.
The brutal murder of the Wendorfs shocked the nation. Charity Cassis received a sentence of 10.5 years. Dana Cooper received a sentence of 17.5 years. Scott Anderson received a life sentence. Rod's trial for double murder opens on February 2nd, 1998 in Florida.
Rod pled guilty for the crimes that he was charged with. The jury came back with a 12-0 verdict, recommending that Rod be put to death.
That's something I've thought about for many years. How, as a child, because really that's all I was. For everything I was doing, for everything I thought that I knew, I was an idiot child. I was a 16-year-old boy who thought he knew more than he really did. And it's made me think, if I had just done anything else, if I had just...
They did show the film of his confession.
So I just beat him until he died.
And it didn't take them long at all to make their decision to send a 16-year-old to death row.
Did you strike him anywhere else with the crowbar or just in the head?
I struck him once in the chest because he wouldn't stop breathing, so I stabbed him in the heart. I took them straight into the crowbar and just started bashing the back of her head.
I believe at that time he was the youngest person on death row.
When they pronounced the death sentence, I said, I accept it. I accept it for what it is. I just evidently will die younger than I had expected.
Rod's sentence was eventually commuted to life imprisonment. He is still behind bars and will never be released.
Anyway, that's what happened that night.
It is a case that changed this community. It changed the way that we looked at each other. It changed the way that we looked at our kids. We lost our small town feel during that case.
Glenn Wolsifer was tall, handsome. He had the whole package.
Betty, his wife, she was an all-American girl.
He sees this shadowy figure wearing a clear type of mask. Glenn is struck on the head. Betty was strangled.
People were really afraid.
It caused a lot of fear.
We just did not have enough solid evidence.
People wanted to see it solved because they didn't know whether or not their home may be next.
Murder's always a tragedy. You know, there's no winners in murder.
Police sirens pierce the Saturday morning calm of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
I received a call around 7 in the morning. I reported to 75 Birch Street in Wilkes-Barre City. One of the patrolmen explained to me that there was a body.
The patrolman tells Detective Swarren an intruder has broken in and murdered a young woman, Betty Wolsifer.
It's signs of trauma.
Checked for pulse, see if there was any breathing, any signs of life, anything like that. There was nothing whatsoever.
Betty was found laying on the floor. She was obviously strangled.
The victim's husband, Glenn Wolsifer, tells cops he was also attacked.
Got to the kitchen, I don't remember.
Glenn Wolsifer was downstairs.
Somebody knocked me out. I woke up on the floor.
He was hit over the head, and he believes he may have been unconscious.
I saw somebody there. Yeah.
Betty Wolsifer's senseless murder rocks the town. Crimes like this don't happen in Wilkes-Barre. Least of all to pillars of the community like Betty and Glenn. Carol Crane follows the story for the local paper.
So what are you going to do at school today?
Everyone looked upon them as the all-American family. You know, the husband, the nice wife, and they had a beautiful little girl, Danielle.
Love you. Love you.
Glenn was a very good dentist. His patients liked him. He had built up a really nice practice for himself. And because they were a prominent family, you know, a lot of people would go there.
He had the, let me say, the Tom Selleck look. Tall, handsome, physically capable, so he had the whole package.
Betty was very diminutive, very quiet, but just a real soft-spoken person, very kind, very gentle. She was an all-American girl.
But now Betty is dead. Investigators start piecing together the hours before Betty's murder.
The night of the murder, Glenn had gone out with friends. He had been drinking with the guys.
He told us that he was out with some friends as normal on a Friday night into Saturday morning.
Glenn arrives home late. It's past 2 in the morning.
He had gone to bed with his wife, and his daughter Danielle is asleep in the bedroom next to them. He's awakened by a bang. He grabs his .22 caliber revolver. He sees this shadowy figure wearing a clear type of mask.
Glenn goes downstairs to confront the intruder. But then he's grabbed from behind.
Struggle ensues. And then he's struck on the head.
When he woke up, reached up and grabbed the wall phone and called his brother, Neil.
His brother lived right across the street.
Neil called 911
My brother's been knocked out.
and told them, my brother's on the floor, he was knocked out.
Yeah,
He was pacing back and forth, up and down.
In the confusion, neither Glenn nor Neil went upstairs to see if Danielle or Betty was okay. As Danielle is cared for by relatives, it's up to the cops to tell Glenn his wife is dead.
And he couldn't believe it.
The police need to find the deadly intruder fast, before he strikes again. The trouble is, they have no idea who they're looking for.
If you don't solve the homicide within the first 72 hours of it happening, the likelihood of solving it later is greatly diminished.
Glenn wanted to go to the hospital. He was hit on the head. He had a bump that was back there, and the ambulance came.
Glenn has lost his wife, Betty, the woman who was his high school sweetheart. His daughter, 5-year-old Danielle, has lost her mom. As Betty Wolsifer's body is laid to rest, the task of hunting down her killer kicks into high gear.
It would be premature at this time to indicate whether or not there are any suspects in this case until the investigation reaches that point in time where we can say with some certainty that we have information that could possibly lead to a criminal charge against anybody.
Betty and Glenn's home is combed for clues.
Forensic unit, they came in, they did fingerprinting, photographing.
They're looking for any kind of evidence that could be helpful.
We were going through the crime scene. The story that Glenn gave, we were just trying to put together.
In the small town of Wilkes-Barre, a family has been torn apart, and a killer is on the loose.
People were really afraid.
It caused a lot of fear, a lot of panic. And people wanted to see it solved because they didn't know whether or not their home may be next. And when something of this magnitude, of this violent nature happens in their own backyard, they're wondering whether or not that could happen to them.
In Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, a home invasion has left a young mom dead and her husband with head injuries.
There was a lot of concern in the neighborhood that, there was a killer loose, an intruder.
The horrific murder of Betty Wolsifer sends shockwaves through the once idyllic town.
Wilkes-Barre was a very tight-knit community. People grew up together, they went to school together, they found jobs here, and they lived here, you know, for their entire lives.
In Wilkes-Barre and beyond, everyone wants to know, who killed Betty Wolsifer?
The press began going after this case because they knew what type of area it was in Wilkes-Barre, and they knew how the city of Wilkes-Barre was. The media kept asking questions. They were, and I don't want to say hounding, but it got to the point where you were trying to do your work and you had people that were already there at the crime scene.
That was one of those things around here that the headlines are out there. It's on the nightly news. He certainly was known, and he's a physician. And it got a lot of attention. I'm sure it was the first thing on the TV programs, on the news shows, and it got a lot of attention for a long time.
The cops know there's been a series of break-ins recently, and strangers seen hanging around the neighborhood. Only the week before, Glenn reported seeing someone trying to cut through his screen door.
Somebody who was roaming around the alleyways. Somebody knew that Betty was home alone. Somebody who knew that she had a young child. Somebody who knew that Glenn didn't get out back home until all hours of the night.
It isn't just the rash of home invasions that concerns detectives. Recently, Betty had been complaining of crank calls late at night. Maybe she was deliberately targeted. Police carefully examined the crime scene.
There's a ladder, and we went out and looked at it. Somebody went up the ladder, broke the window, and that's how they came in.
The master bedroom was in disarray. You could tell that there was a fight, something physical that went on.
But for Detective Swarren, something doesn't add up.
There's nothing taken. There's nothing gone.
The only person who may be able to clear up the mystery of why the intruder stole nothing is Betty's husband, Glenn. He's in the hospital, recovering from the injuries he sustained during the break-in.
We went to the hospital, asked if we could see the injuries. He had a wound to his head.
But investigators are astonished to discover Glenn has hired an attorney, and he's advising his client not to talk to the cops.
We weren't allowed to go in there with him. We could just look, and he was sitting up in a bed.
At Glenn's side is his younger brother, Neil. Neil was the first on the crime scene. Unable to talk to Glenn, investigators focus on what his brother can tell them.
We brought Neil in, we sat him down, and we talked to him to see if he knew anything.
Neil explains that Glenn phoned in a panic, telling him to get over to his house.
The first thing that Glenn does when he regains consciousness is call his brother.
What Glenn doesn't do is make sure his family is okay.
Now, his daughter is upstairs, and his wife is upstairs. And the first thing he does is call his brother.
Neil did say to us that neither one of them had gone upstairs.
Neil's statement strikes investigators as unusual. Neither Glenn nor his brother thought to check on Betty or 5-year-old Danielle.
Now, wouldn't one of the first things a person would normally do if you were attacked within the confines of your home, immediately run upstairs to see about the well-being of your daughter and your wife?
Glenn's injuries may have stopped him from going upstairs, but investigators want to know why Neil didn't check if his sister-in-law and niece were safe.
And the answer was, I don't know, I didn't go upstairs.
That's not all that's bothering Detective Swarren. There was a delay between Glenn's call asking Neil to come over and Neil's call to 911.
Neil was a very nervous person, very nervous. When we got and talked to him the first time, he had the shakes. He could cry, put his hands in his face in his hands.
Investigators believe Neil knows more than he's letting on. They start to wonder, was he involved in the crime?
We interviewed Neil Wolsifer 3 times and said, you know who we are, you know what we're looking for. You know, give us an answer, help us out.
Detectives are convinced Neil holds the key to unlocking the secret of Betty Wolsifer's savage murder. Now, they've got to get him to talk.
We decided we would like him to come back for a lie detector test.
Neil refuses. He tells his friends he feels hounded by the police.
There was a perceptible change in him after Betty's murder. You could tell something was weighing so heavily on him.
Then Neil has a change of heart and decides to meet with investigators.
He called, said, I'll sit down and I'll talk to you. I have some information for you.
Detective Swarm believes he's their best hope of solving the mystery.
It was about 9:15. We received a call, and the dispatcher asked, are we waiting for anybody? And I said, yeah. I said, we're waiting for Neil Wolsifer to come in. He said, we just had a fatal accident. Myself and Detective Mitchell went to the scene, and sure enough, it looks like he crossed over into the center lane and he hit a cement truck head on.
Neil Wolsifer is dead.
At that point, and we felt that that was our closest we were ever going to get to what happened, to the story.
The question on detectives' minds, was this a tragic accident or the desperate act of a man with something to hide? Moments before he's due to talk with detectives about the murder of his sister-in-law, Betty, Neil Wolsifer is killed in a car crash.
Well, they say he drove his car into the path of a truck. At first, it appeared it was an accident, but then when you found out he was on his way to be interviewed by investigators, you began to immediately think, was it really an accident? The truck driver insisted that it appeared that he purposely pulled that car in front of him.
Neil was Glenn's younger brother. The two men were always close.
I don't know if he had any best friends, but Neil was his best friend. You'd always see them together. They were all one big family.
Neil looked up to Glenn, and anything that Glenn did, Neil tried to do better.
And for Glenn, Neil would do anything, perhaps even make the ultimate sacrifice.
I think he had an awful lot on his mind. I think he was afraid he was going to hurt the family. We sat down and we talked about it, and we think it's probably suicide.
This is he, yeah.
Glenn gets the news his brother is dead. No one, except perhaps Glenn, knows why Neil killed himself.
Got to a point where we hit a stone wall. We were blocked.
With Neil dead and Glenn not talking, investigators change tactics. They decide to look deeper into Glenn and Betty's marriage. Was it as picture perfect as everybody said?
They came across as good people, religious background. Betty would go to exercise classes. Glenn would go play softball. Betty's happy-go-lucky.
She was a hard worker, too. She would work to make a great marriage. She would work to make a great home. And I don't believe that anyone ever had a bad word to say about her.
And just started collecting information from neighbors, associates, anyone who had contact with him.
That's when they learn Glenn is leading a double life.
He was cheating on his wife. He was a no-good.
He started having an affair with his dental hygienist. It was getting pretty hot and heavy. They were regularly meeting in hotels.
The hygienist, Debbie Shipp, is pulled in for questioning. Under the police spotlight, she reveals all about her love affair with Glenn.
She was willing to talk about the depth of the relationship she had with this married man.
According to Debbie, Glenn tells her he's passionately in love with her. He wants them to spend the rest of their lives together.
Glenn Wolsifer was going to be leaving the wife for her. They were looking at jewelry and things like that.
There's more. When pushed further, Debbie reveals some startling information. She had sex with Glenn the afternoon before Betty was murdered. Debbie gives investigators what they've lacked, a motive for murder.
It made the case, I thought, stronger.
They are now certain Glenn Wolsifer murdered his wife, Betty. Detectives put together a new theory. Neil had no direct involvement in Betty's murder. But Glenn may have burdened his brother with a confession that he killed Betty.
Our feeling then and our belief then was that we thought that he just couldn't live with what he knew.
Faced with betraying the brother he idolized, he took his secret to the grave.
The people that knew Neil knew how he would have felt if his brother had indeed killed Betty. And would he have done that? Would he have sacrificed his life to save his brother? He was so torn between lying and giving up his brother that he chose not to do either.
But what investigators don't have is proof.
It was hard to believe at the time that, the doctor had killed his wife.
Glenn sticking to his story. An intruder broke into the house and murdered Betty.
And that was the difficulty of this case. Disproving what he said. Disproving it, which is very difficult when you have to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt. So I wanted certain things redone, people re-interviewed, evidence retaken, certain evidence taken to the State Police Crime Lab, just to make sure that all the T's were crossed and all the I's were dotted.
Investigators have to find a way of nailing Glenn. Betty's autopsy reveals traces of Glenn's clothing under her nails, indicating they may have had a fight.
That by itself didn't mean anything. He was her husband. If she had fibers from his clothes under her nails, that could be explained in several ways.
Detectives take another look at Glenn's injuries. They can't talk to Glenn, but they can talk to his medical team.
The treating physicians said in one of the reports that, the wound to the back of the head could easily have been done by just bumping your head in a backwards motion to the corner of a wall.
His head wound was superficial. It would not have been enough to render him unconscious.
Glenn's story doesn't add up. And now, they're finding the crime scene doesn't either.
When we saw the ladder initially, it just didn't seem to match up to what we were being told.
The ladder, it's backwards. The rungs are the wrong way. And there was no indentation into the grass that would indicate pressure was put on that ladder. So to me, that was odd. Was it planted?
How did the person get out of the house? Did they go back down the ladder? If they did, that ladder really would have been depressed.
In fact, Glenn had frequently used the ladder himself.
A neighbor had seen Glenn Lucifer, when locked out of the house on previous occasions, use that ladder to gain entry into his home. And that's exactly the entry that existed the morning his wife died. So I found that hugely coincidental. I just was very pleased with the information that she shared with us. I thought that was key. The house itself, it was a nice home, but by no means was it a glamorous or 10,000 square foot home with lots of good artwork and things like that that would attract maybe a burglar to enter the home, especially an occupied home. Why would someone then also go up the back ladder into a second floor window to a home that really was not of big magnitude as far as belongings and things like that? It just didn't fit together.
That's not all. Forensic analysis reveals the bedroom window may have been smashed from the inside. Investigators are certain Glenn has invented the tale of a mystery intruder to cover up his own crimes.
I thought the crime scene was definitely staged.
But to win a conviction, investigators must prove that beyond all reasonable doubt. It's time to call in the FBI.
I thought a trip to Washington, D.C., may be worthwhile. Let's get an expert profiling opinion.
The feds have huge expertise in analyzing faked crime scenes. They'll re-examine the evidence to see if they can make a case for Glenn as the murderer.
They started helping us. We started finding out now what a staged crime scene is. How do you stage it? What do you do? What should you do when you're staging it?
The way the room was turned over to make it look like there was a scuffle or some type of struggle, it was not the way it would have been if there was a real struggle that went on.
The FBI's conclusion reinforces the detective's hunch.
The FBI Behavioral Science Unit, with their expert profiling abilities, confirmed that it was a staged crime scene.
It didn't make sense. It didn't have the ring of truth to it. And that was one of the reasons we focused on Glenn.
Investigators believe they have an airtight case against Glenn. Their task now is to convince the DA.
If you bring charges, you have to be sure that there's evidence to go forward. I mean, eventually a jury may decide in any given case that somebody's not guilty, but it's a tremendous responsibility when you're bringing charges against someone, especially murder.
The DA's answer leaves investigators reeling.
The DA's office simply felt that we just did not have enough solid evidence to have him indicted or charged. We had no physical evidence. He certainly hadn't said anything. Nobody else, there were no other witnesses to it. There was nothing much more than our suspicion and our feeling that he did it. It's very frustrating. And for the family, it's torture, because they never get the true answer.
The decision to not charge Glenn with murder strikes a hammer blow.
I can understand the hesitancy of prosecutors to act because you had to disprove what he said happened. And that is not an easy chore. People became so frustrated that, some people would start saying, there's one place you get away with a homicide, and that's in Wilkes-Barre.
Everyone working the case is convinced Glenn Wolsifer is a murderer. A murderer who has just cheated justice. "12 months have passed since Betty Wolsifer was murdered in her Pennsylvania home. Investigators have gotten nowhere prosecuting their prime suspect, Betty's philandering husband, Glenn. Confident he's escaped the clutches of the law, Glenn's gone back to his old ways. He's resumed his dental practice, while the rumor is he's working his charms on his dead brother's widow.
There was a talk about the town whether or not Glenn Wolsifer and Nancy were getting too close for comfort, let us say.
Nancy doesn't think Glenn is a murderer, and she and Glenn are thinking of leaving Wilkes-Barre and starting a new life together in Virginia, along with Glenn's young daughter, Danielle.
Nancy Wolsifer stuck close to Glenn. She didn't believe it was him.
Then, Nancy's world collapses. She finds evidence that Glenn is still seeing his former lover, dental hygienist Debbie, the woman he had sex with just hours before his wife was murdered.
Her heart was broken, and she believed that Glenn did that to her.
If Glenn's lying about Debbie, asks Nancy, what else could he be lying about?
She was very brokenhearted, but very bitter, too.
Nancy talks to the police.
Nancy helped us out. She had information that we were able to use.
Nancy helps police build their profile on the lying, cheating Glenn.
He's super charming, he's super manipulative.
And when detectives delve deeper into the events on the night of Betty's murder, they discover Glenn has yet another woman on the side, Carol Kapicki. He met her in a gym. She's married.
She was one of the babes that he had been running around with.
We learned at this point that Glenn had not only a wife and a child, but he had a mistress, and he had a mistress on the mistress.
He had this alter ego where he flaunted his marriage vows and took off with all these other women, one right after another.
It all helps paint a picture of a ruthless Romeo who will say and do anything to satisfy his lusts.
The women which Glenn Wolsifer was carrying on these affairs with, he was just selling them a bill of goods. He was in it for one reason and one reason only, sexual gratification. He was telling these women what they wanted to hear about, this relationship may go on and on and on, when in reality, I believe he was simply enjoying himself with no commitment at all in the foreseeable future. And it just told me a lot about him as a person. It was all about him.
When police speak to Carol, she provides another piece of the jigsaw. She tells detectives that the night of Betty's murder, she bumps into Glenn in a bar. Carol is with her husband, and that enrages Glenn. The question for detectives: was Glenn angry enough to murder his wife?
That was a big piece of circumstantial evidence, because the whole case was circumstantial evidence.
The tide has finally turned for the cops.
Maybe he had thought he was quietly having affairs with them, but the mistresses were his unraveling.
As the investigation ramps up, Glenn is feeling the heat.
While they were investigating the case, Glenn did continue his dental practice, but it started falling off as more and more facts were revealed. It just became uncomfortable for him here. I think he felt the hounds nipping at his heels. He got so hot that that's why he blew town and moved to Virginia.
Glenn moves south, settling down in Falls Church, Virginia, with Carol Kopicki and his daughter. Then, the breakthrough investigators have been working for. A new witness comes forward, Barbara Wendy, a close friend of Glenn's murdered wife.
Well, it just happened to be that Barb saw a lot of things.
3 days before she was murdered, Betty confides in Barbara. She knows her husband is a serial adulterer. And there's more.
Barb said Betty had marks on her.
Oh my God, Betty.
Betty had black and blue marks where they argued and they struggled. Barb kept telling Betty, said, Betty, you have to do something. Something's got to change. You're not going to make it like this.
Betty tells her friend she's had enough. On the night she was murdered, Betty was intending to confront Glenn about his abusive behavior and adultery.
She said to Barbara Wendy, well, tonight's the night. If he doesn't come home on time, I'm really going to go after him.
With Barbara's damning evidence, detectives believe they finally have enough to convict Glenn.
We sat down and we made the decision that we're going to go after him.
Investigators go back to the DA.
I said, this isn't going to get any better. We're going to act. We thought we had the probable cause that we needed to justify the issuance of the arrest warrant, and we did it, and we held our breaths.
Three years have passed since the murder of Betty Wolsifer. Glenn Wolsifer has been living as a free man. Then, late one fall afternoon, police swoop in on his home in Virginia.
We surrounded the house.
Warrant for your arrest. Please turn around. Arrest for murder.
Told him he was under arrest. He was charged with homicide. He was taken and then brought back to Pennsylvania for his arraignment.
It takes another year to build the case against the Casanova dentist. Glenn's trial opens November 5th, 1990, in the Luzerne County courtroom, amid a media frenzy.
At the trial, there were a lot of women that came because they just wanted to see firsthand what he looked like. Because of his many dalliances, the trial took on the spectacular, the sensational, handsome doctor kills his, pretty little wife.
The trial starts with a coroner describing what Betty looked like when her body was found.
I do remember that they had asked Dr. Hudak what was the condition of the victim's face. And he said it was, I don't know how he started his response, but it was something to the point that, you could tell she had been beaten and brutalized. And they said, can you describe the condition? And I believe Dr. Hudak said hamburger. And when he said that, I looked over at the jury, and there was a woman, I thought she was going to go down for the count. She was one of the jurors, I think, really took that hard and got, weak from it. But she was okay, just regained her composure. But that was a powerful statement.
The case against Glenn is clear.
We believe that he staged a crime scene, and that was the basis for the prosecution.
But to win a conviction, they must prove their case beyond all reasonable doubt.
You never know what a jury's going to do. You only need one juror to have reasonable doubt, and then you're not going to get a conviction.
Glenn exercises his right not to take the witness stand.
Most defendants in criminal trials don't testify, but that jury is going to be told over and over that that is his right, and you can't assume anything from that.
He was kind of like not really a whole lot responsive to anything. I would see him, talk to his attorney or talk to his family.
The defense, their take was, there's no evidence here.
The defense team argues Glenn is the victim. First, he and his wife are attacked. Second, he's unfairly targeted by the police for a crime he didn't commit.
Glenn Wolsifer was asleep with his wife. An intruder enters the house, kills his wife, and here they're asking you to convict him of homicide. He's fortunate he wasn't a victim of homicide. There really wasn't much concrete physical evidence. It was almost completely a circumstantial evidence case.
Glenn is confident there's no direct evidence to prove he murdered Betty.
But any prosecutor worth their salt will tell you that a strong circumstantial evidence case is as powerful, if not more powerful, than some cases involving direct evidence.
By pointing out that Glenn has a motive and that the crime scene was staged, prosecutors hope to convince the jury that no one else could possibly have carried out the crime.
She had marks around her neck, which were pre-mortem, which was before she died, and there were marks on her neck like after she died, like if someone just kept going, didn't stop.
It again points to the prosecution's argument. No one but Glenn could have murdered Betty.
Anyone involved in prosecution of homicides over a number of years will tell you that a strangulation, death, indicates normally, not in all cases, but normally, that the person who did it was close to the person that's dead. There's usually a relationship there. It's indicative of that. Not in all cases, though, but that certainly was another factor. And we did have experts say that same thing, that manual strangulation is usually the type of death suffered by someone who was close to that other person.
Special Prosecutor Anthony Sarcione details the state's case against Glenn Wolsifer. In the early hours of August 30th, 1986, his wife Betty had decided enough was enough.
His gallivanting has to stop. I'm not going to let him step on me anymore. She said that.
She waited up for him.
Where were you?
She was going to confront him.
I have something to say to you.
Why? You always have something to say.
She started questioning him.
That is what you
lying.
do.
No, you're
lying about what?
I found a shirt with...
He was going to be exposed, and he did not want that to happen. Not at all, because that would have crushed his squeaky clean image, and that sparked the rage in him, and enough for him to turn violent.
Glenn and Betty get into a fight.
kicks at the door. He starts to strangle her.
Not only did he manually strangle his wife, but also used a ligature around her neck to ensure that she'd be dead.
After choking his wife to death, he carefully fakes the supposed home invasion. He puts up the ladder. He smashes the bedroom window. He stages the aftermath of a life-and-death struggle with the masked intruder. He bangs his head against the wall to pretend he's been injured by his attacker. It's now down to the jury to decide who's telling the truth.
When the jury came back with the verdict, the courtroom was icy cold and just as still could be, very quiet. They asked the jury, first-degree murder, how did you find? And they said, not guilty.
It just didn't make sense. It just didn't add up to me.
I sat there in shock because I thought for sure they would get him on first-degree murder. And I thought, I don't know if he's, he could walk.
It looks like Glenn Wolsifer will get off scot-free.
But then they got to third-degree murder, and they found him guilty.
The jury decides Glenn had no prior intent to kill Betty. It was a crime committed in the heat of the moment.
I couldn't help but feel bad for his mother, because that was her son. But then I couldn't help but feel bad for Betty's family because they had lost her, and that was their daughter.
I knew eventually it was going to happen, and I felt it was going to happen, but I was somewhat taken aback when I got the news.
It was hard. It was hard going through each day. You get through them, but it's there every day, every night.
Glenn Wolsifer is sentenced to 8 to 20 years in prison for the murder of his wife, Betty.
I think it restored a sense of justice to the community at large in Wilkes-Barre, because a lot of people had lost faith in the justice system because of him walking free for so many years after the homicide. His philandering and murdering his wife impacted so many people. If he would have just owned up to it initially, it would have saved his brother's life.
Murder's always a tragedy. There's no winners in murder.
Looking at the family, they had closure. And I think that's what they needed to know. They needed to know that he did it, that Glenn is the one who killed her.
Glenn served 13 years for his crime. He was released in 2005 after finally admitting his guilt. He's now living back in his hometown of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Zach, you can do anything. I mean, you're gorgeous, you're smart, everybody loved him.
Eddie was kind and creative and funny. They fell in love during Hurricane Katrina.
She loved Zach, but he was very jealous. He told her, if I can't have you, nobody else will.
He had to be insane.
That's graveyard love.
I was getting ready to go get something to eat. A broadcast came across the radio, suicide call. The coroner's office investigator started to try to identify him by means of going through his pockets. We come across a clear plastic Ziploc baggie with a white folded up piece of paper and some military dog tags. The dog tags had his name was Zach Bowen. The folded up piece of loose leaf paper had "for police only" written on it. I started reading the note. I had to take my life for the life I took. It said how he had taken the life of his girlfriend, and he gave the address. Went directly to the address. When you see something like that, it gives you a really uneasy feeling. It's definitely one of the most disturbing scenes I've been on, if not the most disturbing.
It was horrible. It was unreal. I mean, you wouldn't believe a person would do something like that to another human being.
It still doesn't make any sense to me. How a person can go from being this jovial, wonderful person that everyone loves to this, what they called him here was the Butcher of New Orleans.
It's the summer of 1995. Teenager Zach Bowen takes off with his dad on a road trip across America.
He had this knockout personality, he was charming, he was extremely funny, very sure of himself.
They end up in New Orleans. His dad moves on, but Zach stays. Handsome and charismatic, he soon lands a job in a bar. That's where he meets Lana, a dancer from Texas.
He was gregarious and funny and happy-go-lucky and easygoing and fun. The relationship developed very quickly. We quickly had feelings for each other. I suddenly found myself pregnant.
Zach, meanwhile, has conveniently neglected to tell Lana how old he is.
I found out he was 17. I was 27 at the time. So I broke up with him. I was gonna have the child. He could be in the child's life or he didn't have to. I wasn't gonna chase him down for anything because I felt that I couldn't force a child upon him that he possibly was not ready for. But he wanted us to be a family, and he asked me to marry him.
And I thought, oh my God, Zach, you're 19 years old and she's 28. And I cried and cried and cried.
And I accepted. We were very happy, very much in love. You could see the love in our eyes. We loved each other.
I thought, oh God, this isn't what I wanted for Zach. And I knew that's not what he wanted to do. That was never Zach's plan. He wanted to be an English teacher.
A second child comes along, another mouth to feed. Zach needs money and a job, fast. He joins the army and gets shipped off to Iraq. Military life is tough on Zach.
The environment is hostile. They all want to kill you. And when you see the death of someone that you eat, sleep, shower, everything, you go through a whirlpool of emotions that are at times impossible to control. I know it upset Zach.
Zach came back damaged. Something was wrong. He was just different. like emotionless. There were no feelings there about anything, and he wouldn't talk to me about it. We split up because he wasn't the man that I married. He wasn't the man I fell in love with.
It was a long time before I really knew that they were split up. I think he felt so bad about it, he didn't want to tell me.
I believe Zach internally, he took anything that didn't work out in his life as a total personal failure.
Now 27 and separated from Lana, Zach reinvents himself as the carefree, no-strings-attached guy he was when he first came to New Orleans.
Zach has been back in New Orleans maybe 6 months, and he gets a graveyard shift in a bar in the French Quarter. He was doing things like magic tricks for customers. Women loved him. And he was just, you know, a magnetic person.
You can do anything, you know, my gosh. I mean, you're gorgeous, you're smart, everybody loved him.
But Zach has his eye on one special person. Addie Hall works the shift after Zach.
Addie is very different from Zach, I think, in like just about every way. With him in the military and her just sort of this free-spirited, hippie, traveler kind of person. She's so dancer, she's so painter, she writes in poetry. She felt that he was too much of a people pleaser.
Zach would do the bar tricks and the bar jokes. And Addie just thought they were cheesy.
Like Zach, Addie has come to the Big Easy to start a new life.
Addie was kind and creative and funny and engaging. She was extraordinarily intelligent and literate. She was also a seamstress costume maker. She had won awards as a dance instructor.
Zach is captivated from the get-go.
Zach saw in her this sort of bohemian character who he believed was like the French Quarter ideal, and immediately started pursuing her. She's not interested in him really at all. She's looking at this guy, you know, ex-military guy, and just thinking, this is not her type of person.
In his mind, he was like, I'm gonna win her over. I can do this. I'm charming. I'm good looking. I got this. So he just kept being nice to her and smiling. And then there was an evening where he stayed after her shift.
You don't need to do that, I got it.
And they had some shots of Jägermeister. And after that, I believe it became something more.
I don't know how many.
She gave her friends the sense that they were very close, that they were sharing a lot, and that she was hearing some very profound moments of his life.
Zach told me that he had met the love of his life, his soulmate. I could tell he was just smitten with her.
I hadn't seen Addie for about 3 weeks, and I heard her yell out, "Caps!"
What's up?
And I stopped, and I saw her with this big, huge grin on her face. That's when I met Zach. I met him a week before Katrina. She was happy, like really, really happy.
There is another side to Zach that Addie knows nothing about.
Zach has this whole other life. Zach's friends had no idea he was married or that he has children.
As Zach and Addie's relationship grows, a massive hurricane is brewing out in the Gulf. And it's headed straight for New Orleans. The monster storm will change everyone's lives. As Hurricane Katrina gathers strength out in the Gulf, a different kind of storm is threatening Zach and Addie.
Addie was unhappy when she found out about Zach's life and children. But she decides to stay with him because she absolutely loved him.
Although Zach and ex-wife Lana are separated, with the massive hurricane on its way, she wants him home.
All the businesses had closed, and everyone who was going to get out had done so. But I had no vehicle. I had 2 very young children, and I didn't know what to do. I was scared to death. So I called Zach, and I said, this hurricane, it looks like a monster. I don't know what to do. I have the kids. I'm worried. He said that he had chosen to stay with Addie during the hurricane.
Stay with Addie?
I didn't understand why he wouldn't want to be there during the hurricane with his children.
Addie was just falling apart. She just got hysterical over the storm coming in and was very afraid and did not want Zach to go back to Lana. So when the hurricane hit, he wanted to stay with Addie, and Lana was livid.
Zach and Addie hunkered down in Addie's apartment in the French Quarter. They refused to heed a mandatory evacuation order. They felt like, we're tough, we can ride this out.
I was listening to the television about what was coming towards New Orleans. I had a very deep, sinking feeling. I don't think I'd ever experienced that sense of mortality.
When Katrina makes landfall, New Orleans is battered with terrifying force.
The first gust of wind over 150 miles went past the house. It is almost indescribable, the sound of that wind. The closest thing I can put to it would be a freight train rushing past with a choir of screams, unimaginably loud and unimaginably powerful and frightening. If that wind comes in the house and takes your roof off, that's when you die.
In the aftermath, the Big Easy lies in ruins. 80% of the city is underwater. 200,000 houses are destroyed. 1,800 people are dead. And Zach and Addie have gone off the radar.
It was awful. It was so dead quiet everywhere. You could hear like random screams or random gunshots. It was like the apocalypse or something.
I was really worried. I did not hear from Zach. What's happened to him? Is he lying underneath 6 feet of water? Is he dead? You don't know.
My phone calls were going unanswered, and I couldn't get in touch with him. I was terrified that my children had lost their father.
Miraculously, Zach and Addie have survived unscathed. Holed up in their French Quarter apartment, surrounded by devastation, their love grows stronger.
They had that space to just be with each other and create their relationship to be perfect for each other.
After the storm, it's love. It's just them. Helping other folks in the French Quarter clean up downed trees, or cooking on the street, throwing these little parties in the streets.
They became a very, very tight-knit group of survivors. The sense of huddling around the light and warmth while everything else out there is in complete darkness. It created a sense of family.
Zach is so caught up in his romantic adventure, he forgets he has a family worrying about him.
It was a very, very, very exciting time for Zach and Addie. No authority figures, no bills, just them. Falling in love amidst the ruins of New Orleans, having sex in the middle of the street.
I searched for Zach for weeks. I was terrified that he must be dead because there's no other reason I could think of that he wouldn't contact me to see how the children were.
You didn't have a cell phone I could borrow?
Finally, a TV crew came in and Zach got to use their cell phone.
Hey, Mom.
It was thrilling when I heard his voice. My mom was there too, and we both cried for joy. We did. He said he was fine. He was having a good time. He says, "It's really cool, Mom. They've taken pictures of us." They were like the wow socialites of the French Quarter. They were very popular because they went out of their way to make sure everybody was okay and help everybody along. So it gave me a good, warm, fuzzy feeling.
In New Orleans, they were seen as like plucky couple in the French Quarter. And they stayed and thrived in the wake of Katrina. And I think people are kind of heartened by that here.
They had a blast. They enjoyed their notoriety, their fame, their pictures in the New York Times.
There was no communication at that point. We had no idea if he was okay or not. It was horrible. This is a man I loved. My phone calls were still going unanswered. So I went onto the Red Cross website, put his name in. The pictures I saw, he was barbecuing and having some drinks. Everybody else was trying to rebuild the city and hoping it would get back. They were hoping it would stay the same.
Zach and Addie fell in love during that time of chaos, when they could create a world which had only room for the two of them. When normality returned to the city, it started to encroach upon the life that they created together.
I think the electricity came on, and they probably went, "Oh, crap. Here it comes. Here comes life back at us again."
contacted me a month after Katrina. Of course I was angry. I'm barely making it. My job was not paying the bills. And I'm gonna need some help.
We need to talk.
We agreed to meet at a bar in the French Quarter. He said he was sorry and he had made some mistakes. We decided that he would have the kids every other weekend.
Addie is jealous that Zach's ex-wife is calling the shots.
When real life started happening, that's when everything started to fall apart.
Zach and Addie's desperation to escape normal life will end up destroying them. Normality returns to New Orleans after the hurricane. The party is over for Zach and Addie.
They're very resentful that the time that they had just had, which is no work, the time of them being the center of attention, was really and truly over.
Broke, Zach and Addie go back to work. Zach in a grocery store, Addie in a bar.
She's a real good bartender. She knew how to bring customers in because she was a pretty lady. She was a pretty young lady. And she can fix drinks well. She was like a daughter. That's what I used to call her, my daughter, and she used to call me her mama.
Once things started to normalize in this city, that's when the fight started. That's when things got crazy. They were holding on to something, to being those outlaws and living on the edge of society, but society came back. That's when the drugs started.
Before Katrina, Zach and Addie had been casual drug users. Right after Katrina, they were drinking a lot, and they got into the drugs. They were looking for the high that they had, and they weren't gonna get it.
Last night.
The drinking and the drugs led to the degradation of their relationship. When they started having problems, they would use more and drink more.
Zach's spiraling out of control. His demons are coming back to haunt him.
Zach's military experiences, he never got over. One of his best friends, a bomb went off in the car and killed her. Made friends with an Iraqi boy. The insurgents found out about it and massacred the whole family. Zach just never got over that. He never got over it.
I think he was extremely depressed. I absolutely think Zach had PTSD.
But he never let any of us know anything was wrong. Like I said, he always smiled.
The alcohol and drugs unleash a storm of emotions in Zach. He becomes insanely jealous of Addie.
Addie was a party girl. She loved to dance. She would get on the bar and she would dance. And she would entertain a customer. Customers loved Addie. Zach would go off the deep end on Addie, thinking a customer is looking at her, flirting with her or something. She loved Zach. But he was very jealous. And I used to tell him, This is a business. You know, she has to make tips and she has to make customers happy. That was her living.
Zach doesn't see it that way. The drink and drugs only make him more angry.
Maybe to get back at Addie, Zach started to sneak out on her, going for little one-night stands and stuff.
Addie said that she was gonna leave him. She was tired of him being jealous.
One night, they're playing these drinking games. And they get into kind of an epic fight.
It's the first time Zach hits her. It won't be the last.
The next morning, Zach tells friends, I'm done with New Orleans. I'm done with Addie. Zach purchased an Amtrak ticket to Washington State, thousands of miles away.
The next morning, Addie finds a note. Zach has left town. For good.
One baby girl. The next day after, I asked her, I said, where the bruises come from then? She said, from Zach, he hit me. She told me they had been fighting. When they drank too much, they would fight.
Let me see. When that first major breakup, they were that pain of distance and not having that other part of you. It's pretty awful.
He's phoning up friends back here. He's saying, you know, I think I'm wrong. I'm not finished with New Orleans.
I don't think I'm done with Addie either.
Look, there's someone here I think you need to talk to, okay? Hold on 1 second.
They were constantly on the phone together. It was necessary for them to be back together.
After a couple of weeks apart, Zach returns to New Orleans and Addie. A fatal mistake.
After the 2 days of them being together again, they start using the same amounts of drugs, drinks as before.
The drinking and drugging obviously makes the fights worse and worse. They started losing friends.
Him and Addie were breaking up all the time. It wasn't just argument, it was saying horrible things to each other and doing nasty stuff to each other.
One day, she locked him out of the house and he was banging on the door, yelling, let me in, let me in.
Open up, quick, quick.
A neighbor called the cops and the cops took him to jail. At one point, it was almost as if they were breaking up, getting back together every 24 hours.
He told her, if I can't have you, nobody else will. That's nothing but graveyard love. And that's what he told her.
It's a dangerous obsession. They can't be together, and they can't be apart. Now Zach's cheating takes an unexpected turn.
Zach had described himself as bisexual. And now he actually has a relationship with a man.
Addie feels insulted. She cannot accept Zach's bisexuality.
Addie was homophobic. So Zach's infidelity and possible homosexuality. She didn't like that.
Zach's gay affair is the ultimate betrayal. Addie wants revenge. And an opportunity soon comes her way. Zach and Addie are in freefall. She won't forgive his infidelity and wants out of the relationship.
Addie has a dispute with the landlord, so she and Zach find their new apartment. Zach was actually doing well financially at that point. He was working nonstop, delivering groceries, getting big tips. So he supplied the deposit for the small studio apartment for rent above a voodoo shop. Addie talks to the landlord and says, I want to drop a lease. But she asked for it to be drawn up in her name. Zach then finds out about it. Zach calls the landlord and says, I'm screwed. Addie's kicking me out.
She put herself in the lease so she could boot me out of the apartment. Addie was throwing things out the door and cussing and making a scene and yelling things that are humiliating to Zach. She had yelled out that he was having sex with other men and that he was gay. Anything and everything that she could that would be insulting, hurtful. He just wanted her to shut up.
Shut up!
Just drop it. Stop.
Seriously, shut up! No, shut up! You're a piece of crap! Shut up! What are you gonna choke me? Shut up!
After Zach strangles Addie, he's horrified at what he's done. I think there was some contemplation about, do I run? What do I do?
Instead, he stays put. In a macabre twist, Zach opens Addie's journal and starts to write.
It begins as a kind of clear, blow-by-blow account of what happened. We fought over the apartment. She tried to kick me out. We argued. She wouldn't shut up. I strangled her. I killed her. He then writes in his note that he violated the corpse. And there is this odd account of necrophilia that is just inexplicably strange. It was a combination of rage and lust. He even wrote, I still love her, despite how angry he was at her. He's doing a lot of cocaine at the time.
I had been calling Addie. No, Addie. It was strange for her not to call me back. I haven't seen Addie in some days, and she haven't answered the phone.
In the New Orleans heat, Addie's body begins to decompose. Even in his drug haze, Zach knows he needs to do something, and fast.
So he set the temperature in the apartment to like very, very cold. And then he put the corpse in a bathtub. He writes in the journal, you know, the question was now how to dispose of the corpse. Zach then calls a number of friends.
No, man, no, Addie skipped him.
She went back to North Carolina. She's done. I'm gonna take a vacation.
Zach did not turn up for work for about 2 or 3 days, and he was unreachable. The third day when I saw him, he looked awful, unshaven, like he'd been on a serious bender.
What do you mean? Where'd she go?
And he said, she left me again, and she went off to North Carolina. And my first thought was, oh, she's dead. And then I dismissed that. I thought it's possible. It was in Addie's nature to just drop everything.
With Addie's corpse decomposing in the apartment, Zach spends the next 2 weeks in a frenzy of sex, drugs, and alcoholic excess.
Hello? Zach called me late at night and says he wants to party with me. I thought he was drunk.
You're out of your mind. Where's Addie?
And he said, she drove me crazy and I drove her out of town. I said, what does that mean? He said, she's back home. I said, okay, well, still not coming out. That was the last time I heard from him. And I think he was saying goodbye to me when he called. Maybe he was gonna tell me what he did. I don't know. I don't know.
I did not hear from Zach for weeks. I'm just, what's happened to him? And Lana, she didn't know what was going on.
There was some strong kind of psychosis happening. Zach made a number of burns on his body. He made 1 burn for every year of his life, which was 28 burns in all.
He disappeared. He wasn't answering calls, didn't come to work. And I was extraordinarily worried about him. So I called and I left him a message. And an hour later, he called me back and said, tonight we're going out. It's on me. He got a very big bag of cocaine, and then we went to the strip club, and he seemed fine, back to his jovial persona. Bought me lap dances and drinks.
In Addie's diary, Zach charts his descent into madness.
He writes messages on the wall in spray paint. He chronicled his list of failures: friends, jobs, military, marriage, and love. And he believes he had failed at all of those things.
"12 days after killing Addie, Zach heads to a rooftop bar in the French Quarter. He orders a couple of drinks.
Zach is taking his drink and wandering back and forth on the rooftop bar. The bartender's concerned that he's not going to settle the tab. And then disappears completely.
It's unusual for somebody to jump to their death off of a roof of a building. When people commit suicide, that's not a normal method. So we thought maybe there might be something more to it.
Zach's note confirms their suspicion.
Started reading the note. It said I had to take my life for the life I took. There's obviously another murder scene that we have to get down to the bottom of what's going on.
The note leads Detective Marovic to the apartment above the Voodoo Temple where Addie died. What he finds inside is worse than anything he could have imagined. A note in Zach's pocket leads Detective Marovic to the apartment where Zach killed Addie.
Spray paint on the walls said, "I'm such a loser. Please help me stop the pain. Please call my wife."
I got a phone call asking if this was Lana Bowen.
Yes?
He said, "This is the coroner. Zach is dead, and he killed Addie." And I just didn't understand. I kept thinking there was a car accident.
In the kitchen with an arrow spray painted down to the oven, it said, "Look." I have no idea what I'm about to see, but it's definitely going to be gruesome.
My friend was on the phone. She said it's been on TV all morning, probably half the night. They're saying he did really horrible stuff. So what kind of stuff? She said she wasn't gonna tell me any more right now, but not to turn on the TV.
Opening the lid up on the first pot, there was a human head. The skin and the hair actually was peeling back from the skull. It had been cooked. I set down the lid real quick, and I kind of was thinking to myself, did I really just see that? In another pot, there was hands and feet. That also was cooked down. I opened the oven door, and there was a large disposable turkey pan. Both legs were in the pan, and it appeared to have been cooked. I was just in total shock. Those images were burned in my head. I really didn't want to actually go through looking anymore, but I mean, I had no choice. Inside the refrigerator was a large black garbage bag. It contained the torso of his victim.
I didn't know what to do. I called Lori, and of course was hysterical. And I said, "Zach's dead, and so is Addie, and I don't know what happened." She started crying and screaming.
I cried and cried and cried for 2 years. I think about him every day. I think about what I could have done as a mother to have prevented that. It doesn't make any sense. The story doesn't. You have this, great kid who everybody loves, and then this thing happens.
We discovered in a journal that he wrote that he was trying to figure out a way of disposing the body piece by piece. He decided to cook them down so that it wouldn't smell. It's definitely one of the most disturbing scenes I've been on, if not the most disturbing.
There is no evidence Zach ate any of Addie's remains. But the extraordinary horror of his crime rocks New Orleans and those who were closest to him.
He had to be insane. He had to be insane. That's something an insane person would do.
I think the losses that he suffered in Iraq were extraordinary for him. Whether it's losses of friends, loss of career, his marriage is done. And I think he was just, you know, extremely depressed, traumatized.
This couldn't describe the scene we saw and understand the amount of rage he had inside him to do that to a person that he claimed he loved.
It's a story of true love gone utterly wrong. A tragic love story.
I think that Zach bottled everything up inside about his failures. I think that drugs intensified that emotion, and I think that he started becoming a ticking time bomb. And with Addie, he finally met somebody who could strike that match and set off that bomb.
She'd met the man of her dreams, the knight in shining armor.
When I looked into his eyes, John wasn't there anymore, but the hate was.
And I'm thinking, okay, he knows I'm still alive, he's probably gonna kill me.
There was blood on the walls, there was blood on the phone, there was blood everywhere.
And he looks up at me and he said, "You're gonna die tonight."
Flight attendant Kate Jewell arrives home after another trip across America. Her job takes her around the world, and she's enjoying life to the fullest.
Some of the things you've heard are probably true about being a flight attendant. It was fun.
Oh, we went to all the different cities. We had a great time. Kate's lifestyle was fantastic.
San Diego, it was such a great place to live. Hanging out with friends, being at the beach. It was fun.
Kate back then was beautiful inside and out, as she still is today. Very, very intelligent, a very strong person, probably the strongest person I've ever known.
Kate's approaching 40. Never married, she's beginning to feel that life is passing her by.
I was in several long-term relationships, and I really wanted one that lasted. Someone who was mature enough to make a commitment. Being 38, looking at 40 coming up and thinking, okay, well, I want to stay healthy.
I would like to book an appointment with Dr. Brandon.
Kate makes an appointment with a nutritionist, Dr. John Brandon. He's highly recommended by her friends and colleagues.
Thanks.
I'd heard of Dr. Brandon, and I'd heard that he could help balance your health. You'd lose a few pounds. You just had more energy and felt better.
It's a decision that will change her life forever.
On October 17th, I walked into his office, and this charming-looking man, nicely dressed, gorgeous complexion. He had such an easy, caring, listening ability, and everything he said made sense. In order to start the program, you did a blood draw.
Kate is terrified by the sight of blood.
So the blood draw was quite a nerve-wracking scenario for me.
Breathe.
So I'm sitting at the desk, and he's looking in my eyes, and he was just kind of like, okay, we're going to do this. I want you to visualize. I want you to connect with me. And I did.
Wasn't so bad, was it?
No.
That's when it started. I started looking forward to the visits. We talked a lot, and he listened. And he was empathetic.
Kate was definitely drawn to him by his intelligence, and they were into the same things. They were into nutrition. They were into making the body better.
The visits got a little bit more personal. We seemed to have a lot in common.
The commonality was unbelievable. And then she was very attracted to him physically also.
What a wonderful neck you have.
And I knew he had a crush on me, and I knew I had a crush on him, and I knew he was married, end of story.
She knew he was married, and she did not want to get involved with a married man.
It was completely harmless. I could have a crush on him, so what? It was fun. You get those little flutters. But to my mind, that's all the farther it would ever go.
She fell in love with him. Kate fell in love with John.
When the program comes to an end, Kate figures the harmless flirtation has also run its course.
I was done with my 8-week program. And we're sitting at the desk, and I said, okay, I'm really happy with the results, so what do we do now? And then all of a sudden, this really talkative man just took a deep breath, and he just got really quiet. And I'm like, what the heck's wrong with him? Because I need to tell you something. And then he couldn't talk. And I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And he said,
Kate.
I think I'm falling in love with you. And I was kind of exhilarated. It was wonderful to hear. And I was totally scared, and tons of red warning lights were going off in my brain. And I think when I finally found my voice, I think the first thing I said was,
"But John, you're married."
And that's when he said, "But we're almost divorced." And then we started seeing each other.
She was over the moon. She'd met the man of her dreams. He was just the knight in shining armor. She wanted a relationship. She wanted a marriage. She wanted to settle down. I think she wanted a family.
I wanted to be in a committed relationship. I wanted to get married. I wanted to have that love for the rest of my life.
A year after meeting, John moves in with Kate.
It was a perfect match. She and John were a perfect match.
He was very attentive, like picking me up from the airport.
He was wonderful to her. We'd go on our trips, and to be met at the airport by the love of her life, with flowers and a ride home, it was just awesome.
This is really nice. I'm being wined, I'm being dined. It was great. He could be funny, he could be playful. One time for New Year's Eve, we stayed in and he went out and got balloons and decorated the whole place with streamers and silly party hats. So he could be really fun. He was really into pleasing me and making this work. It was all loving, it was all hearts and flowers.
As their relationship deepens, Kate discovers John has some unusual habits.
If I'm cooking something and I use a bowl, it sits there. If I need a spoon, it sits there until I'm all done, and then I clean it up. He would be there cleaning it up as I used them, and I'd turn around to go get something, and he'd already cleaned it up. I know that he's very sensitive in particular, but his behavior, it was weird.
That's better.
At night, before we went to bed, he would go over and check the lock 7 times. Drove me nuts. He'd turn the knob, try to open the door, turn the knob, try to open the door 7 times every night. Drove me nuts.
Kate's job takes her away for days at a time. John phones to keep in touch. But his controlling behavior sets off alarm bells.
Hello?
I got into the room and the phone would be ringing. John would call me incessantly.
I just got into the hotel, actually. Yeah, we just arrived.
We had to share rooms on layovers, so a lot of times we'd be sharing a room and I would hear it on the phone.
What are you doing tonight?
Oh, you know what? I'm kind of beat, actually. I think I'll probably just stay in.
So you're not going out tonight?
No.
Because you need your sleep.
I know. Don't worry. I'll get lots of sleep. I'll be thinking of you.
It was constant. She could never go out with us because he was calling her incessantly. He just called her every 10, 15 minutes.
All right, baby.
It was just a real downer. Call. So I pretty much stopped going out with the crew, which is a bummer. This one night, apparently the switchboard got it screwed up and they called some other room and a man answered. And oh my God.
Hello?
So another man picked up, right?
John? Why are you calling me so late?
Tell me his name. Who is the man?
What man? I'm sleeping.
Don't lie to me, whore. Who was it?
And I told him the only explanation was that they'd called the wrong room.
Don't you lie to me.
And he didn't believe me.
Who was it?
In his mind, something nefarious was going on.
No, you're lying. Where are you? Tell me where you are.
It was really baffling. He just went nuts.
Flight attendant Kate Jewell decides to fly home after a furious fight with her lover, John Brandon.
Somehow, he would not let it go.
She's upset and confused, but finds John apologetic and keen to make amends.
Sorry, it's not right, I know. It's just I hope you can forgive me.
So he said, I wouldn't have acted that way if I didn't love you so much.
But Kate quickly realizes there's a reason for John acting the way he does.
He would say he drank too much, and I would find a bottle hidden here and there. John had a huge issue with alcohol. He was an alcoholic.
He promises to give up the booze and turn over a new leaf. But Kate's job is bothering him.
Oh, his jealousy was unbelievable, especially when we would go on trips. And she was always having an affair with the pilot.
With some sort of jealous response to nothing. We know that San Francisco has a lot of gay people. This particular flight attendant was certainly one of them. As I walked off the airplane, John was in the terminal with flowers and saw me with a guy.
John?
Questioned me about it later. Well, so-and-so is gay. Well, he's probably bi. And I know you had an affair with him, I could just tell. I'd go out to lunch with a friend. He'd be fine. See you when you get back. I'd come back. Where have you been? What did you do? You couldn't have possibly done that for that long. You weren't having lunch for 2 hours. What did you really do? Who were you really with? Who did you meet?
Hello?
I think I tried everything under the sun to try and make him secure in my love for him. But there were no words, there were no gestures.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to make it.
The once fun-loving Kate is forced to distance herself from friends and colleagues.
And then our times that we used to be together and we used to talk and just be girlfriends just became less and less and less and less.
Okay, bye.
I could see Kate turning into a person which she wasn't. He just sucked the soul right out of her.
lot of times he would explain his erratic behavior by giving it some scientific basis. Low blood sugar was a big one. If he didn't get enough protein. If I made spaghetti for dinner, that was the wrong thing to do. Whatever the quote-unquote scientific reason for what happened to his behavior, it always boiled down into it's your fault in some way, and eventually I actually bought that.
It's the holiday season, and Kate's employer, American Airlines, is hosting a lavish Christmas party. Nothing can prepare her for what is about to happen.
And I'm thinking we're drinking non-alcoholic wine. I figured out later he'd bought a bottle of wine and put it in the non-alcoholic bottle. One of the captains, who was an old friend, comes over and he puts his hands on my shoulder and he bent over and he gave me a kiss on the cheek. And I felt John's energy change.
That was the first time I thought, wow, something's really not right here. Something's very wrong.
Later, as Kate prepares to go to work, John is steaming.
John was furious.
I saw him touching your breast.
The captain. Oh my God. He had his hands on my breast. I said, excuse me? They were on my shoulders.
You stewardesses are a horse!
And I was incredulous, like, how can you do this?
We had this conversation last night.
You're a whore!
He punched a hole in the wall right by my head.
Tell me! You have no idea what I'm capable of!
And that scared the heck out of me. It was insane. The next day, he started screaming at me again.
Why do you let him touch you?
For flirting with this guy and allowing him to touch me.
I saw him touching you!
John!
It was sexual. He was coming on to you sexually.
Don't act like a whore!
All those four-letter words, all those titles that women hate. I was all of them.
I saw him touching you!
There's something wrong with you!
I was in the kitchen putting stuff away, and he was in the living room still ranting.
You're sick!
I'm sick!
Yeah, you're
I'm sick! You think I'm sick?
Next thing I remember is I looked in his eyes and he was going to shoot me.
John? John?
I'm sick! Come here!
He went into the bedroom and locked the door. Then I took the dresser and shoved it in front of the door. And he fired 2 bullets through the door. I hid in the closet and prayed I'd live through the night.
Kate Jewell is barricaded in her bedroom. Her boyfriend, John Brandon, is threatening to kill her.
Spent the night in there. Because normally by the time morning came, he would have sobered up enough to be more rational. And when I came out in the morning, he was still angry. And he said he was gonna shoot Mittens, my kitty. So I grabbed Mittens and I ran down to the garage and I got in the car.
Kate flees and drives north, only stopping when she needs gas.
I left him and moved. I took my cat and went to San Francisco.
She rents an apartment and attempts to rebuild her life without John. But he is determined to never let Kate go.
He called to make sure I was okay. He called to tell me how much he missed me. And tell me how much he loved me. He said he gave up the booze, and he convinced me that he'd given his guns away. They were out of the house. It would never happen again.
Kate is the type of person that always wants to believe the best of someone. She wants to believe in the goodness of someone. She wanted to believe so much in John's goodness.
And I agreed to go back.
I think she forgave him because I think she loved him. I think she was very much in love with him.
I wanted to trust him. I wanted to believe in him. I wanted to believe in us. I wanted the fairy tale. I wanted to live happily ever after with a man I loved.
It's for you.
He would buy me dolphin jewelry because he knew I loved dolphins. And I had quite the collection of dolphin jewelry.
But Kate has also learned to be wary of John's darker side.
This hateful, hating, accusatory human being that was almost demonic.
You don't like him?
That person was pretty much always connected to the alcohol consumption.
You're such a special one.
In talking about it and trying to understand it, we created that part of him as Dirk, who basically was the alcoholic animal inside John. And when Dirk got out, he was hateful. He was horrid. He was horribly abusive, and he hated me a lot.
Kate and John resolve to put the past behind them. They want to make a fresh start. They pack up their possessions and head north. Driving through Oregon, they reach a small town on the Pacific.
When we went through Gold Beach the first time, we found a really wonderful house for sale by owner and went down and got a house. It was like a little cabin in the woods, and we could see the ocean, and we had 4 acres. Walked through this beautiful old-growth forest onto a beach with no footprints in the sand. And we took long walks and would sit on the cliff over the ocean, and it was wonderful, and I loved it.
The house is old, quiet, isolated. The only other 2 houses in the neighborhood are both several hundred yards away. John promises to make up for all the harm he's done. He wants things to go back to the way they were when they first met.
John often used the words "connect with me," I think, to bring both of us back to how we first connected when he drew my blood. He said, we have this connection that nobody understands. It was wonderful to hear and kind of healing, and it was very romantic. I thought that love would conquer all. It was Christmas, warm, fuzzy, loving feelings, and he proposed. I mean, he's serious now. He's asked me to marry him. Maybe I can make this work. And yes, I'd always wanted to get married, and the John I fell in love with would be wonderful, and I loved him.
Kate has learned from bitter experience that she needs to listen to her head, not only her heart.
I was very aware that I was living with a couple of personalities, and while I wanted to believe in the good part of him, eventually I looked at him and just said, I'll marry you when you become the John I fell in love with. But not the way you've been.
Kate's prepared to give John a chance, and John seems to accept his rejection. Things go smoothly. Until one Memorial Day weekend.
We'd been working in the yard all day. But John was in his own world.
I'm gonna go clear the path.
There was a path that we had to clear to get down to the beach.
Kate leaves John alone for several hours.
And about 8:30 that night, I came up, finished from that, all sweaty, and I saw he made a little bonfire in the backyard. And I noticed there was a very large bottle of wine open on the patio table, and over half of it was gone.
I'm gonna go have a shower, okay?
So John said, "Come here." And he looks up at me and he said, "You're gonna die tonight." And I looked in his eyes and I knew he meant it.
On an isolated property in Gold Beach, Oregon, a drunk John Brandon has threatened to kill his girlfriend, Kate Jewell.
So I shook my hands free of him and I started to run. He got out and he tackled me. He started punching me in the face. So I thought I'd better stop struggling while I still had a brain.
You're coming with me.
He wanted to go in the house, so I let him. And he grabbed a kitchen knife. And we went upstairs. When I looked into his eyes, John wasn't there anymore. But the hate was. I just kept trying to find some way to talk to him and look at him and find the John that I'd known before and see if he was anywhere in there. But it's like he was gone. And he held me down.
For over 2 hours, Kate is brutally raped by John.
John tied me up, but luckily he used elastic. While he went to the bathroom, with the door open, I realized I could get my hands free. And I didn't think I could slip by without him seeing me, but I had to go by the opening to the bathroom to get out the door. And I heard, it must have been God say, "Go." And I went. I tiptoed across the room. Somehow I got the sliding door open and across the creaky deck.
Kate races through the darkness, naked and vulnerable, not knowing if John is right behind her.
Somehow I got to the neighbor's house. By this time it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I started screaming for them. And the neighbors woke up and we called 911 and hid in the hall.
Kate hides in her neighbor's house, terrified John will come and get her.
I remember thinking he could be lurking anywhere. But I had to concentrate on the fact that I was alive and the police would be with us and that I would be safe.
The perpetrator took her car and fled right as officers were at her residence. They didn't know which way he went, and they lost him. I put out an arrest warrant for Mr. Brandon, major felony crimes such as rape, 1 assault, and attempted murder.
Police discover Kate's car abandoned in a nearby parking lot. But John is nowhere to be found. A potential killer is on the loose.
It was like he fell off the face of the earth. He just disappeared.
Kate had a lucky escape, but she knows John may come back to finish the job. Three months later, the police are no closer to finding him.
There was this constant, he could be lurking anywhere. I was always just scanning, constantly scanning, looking behind me, looking around corners, checking everybody.
Detective Dave Gardner calls on Kate at regular intervals to check if she's okay.
At times, she would break down. She would hear a car crackling on the gravel near her house, and she would go into kind of a state of being panicked, even though that she was right there with me.
Life for Kate was just pure hell. She never knew if he was going to be around the corner, if he was going to turn up and finish the job. She was broken physically. She was broken mentally. She was half the person she was.
I got a letter at the end of August, a 9-page letter, telling me how terrible his life was and how sorry he was.
Dear Kate, I can feel you so strongly this morning, as I can so many mornings. I can feel you sending me messages, so you can go inside your heart and know I'm alive and okay. It's hard for me not to just find a phone and call you. So we will have to trust our way of communicating via the universe.
I was scared. The police in Gold Beach said, you can't stay here. So I started making plans to move.
Kate finds refuge close to the Canadian border in upstate Washington.
And I moved to Orcas Island because when I checked out Orcas Island, I talked to the sheriffs here and they said nobody had ever been murdered on the island. And changed my name. I did pretty much everything I could to hide out.
8 years pass by. It's now early 2007. Although the police and FBI comb the country, John goes off the radar. But Kate knows better than anyone he has to be found. Before he strikes again.
Because my last night with him was so violent and I escaped so narrowly, I knew that the next woman wouldn't, and I knew that that rage inside of him would probably only escalate.
She wanted him caught because she didn't want him to kill someone. She didn't, the next woman that came along, she knew he would kill her.
I really wanted to do everything I possibly could to make sure that no woman went where I'd been. And so I began working with the police because I wanted him found.
Kate came back to Curry County on a couple of visits. She showed me a picture of him at one point standing in their kitchen, and in that picture he's wearing a cowboy hat. He's also wearing a short revolver. He was really pretty much out there, but I did consider him very dangerous because of the nature of what he planned to do with Kate. During that assault, he told her that he was going to cut her up, kill her, cut her up, and dispose of her body over the cliff behind their house.
He promised that after he killed me, he was going to go down and kill my girlfriend and her daughter in El Granada, and then over to Florida to my sisters, and had this quite long list of people he was going to kill.
What Kate and the police don't know is that John is only 100 miles away. He's living a new life with a new name. John Brandon is now John Williams. And he has a new victim in his sights, Turi Lee Bentley.
Turi was in the process of divorcing her husband, and she met John. They struck up initially a friendship, which became romantic.
She introduced me to John. You know, he was quiet, reserved. He seemed very brilliant.
Turi is passionate about healthcare and nutrition. She wants to use the money from her divorce to start up a business, and John seems the ideal partner for her new venture.
It kind of would make sense that John and Turi would be a good fit.
They seemed like a very perfect couple. They seemed to be in love.
It isn't long before John reveals his true colors.
I felt that there were multiple sides to John. One part would be very caring, very charming, very considerate. Another part would be antisocial person who basically hated everybody. Both Turi and I wanted to basically ignore all the bad stuff.
Kate is still haunted by the memory of John. She has a terrifying premonition.
I had the most horrible nightmare. I just felt this horrible sense of anger. And it felt like John was right outside my bedroom door. John had a knife. And all of a sudden I realized I couldn't run because I was paralyzed.
Kate has always kept in touch with Detective David Gardner. And he hasn't forgotten John Brandon either.
I never gave up on locating him. I was tasked with picking out the 10 most wanted people in Curry County. And so I put out John Brandon's photograph and his charges in the local newspaper.
Several days later, Turi discovers her boyfriend is a wanted man.
It was 11:30 and I was getting ready to go to bed, and I get a phone call, and it was Turi. She asked me if I could walk down to, their house. She said, "Can you just come down here as quick as you can?" And she goes, "Oh, I've got to hang up here. I think he's listening."
Randall races over to Turi's house and lets himself in. Turi's confronted John over the newspaper article.
When I got there, there was a bottle of wine there, and I thought that was really odd because Turi does not allow any kind of booze in the house. John was sitting in the kitchen, and I figured out that Turi locked herself in the bedroom. John told me that he and Turi got into an argument. Turi said something that he didn't like and found that very disrespectful. I was sitting down, John was sitting across from me, so Turi came and stood near to me. And so this is the story that he told Turi. He said that his last girlfriend, Kate Jewell, had slandered him and made lies to the police, and that they were going to come arrest him. He said, well, you know, airline stewardesses, right? You know, they're all sluts. Now he's starting to get more agitated. He left the kitchen and came back with his pistol. He immediately pointed the gun at Turi. His pupils were just black, black, black.
In upstate Washington, John Brandon snaps and pulls a gun on his girlfriend, Turi Lee Bentley.
And he orders her to her knees. And I don't even know what to make of this. And, you know, all happening very quickly. And he shoots her twice. So I lean over to try to check her vitals, and there wasn't any. And I don't know what to do. And then he shot me in the face. You'd figure a gunshot at close range with a .357 Magnum bullet will, you know, kind of blow out the back of your head, but it didn't. My head caromed back, and I can tell you that being shot in the face does not hurt. It feels like someone taking the heel of their hand and popping you really firmly on your forehead, but it doesn't hurt. You know, now I can't see. I can't open my jaws, and my mouth is full of, it felt like bone chips and a lot of blood. I'm on the ground, and I'm thinking to myself, what the hell now?
Turi is dead, his life hanging by a thread. Randall's certain John's about to finish him off too.
He leaves the kitchen as I'm on the ground, waiting, contemplating for something to happen. And then I hear him come back. And I'm thinking, okay, he knows I'm still alive. He's probably gonna kill me. And then I hear a single shot. And, you know, I hear him hit the ground. And I hear 11 very labored breaths. And then it stopped. My brain still worked and didn't know what to do. I knew they had a house phone on top of their kitchen counter, so I found my way there and pressed the wrong buttons, could not get an outside line. I don't know if I slept, I probably did. And I heard birds chirping, I go, oh, okay, I think it's morning.
Blinded by the gunshot and weakened from the loss of blood, Randall seeks help.
I find my way outside, and I heard a door open, and I called for help. And this guy goes, oh, okay, I'm gonna go call an ambulance. The part that made me chuckle a little bit was I heard him go back into his house, close the door, and I heard him lock it. And I for some reason, I thought that was really funny.
He was very stressed out, according to the neighbor. He was screaming, help me, help me. And there was quite a bit of blood on Randall and around the comforter that he had over him. And it was apparent that he had sustained a really bad gunshot wound to the head. And the bullet had exited through his temple and at that point taken out his eye.
His eye was obviously destroyed, but it was still hanging out of the socket. I mean, it was a pretty gruesome scene. I mean, you could tell that he had been shot in the eye. There was basically a huge hole there. He had lost an incredible amount of blood. We didn't know what the situation was inside there. We found John, obviously deceased. He had a gunshot wound to his head. There was a large pool of blood. And as you looked in the kitchen, you could see Turi. There was blood on the kitchen counter. There was blood on the walls. There was blood on the phone. There was blood everywhere.
But when police try to find information on the man they believe to be John Williams, there's no trace of him.
We used the full name and date of birth that we had, but nothing was coming back. You know, we couldn't find a driver's license status in the United States. We couldn't find, you know, any kind of record on this guy or any kind of history. And so it just didn't add up, because almost everybody you run through records is going to have some kind of record. Whether, even if they haven't had a driver's license, there's going to be something to show that they exist. And we couldn't find anything on this guy.
The cops are baffled until they search John in Turi's home.
We were going through the attic, and a backpack was found that had a small lock on it. And it was full of a lot of fake IDs with John's picture on them and different names. But then we found his actual ID, which told us who he really was.
The identification leads police to Kate.
Detective Gardner called me, and he said, "John's dead," and I said, "I know." I don't know why, I just knew he was dead. I felt like he'd passed. His anger had passed through me or by me while on his way to hell.
When I found out John had shot himself, I didn't feel bad at all. I felt bad for that wonderful man that he blinded, and he shot a wonderful woman that he had been dating for a couple years. I felt horrible for them, but not for John.
Kate Jewell, she was distraught over the fact that there were other victims out there.
I was heartbroken. And for the longest time, I kept trying to go through my mind what I could have done more to find him before he killed somebody else. And to find out that Turi had kids. And she was gone, only for loving the wrong man. I don't think I've ever felt worse about anything.
Turi was buried in Gig Harbor in April 2007. Randall will be blind for the rest of his life. Kate has never married and still lives on Orcas Island, Washington. To help heal the wounds of the past, she has written a letter to the woman she never met and couldn't save.
It wasn't your job or mine to fix him, although I know we both tried our best to do so. We both sought to love and be loved, and thought at the outset we'd found the perfect mate. We both were dead, or almost dead, wrong. I am sorry from the bottom of my soul that I could not help that you were killed, and I can only hope and believe that you're at peace in a better place. I ask now for your forgiveness. Sincerely, Kate.
said, we've been unable to locate my daughter and son-in-law and the baby.
To see any human dead is bad enough, but to see a baby, it is something I'll never forget. Where is the husband?
He was living a double life.
Barely legal porn. Make $1 million. Yeah, I mean, they were all there.
This was something more here than just a random murder. Could it be the father? Could it be the grandfather?
Rachel could have killed herself.
I wasn't 100% sure that he was guilty.
Hopkinton, Massachusetts, an icy winter's evening. Joanna Gately waits anxiously for the police outside the house of her friends, Rachel and Neil Entwistle.
She had been invited there for dinner, but it appeared no one was home. No one was answering the door anyhow.
You got your call. You think your neighbors?
Joanna Gately was Rachel's best friend. She knew that Rachel was expecting her. It wasn't like her to be irresponsible.
Hello? Anybody home?
Her main concern was that it's very unlike Rachel to have missed that dinner engagement and to have forgotten.
Rachel and Neil have a 9-month-old baby. Where could they have gone?
Joanna had talked to Rachel's mom, and Rachel's mom hadn't heard from her either, and that was even more unusual.
Rachel's parents, Joe and Priscilla Matarazzo, are certain something's happened to their daughter.
Rachel and her mother were unbelievably close. It was the first time, and as long as Priscilla could remember, that she didn't talk to her daughter all day. And she had tried to call repeatedly and got no answer.
The lights were on inside. You could hear the dog barking. So it appeared either someone might be in there or someone may have just left. My initial feeling was that they had forgotten about the dinner engagement.
You know, they have a baby. They might have went to the hospital or something.
Maybe the baby is ill and they have to go to the hospital. Or in a worst case scenario, it's the winter time during heating season. There might be a carbon monoxide problem in the house.
Sergeant Sutton decides to break in to check no one needs help.
Let me just try this, all right?
I was able to open the lock on the front door with the credit card.
Hello? Anybody here?
I called out a few times. It appeared no one was home. Many people keep their dogs in a crate when they're not home. He seemed well cared for, and it didn't seem like he'd been in there a long time. We let the dog out to relieve himself.
Moving right across the country. The good news is it's not cold enough to make.
In the kitchen, there was a television on.
Even on Saturday, there'll be a mix.
And there were dishes where someone had eaten recently.
There was no car in the garage. Maybe there was an emergency, and the family left in a hurry.
I was able to walk through the house. The bedroom looked unkempt. The bed wasn't made. There was a thick comforter, and it was sort of pushed up. Nothing out of the ordinary. I told Joanna, it looks like they went out. And then we left.
Rachel's parents don't buy it. Their daughter would have phoned. What could have happened to Rachel and her family? 7 years earlier, Rachel went as an exchange student to the University of York in England. She joined the university rowing team. That's where she met Neil Entwistle.
Rachel really thought that she had met her Prince Charming. Neil Entwistle was this dashing, handsome man that held her hand and read her poems, and it was so romantic. She was madly in love, and their relationship moved very quickly. That, you know, they were an item almost immediately, and then they were married before you knew it.
2 years later, Rachel gives birth to Lily and Rose, and the couple decide to move to the U.S.
Rachel wanted to raise her child around her family back here in Massachusetts. Her parents, Joe and Priscilla Matarazzo, welcomed them in with open arms. And the family loved them. Everyone seemed blissfully happy.
Rachel set up a website, Neil and Rachel, and she was constantly updating people on how perfect her life was and how beautiful her baby was and how handsome her husband was.
After 4 months with Rachel's parents, they move into their dream house in upscale Hopkinton. But now, all three are missing. Rachel's father, Joe Matarazzo, calls their old friend Joe Flaherty, who was with the state police. Maybe he can help.
He said, we've been unable to locate my daughter and son-in-law and the baby.
Priscilla and Rachel, they talk with one another every day?
They hadn't been heard from since Thursday, and it was Sunday. I could hear the concern in Joe's voice, and Joe was not an excitable guy. Something is wrong. I told him that I would make a call to Hopkinton Police, see if they could assign a detective, bring him in right away.
The family's opinion at this point was that it's more serious than that they just forgot a dinner engagement.
You better get back to our house.
It had been another 24 hours. No one had heard from them. Yeah, very, very concerned.
They checked hospitals, they made their own calls, they were calling the police constantly to see if there were any updates and if anyone had heard from the family or had heard from Neil or located the vehicle.
Detectives check with hospitals and police stations, but there's no sign of the missing family.
Detective Van Rutland and I wanted to go back to the house to try to determine where they had gone so we could contact them and find out their status, their well-being. The neighbors had the garage door code, so we just went in through the garage door. There was still no car in the garage. Everything looked exactly the same as it had the night before.
Everything was still in boxes. The dog was still in his crate. Something was definitely wrong.
And then both Detective Van Rutland and I noticed an odor, like dirty diapers, that wasn't there the night before. So we followed our noses up to the second floor, where it was stronger still.
We went into the bedroom. Maybe there was some other evidence, either like a plane ticket or some receipt laying around that the guys didn't see the night before because they weren't looking for it.
I noticed on the floor, down next to the bed in the nightstand, a watch, reading glasses, and a cell phone. Things that a person would leave there when they get into bed. So I reached out and lifted up the comforter and looked. I saw a foot. I remember being surprised and a little upset.
Scotty, you gotta get in here.
I called out to Detective Van Rutland.
The foot was a purplish color, essentially the typical signs of lividity. We went to the head of the bed, pulled the comforters back. Oh, man.
It was horrific. We both instantly knew what we were looking at. There were photographs and pictures in the house. This was obviously the woman and the child, Rachel and Lily. Rachel was in a fetal position, and Lily was lying in front of her, as if she was cradling her. It's emotional, yeah. It's difficult.
To see any human dead is bad enough, but to see a baby is something I'll never forget. So the next thought in my head was, where is the husband? Is he still in the house?
So the whole family could have been murdered. We felt we should search the rest of the house to see if Neil's body was somewhere in there.
There's no trace of Neil Entwistle. No clue as to what could have happened to him. When he finally turns up, he's somewhere no one would ever guess. Detectives find Rachel Entwistle and her 9-month-old baby Lily dead in their Hopkinton home. Husband and father Neil Entwistle has disappeared.
There was no blood splatter on the wall. I didn't see any bullets. There was no other sign of a struggle. There was no sign of a break-in. There was no sign of theft. Valuable items were laying around, and none of which were touched. My initial reaction was either suffocation or poisoning, but we really had no idea.
When I first started investigating homicides, you might spend 4 or 5 hours at a crime scene. Today, you might spend 2 or 3 days at a crime scene because there is so much that you can do forensically. It has become a science.
Hopkinton police give Rachel's parents the horrific news.
I'm afraid I have some bad news.
They were shocked and devastated. Just incredible grief and pain.
No, there's gotta be some mistake.
This was the last place on earth that you would ever think that you would find a slain infant and her mother. But where is the father of this little girl?
Joe and Priscilla were concerned that something horrible had happened to Neil also. They didn't know if there was a home invasion and they kidnapped Neil and something bad had happened to him.
Rachel's parents are close to their daughter's husband. In the 4 months they've lived under the same roof, the bond had grown tight.
Her family had welcomed Neil Entwistle into the fold of their lives very readily, and they accepted him and loved him. They saw him as a successful, honest, loving dad.
Joe and Neil would often spend time together.
Joe Matarazzo had a gun collection, and he showed Neil how to shoot. He brought him to the firing range where they just target practiced.
The missing persons case is now a murder investigation. The first job for detectives is to piece together Rachel and Lily's final movements and find the husband.
The last time that family were seen together was on a security camera in the mall on a Thursday night. It was now Sunday evening. The thought in my head was, we need to find Neil. Where is he? The car is gone, and now I can't find him. Where did he go?
Van Ralton follows the only lead he has, Neil's car.
We had the license plate for the vehicle. Neil is originally from England. Maybe he went back to London. So I contacted the parking department at Logan Airport in Boston. Within 20 minutes, I received a phone call back saying, yes, it's in our central parking. It arrived here on Friday evening. State police ran some of the flight manifests to find out, is he still in Logan Airport? Did he get on a flight? Within a few hours, we had discovered that he had flown back to London Saturday morning.
When they found his car at Logan Airport, I think people started to assume that maybe, just maybe, this Neil Entwistle character was up to no good.
You don't jump to conclusions, but you certainly, as an investigator, are wondering, why do we have a mother and a daughter dead in their own home, and the husband and the father got on a plane alone with no luggage and headed back to London?
We asked the Matarazzos, is there any reason for him to go to London? Did he have a business appointment? They had no knowledge of him having a scheduled trip to London. At that point, all my attention was directed at him. We need to talk to him because who would run? What is he running from? Where is he going?
On the Monday morning, the doorbell rang at the Entwistle home in Worksop in England. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days.
Well, he's supposed to be in the States. His parents certainly don't want to see him back there without asking some questions. Neil, what the hell are you doing here?
He told his parents something terrible has happened to Rachel and Lillian. They are both dead.
His father must have said, "What happened? What do you mean you found your wife and kid dead?"
Neil said that he went out that Friday morning. When he came back home, he found Rachel and Lillian dead in the bed. They had both been shot. He said that he called police, but after police arrived, he went to his in-laws and they weren't home. So he said he went back and found himself at Logan Airport, where he hopped on a plane back to England. His parents were just paralyzed. Their granddaughter and daughter-in-law are dead. But they didn't know what to do. Then Cliff pulled it together, called the police, and he took Neil's passport and handed it in to show that his son wasn't running away.
His father then calls Joe Matarazzo in the U.S. and tells him that Neil is with him. He puts Neil on the phone with his father-in-law. Neil tells Rachel's father that he is sorry. He doesn't know what happened, and he repeats what he told his own parents.
I left in the morning. When I came back, I found them like that. They were both dead.
Joe asked Neil, "Why did you run away? Why didn't you help? Why did he have a one-way ticket back to England?" He just couldn't understand his behavior.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what to do.
So he told Neil, "Call the police."
Joe Matarazzo reported that phone call to us. As we were still processing the crime scene, Neil was at his parents' home.
44072.
It's just unbelievable.
Wow, he's in England. It's the number.
Really?
Yeah. He's at his parents.
I guess that doesn't look good.
Is there a situation here that nobody knows about that caused this mother and daughter to be killed?
We don't want to jump the gun. We just want to find out what happened. Why is he in England?
Is Neil in danger?
All right.
Detectives decide it's time to speak with Neil.
Mr. Entwistle, it's Detective Bob Manning from Boston State Police. Would it be possible to speak with Neil?
As an investigator, you're not judging. You're just collecting the information. My goal for the whole conversation was to obtain as much information as I could.
Neil Entwistle.
I did not want to get into a situation where the conversation would end abruptly.
So Neil, I wonder if you can just help us out and tell us just exactly what happened.
One of the things I needed to try and obtain some information about was, what is the reason you left? Is there something in your life that you're in trouble? Or what was going on that could have possibly had this end result? Do we need to worry about you possibly committing these atrocious acts?
Can you go through it with us and tell us what happened?
All of us were passing him notes, you know, what happened, what had occurred. He said he left the house early Friday morning, did some errands, and then came back to find both Rachel and Lillian shot in bed. We all looked at each other. We couldn't believe it. The autopsy hadn't been done yet, and we hadn't known that they were shot. That was a very key piece of information.
Neil, when you found them...
Were they right on top of the bed?
No, they were, the covers were partially up. When I walked in, I couldn't see Lily. I could only see Rachel, and she just looked asleep. And then as I got closer, I could see the blood. And I pulled the the covers back, and that's when I saw Lily was such a mess.
Okay. So what did you do then?
He said he doesn't really know what to do, doesn't call the police, he doesn't know why.
I went downstairs and I took one of the knives out of the block of knives I had in the kitchen.
Yes.
So, maybe I could, but I just didn't have the courage to do it.
We all were shocked as, well, you just find your wife and your baby dead, and the first thought that comes to your head is that you want to kill yourself?
One of my thoughts was this supposed to be a murder-suicide? And did he just cow her out?
I then got in the car and started to drive towards Carver. I knew that Joe has guns in the house. I thought maybe I could kind of get myself that way.
What did you do then? Did you go to Joe's?
And I got to the house, but I couldn't get in the house. I thought, well, probably the best bet. I don't know where Joe works, but I didn't know where Priscilla works, so I thought I would drive up to go find Priscilla to, let her know. And then, but as I drove up, I couldn't remember how to get there, and drove around for quite a while. And I'm not quite sure what was going through my mind at that point. I ended up at Logan Airport.
Okay.
Why didn't you call us?
I didn't know what to do.
Are you in some kind of danger here? Is there something we need to be aware of?
We're all thinking that Neil's comments on the phone, his actions, he's not acting like a grieving husband. Everything is very suspicious.
I think Neil was his own worst enemy in this. The focus was so intensely on Neil Entwistle because he left. That, certainly put him in the glare of suspicion.
Detectives now begin to pick apart the life of Neil Entwistle. What they discover completely changes the course of the investigation. Neil Entwistle tells police that he found his wife and daughter dead when he got home. Something doesn't seem right about his story, so detectives start looking into the life of the charming Englishman, beginning with his computers.
Neil and Rachel had just a life of their own online. You had pictures almost of everything they did.
It seemed that they were building the typical suburban life, beautiful house, beautiful wife, gorgeous baby. The two of them were living out this fantasy together.
Digging deeper into the computer files, police experts uncover another, much darker side to Neil Entwistle, one that Rachel knew nothing about.
Here's this guy who presents himself as impeccable, but he is not what he appears to be. He was living a double life online.
His laptop reveals the deception begins soon after he and Rachel get married.
2 years after they were married, they had their first baby. Well, that changes the equation. Rachel didn't work. Neil was going to be the breadwinner, but he didn't make enough money.
Now Neil's under complete pressure to provide for this family that he can't afford at all.
Neil studied electrical engineering. He knows about computers. So he starts looking to make money on the internet.
He tried to set up a computer business, also sold pirated software over eBay.
These are little deals, paying peanuts. Neil needs a bigger payday. So he goes to the sleazy side of the net.
I got hold of one of his online deals. It said, get in on this big multi-million-dollar industry, build your own porn site. It's spam, it's smut, it's lousy deals.
The other scam was barely legal porn. Make $1 million. He sold services and goods that he never delivered on.
A lot of the eBay transactions that he had were fraudulent. They generated such negative reviews that eBay had shut him off.
And sometimes he used his wife's account. So Rachel started to get these angry emails from people saying, you scammed us, you screwed us, we want our money back. She didn't know what exactly Neil was up to, but I think that she started to ask some questions. But Neil was suave and he could talk a good game. I think the two of them did whatever they needed to do to keep the illusion of their perfect suburban life together alive.
Did any of these angry customers try to get their money back?
That was one of the first possibilities that came out of this. Was it an angry customer on eBay who came gunning for the family?
There were emails that were very threatening. These individuals could be responsible for causing harm to his family.
Most of the aggressive emails come from England. Detectives need to investigate.
We arrived in London, met with a team from Scotland Yard, and asked for their assistance in this investigation.
While in London, the detectives also want to interview their main suspect.
We had phone conversations with Neil with the help of the English authorities. We had a meeting set up in the embassy.
But Neil went by his lawyer's office first, who'd said, don't step in the United States Embassy, it's American soil, and you can be arrested.
Were we disappointed? Sure.
Police hit another dead end. They tracked down the scam victims. They're angry, but not enough to kill.
They would have to fly over, know where he lived, find his family, and then shoot a 9-month-old baby and his wife, and then never harm him when he was the one who actually was selling the pirated software. And there was no indication of any breaking into the house. It was quickly ruled out.
The detectives return empty-handed, doubly frustrated, having been unable to talk to their prime suspect.
The investigators were very concerned that he was just going to vanish, and that he could take off and they'd never find him.
One theory that gains favor is that money, or lack of it, is the motive for killing Rachel and Lillian.
The laptop that we had recovered essentially showed that after he got out of college, Neil was working, but he was living a little bit more than he could afford. He had racked up approximately $40,000 to $50,000 of debt in the UK. Just living expenses, he was living some extravagant lifestyle.
Before coming to the States. In the UK, they tried to live just like they lived here. They had the suburban house, and Rachel worked part-time. She wanted to be married to Prince Charming and have the perfect family. And he wanted to be the rich, successful person that Rachel thought he was.
The trouble is, in the UK, Neil works as an IT technician, pulling in an average Joe's wage. When the family moves to America, he becomes essentially unemployed.
He was the type of guy that got dressed every day in a suit and told Rachel he had an interview. And what he really did was sit around a coffee shop and peddle porn.
But he didn't have the big payday. I don't see how you're going to make money on amateur porn sites.
Even so, Neil leases a fancy car, and they move into a big house in an expensive neighborhood.
They pay $2,700 a month rent. He lived as if he was making $10,000 a month.
Neil tells Rachel he's earning big bucks from a business in England.
Rachel was under the delusion, as was everybody, that Neil was very well off. He had always paid cash for everything. He was very well groomed. He was very well spoken and articulate. And so that outwardly, he looked very good.
It appeared as though he was putting on a persona for Rachel's family.
But right from the beginning, Neil Entwistle was living above his means and was reckless. Reckless in England, reckless in America. Who gets a BMW as your first family car? Who moves into a beautiful colonial home in Hopkinton? Who does that without a job?
In 6 months in the US, he had racked up $30,000, $40,000 worth of debt.
Investigators now wonder, did Neil's financial problems begin to haunt him? Did Rachel find out about his sordid double life? Further investigation shows that Neil's business deals are only half the sleazy story. His email accounts reveal another murky side to Neil Entwistle. The charming and polite family man is addicted to hunting for sex online.
He posted a nude picture of himself on the website Adult Friend Finder.
He laid in a lounge chair in his in-law's backyard, took a picture of his naked body, and then superimposed someone else in the part that mattered the most.
It's gross stuff, but there he was, looking for hookups, while married with a new baby.
Before coming to the States. Neil also wrote a letter talking about how he was coming over here to sample what America had to offer in the female department.
Here I come, America. American woman, show me that you can do a better job than English woman in bed. That's the double side of Neil Entwistle. He was living a lie. The bills built up, and it just became a mountain of debt. Neil's financial world was closing in on him. He was maxing out his credit cards. So he must have known that the end was near.
Rachel started to ask questions, like, what the heck is going on here? It was fine to move into Hopkinton and you know, buy all this furniture on credit cards. It's another thing when the electric company is saying, hey, we're gonna shut off your electricity. The bills are coming in, the threats are coming in, and what is he gonna do now? Neil Entwistle was about to be unmasked for the con man and the fraud that he was. People were gonna find out that he was really just a loser. All of that just became too much for Neil Entwistle to take, and he snapped.
Detectives increasingly believe that Neil Entwistle is the only viable suspect in the double murders of his wife and daughter.
His computer or Google searches made in the few days before the murders on how to kill with a knife, strangulation, suicide searches.
Then the results of the autopsy are revealed, and a shocking new suspect emerges.
A .22 round was recovered from inside Rachel's brain. It had entered through the top of her head, just above the hairline. Another .22 round was discovered in Rachel's left breast. Lillian had been shot in the chest area. You could almost draw a straight line through Lillian into Rachel's left breast.
Neil's father-in-law, Joe Matarazzo, owns a few guns, and one of them is a .22 caliber.
It came back with Rachel's DNA inside the barrel.
It was a long-barreled Colt .22 handgun that Joe Matarazzo had trained Neil Entwistle how to shoot.
There was a water bottle in the vehicle that was left at Logan Airport. We retrieved some DNA forensically, and it was a piece of the DNA portion of the case that tied Neil Entwistle into the crime.
This means there are two sets of fingerprints and DNA profiles on the gun, Neil's and Joe's.
But it was a shock when the authorities revealed that the gun was fired again after Neil fired it at target practice. It was a shock.
Whoever left the later DNA very likely murdered Rachel and her baby. When experts reveal who it belongs to, the case is blown wide open.
It was Joe Matarazzo's DNA on that weapon.
It's an explosive discovery. Neil's father-in-law had fired the gun after Neil had used it at the range.
The police actually thought it could be him. That was probably one of the most diabolical parts of the case.
Of course, the media then said, oh, could it be the father? Could it be the grandfather that committed this?
The headline, I'll never forget it, was "Sleigh Gun Shocker." I even received a call from England saying, is Joe Matarazzo the lead suspect now? It was shocking. It was shocking.
Police bring in Joe Matarazzo for questioning.
Joe met with the state police and told them everything that he knew.
He told them that the day after the murders, he took that gun unknowingly and went to the target practicing again.
Some double-checking reveals he's telling the truth. Witnesses testify they saw him at the range. And the day his daughter and granddaughter were shot dead, he was working a 12-hour shift. The only other prints on the gun are Neil's. From the very beginning, the primary suspect.
Evidence was just stacking against Neil. He became the #1 murder suspect.
We're all thinking that Neil's comments on the phone, his actions, everything seems strange. He's not acting like a grieving husband. Everything is very suspicious.
For the Matarazzos, it was just total shock and disbelief. They still didn't believe that Neil could possibly be involved in anything like this.
Neil stayed with his family for about 2 weeks. They tried to discuss the story. Why didn't he call the police? But Neil stuck to his version of the events, and they believed him. This story just became so huge on both sides of the Atlantic. Reporters just besieged the family in Worksop. Here's this upright family, brought up on doing things right, and their son is accused of this unbelievably heinous crime. In the end, Neil said, "I can't put you through this anymore," so he moved to London to stay with his friends.
When the district attorney received confirmation that the DNA on the gun was Neil's, an arrest warrant was issued and forwarded to Scotland Yard.
Neil was alerted that the police were coming to arrest him. He left where he was and jumped on the underground.
Detectives monitoring his every move. So when he got on the underground, they got really concerned. And that's when they swooped in and finally grabbed him.
In Neil's backpack, police hit pay dirt.
They found a pitch. He was trying to sell his story to the highest bidder.
He really thought, I think in his mind, that he was going to get away with it.
After he was arrested, we recovered his parents' computers while he was in the UK. He'd been looking up information about U.S. extradition, the U.S. justice system, how our court systems work. He also looked up escort services.
Entwistle won't be paying for sex anytime soon. He's cuffed and escorted back to Massachusetts by U.S. Marshals to face his accusers.
At the arraignment, Neil looked lost. He was just staring into space, and I don't believe he made any eye contact with the family. They felt horribly betrayed that their son-in-law was being charged with a brutal murder of their daughter and granddaughter.
He was charged with 4 charges: murdering Rachel, murdering Lillian, possessing a gun, and possessing ammunition. His plea is not guilty.
Every day, the press was reporting something new in the case. Neil was not only the prime suspect, he was the only suspect. The press was basically convicting him of killing his wife and child, and this is even before the first charge was filed.
Behind bars and awaiting trial, Entwistle grows increasingly dejected. Letters to his parents in England suggest he's contemplating suicide, and for a while, he's transferred to a secure psychiatric hospital.
His parents back home must have been sitting there thinking, what does this mean for the trial? Will my son get a fair trial?
Finally, 2 years after his arrest, Neil Entwistle is led into court in Woburn, Massachusetts, where his defense team drop a bombshell.
It was the most despicable thing I think I've ever witnessed somebody do in a courtroom.
In June 2008, the trial of Neil Entwistle opens. After the prosecution lays out its case, the defense team dropped their bomb.
The defense shockingly announced in court that Rachel was the one who pulled the trigger.
First, she shot her little girl, and then she took her own life.
That she was distraught, that the family was struggling, so she took her own life and she took the life of her baby. It was stunning.
Okay.
And then the medical examiner testifies that without a reasonable doubt, the baby is shot first, and then Rachel is shot second.
In an incredible turnaround, the medical examiner's expert testimony appears to support Neil's defense that Rachel committed murder-suicide.
Neil's story is that when he came into his home in Hopkinton, he heard a bang and went upstairs and found his wife and baby girl shot dead in the bed. He wanted to protect her reputation, so he took a comforter, pulled it over his wife and child, took the gun, and brought it back to his father-in-law's house. He didn't know what to do, so he found himself, he said, at the airport where he flew home to England. He's not a perfect husband, the defense claimed, but that doesn't make him a killer.
The Matarazzo's family was clearly broken. It was so horrific, that awful accusation that Rachel did this.
Whatever motivates someone to kill their wife and baby daughter just is inexplicable. But when they suggest that somehow Rachel could have killed herself and her baby daughter, that goes, I believe, to the character of this defendant.
I'd like you to just take a moment.
The prosecution's case is that Neil Entwistle is addicted to sex, and he's bankrupt and desperate. He's trapped by his lies, so he hatches a diabolical plan.
He goes to the Matarazzo home. He knows that Joe and Priscilla are out working. He had lived with the Matarazzo, so he still had his key to the house. He takes the gun. He goes back home. He goes upstairs where Rachel and Lillian are cuddling in the master bedroom. He points the gun at his wife's head, just above the hairline, pulls the trigger. He then shoots his daughter in the abdomen at point-blank range. The bullet goes through his daughter and into his wife's breast. Neil had shot the gun previously, so there's an alibi for having his DNA on the gun.
This image of Lillian and her mother nestled against one another, laying in bed, having a nap, that should be the safest place on the planet for a 9-month-old little baby girl. Instead, her own father comes in and blows a hole through her and then shoots his wife in the head and takes off.
The prosecutor then demolishes the defense team's case.
The prosecutor picked up the murder weapon and pointed it against his own head, saying, look how difficult it would be to shoot yourself in the head while you're wounded after you've shot your child.
Everyone kind of looked at the defense attorney like, are you out of your mind? Did you really think any of us were going to buy that? Do you think we're stupid?
They went through it, step by step to answer the question of, you're a loving father and husband, this is your wife and daughter, where is the 911 call? Where is the attempt to resuscitate them? Where is the attempt to get help for your loved ones? You don't do that. You drive to your in-laws' house 50 miles away, and then you drive another 50 miles to the airport. Never contact anybody, never say anything to anybody, and get on take a one-way ticket and go back to the UK, and not a word even after you get back to the UK. as to calling back home saying, this is what I found at my house, somebody should go investigate it.
Tension is high when the jury retires. Will the handsome and charming Englishman be found guilty as charged, or walk free?
He just was so aloof and cold throughout the whole thing. You had to wonder, like, I almost thought the guy was like schizophrenic. And it was at that point that I think everybody who knew anything about this case became convinced Neil Entwistle was in fact the killer.
The verdict was guilty. Neil Entwistle was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of 2 counts of first-degree murder.
Rachel's family were overcome. Neil's family, it hit them hard. The jury, they were shaken, and a lot of them were young.
Neil Entwistle was such a sociopath. He was really able to convince everybody that he was successful, honest, loving dad. He was actually a monster, a duplicitous, deceitful, horrendous killer. And it was very emotional for everybody, except for Neil. He must have known it was coming.
We disagree with the result that the jury reached. We disagree with their view of the evidence. And we believe that under a different environment, we would have reached a different result.
We know that our son Neil is innocent, and we are devastated to learn that the evidence points to Rachel murdering our grandchild and then committing suicide.
To this day, Neil's parents believe that the press, the DA, everybody convicted their son before trial. They felt it was a miscarriage of justice. They believe that Rachel committed the crime.
To think that someone we loved, trusted, opened our home to, could do this to our daughter and granddaughter is beyond belief.
None of us want to believe that a father could kill his baby daughter, kill his wife, but it happens. I've been in the business long enough, never come to a conclusion around how or why something like this happens.
As somebody who has covered crime for 20 years, you're always looking for a motive. And I've really come to the conclusion that some people are just evil.
Leslie was a good-looking young man. She was very attracted to him.
He was a nice guy, fun to hang around with.
Felt that he had thoughts about females that were not healthy.
I was so sick of hiding and being scared. They told me I would be next.
It was just agony to think about the body of somebody you love being just dumped in a river like a dog.
I wanted him dead.
May 1990, Asheville, North Carolina. Population 62,000. It's the day before Memorial Day weekend, and Jaime Hurley hasn't turned up for work.
That Friday night, about 6 o'clock, I got a call from Jaime's father.
Oh, hi, Mr. Hurley. How are you?
He asked me if I knew where Jaime was. He said that her employer had been trying to call, and all they could get was a busy signal. So I told him I would go over to the house and see what was going on. It was a cute little house, and it was never locked, and so people could just come and go.
Hello? Jaime?
The first thing I noticed was that the sofa was made up for someone to be sleeping there.
Jaime?
And there was an indentation in the pillow, obviously, where someone had been lying. I had this really, really eerie feeling. I went into the bedroom. The bed was perfectly made up. The sheets were turned down, and her answering machine was there right by the bed, and something was wrong with it. It was just clicking. It was just over and over and over because the tape had been removed. It was very chilling. So I called Mr. Hurley, and I said, this doesn't look good, and I think maybe you should call the police.
The police are called, but it's the start of the long weekend and not a priority case.
The policeman was very nice, but he said she's an adult, she's free to go where she wants, and 99 times out of 100, people will show up. Just give it some time. We got the word out, and all her friends came to the house.
I was out of town when the call came that Jaime was missing. I was at my in-laws down east, and immediately came back up here.
We were there Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We just hung out at the house all day.
Tuesday morning after the long weekend, and there's still no sign of Jaime. Asheville Police Department goes into action.
Morning, boys. Good weekend?
Sergeant Ted Lambert is assigned to this missing person case. He's convinced that she's probably off on a long weekend with a boyfriend, and that it'll turn out to be nothing.
We were all bewildered. We didn't know where to turn or what to do next. And I don't think anyone wanted to go thinking that she had been murdered.
Hi, I'm Detective Ted Lambert.
I was the first one he interviewed. What did I think had happened? That kind of thing.
Was there anything suspicious? Anything out of the ordinary?
Sarah tells the detective that just before Jaime disappeared, she had a visit from someone from her past. 5 years earlier, Jaime worked at a juvenile correction center. One of the boys she had helped there, now a young man, had reached out to her.
Jaime worked in the aggressive children's unit with the younger boys.
She met Leslie Warren there when he was 15.
Leslie Warren was in for kidnapping and assault.
Leslie's a troubled soul. He was very quiet, a loner. Just didn't have good feelings about Leslie. I felt that he had thoughts about females that were not healthy.
Leslie, he was more responsive to her, and she built a very good rapport with him.
What is it that you would like to do?
One of the things that she loved was reading.
I heard you like to read now and then.
He was special to her because she felt that she had made a real difference with him, that he and she understood each other.
Do you have a favorite author at all?
Was she too trusting of Leslie? Yes. I told her that.
I think what concerns me, though, is the behavior around the females, such as yourself and others that are here, that really concerns me.
I cautioned Jaime to be leery of Leslie, to stay away from him. But she believed that everyone had a good side, everyone had a bad side, but that good side outweighed the bad.
No, of course, it's fine.
Jaime hadn't seen Leslie for 5 years, but out of the blue, he'd called and asked if he could drop by.
He told her that he was in some kind of trouble and he needed to talk. And so she told him that he could come over to the house. Nothing would have delighted her more than to have one of her former clients turn to her for advice.
Leslie Warren is now 22, an ex-military man and married to childhood sweetheart Tracy.
Leslie came back to visit the center one day. He was in the area visiting family. I kind of took that face value that he had been doing well, and we were talking. Jaime called. So I gave Leslie the phone, and they talked for a while. After they hung up, he said they would contact each other in the future.
This was a very different Leslie Warren. He seemed more confident, he seemed to have turned his life around, and was married with 2 children. She found herself beaming with pride.
Leslie was a good-looking young man. He took good care of himself. And I think he maybe used that to his advantage.
4 days after the disappearance of Jaime Hurley, detectives pulled Warren in for questioning.
Warren seemed very relaxed, very straightforward, pleasant, polite young man.
I'd like to thank you for coming in to talk to me today, Mr. Warren.
My pleasure, Detective
Lambert, Ted Lambert.
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to talk to you because your name came up in a missing persons investigation.
Oh, who?
Jaime Hurley.
She's missing?
So you know Jaime?
Of course. She was my social worker when I was 15, and we go back for a while. She really helped me out.
Did you see anybody else? Was there anybody else in her place?
No, not that I remember. It was just myself and Jaime. We had dinner, chatted about the past, and that was around 8 o'clock. Do you think something happened?
He assured officers that, yes, he'd been there, but he'd left the previous night.
So you didn't stay over at that place?
No, I had to go home. I worked the next day. You know how it is.
He had such warm charm and seemed to them such a normal person that Warren was not detained by the cops.
But ever the cautious investigator, Detective Lambert keeps Warren's van and orders a forensic examination. Released from police custody, and with his marriage to Tracy failing, Warren heads over to see his new girlfriend, Bronya Owenby.
I met Leslie Warren at the community store where he had a job there. We went out a couple of times, and he started coming to my house, and sometimes he brought groceries. And just hung out, talking, drinking. He was fun to hang around with. He was a nice guy.
Women are attracted to the nice guy with the deceptive baby-face good looks.
We went to the Asheville Mall one day, and on our way back, he just pulled a pistol out. Started shooting it out the window. I asked him, "What, are you crazy? You know, there's no telling where that bullet's gonna come down." Scared me, because you know, I didn't like stuff like that. I was loud and liked to party, but leave the gun in the car.
Meanwhile, a detailed search of Warren's van has turned up a woman's purse.
They brought the purse over to my house for me to identify.
I think this might be Jaime's.
Yes. They said they had also found a sheet in Leslie's van that matched a sheet at Jaime's house. When I saw the purse, it made me very fearful that he had done something with her.
One morning, Leslie said that there was a detective coming to talk to him about some missing woman. And I thought that was weird.
Leslie Warren is hauled back to the police station.
I know you've been lying to me.
This time, the cops aren't charmed.
Found a purse in your van. You stayed there, didn't you?
Under pressure, Warren claimed that he'd taken cocaine with Jaime Hurley and that she'd overdosed.
He said Jaime was shooting up cocaine, which is something she would never, ever have done. That she OD'd, and he had panicked and dumped her body in the French Broad River. It was just agony to think about the body of somebody you love being just dumped in a river like a dog. It was just awful.
Detectives are in a bind. They don't buy Warren's story, but without a body, they can't hold him for long.
They searched the river, I guess maybe 3 days.
Jaime's friends join in the search.
They felt it would be good if we did help. It would give us something to do besides just stressing over what was happening. We would have some way to be involved.
I'd like to thank you for joining our search today. Very much appreciated the extra manpower.
Some of us who were working were allowed to have the time off today to go and search for her.
It was just really heartwarming to see all the community volunteers that came out.
I think basically it was all of us coming together to try to support each other because Jaime touched all our lives, and for her to just suddenly disappear like that, we were just all, I guess, in a state of shock.
Leslie Warren told us that he dropped the body up here. Where he wanted to look, you see in the undergrowth, check closely because the body may get snagged in some branches. One thing also to pay special attention to is smell. Decomposing bodies, very strong odor. So if you don't want to get too close, it's okay, just call the officers.
I can remember talking to Jaime's aunt, who was there, and I said to her, "This must be what hell is like." And she said, "I don't think it's this bad."
The police department had told us what type things to look for. We knew she was somewhere, but we couldn't find her.
Despite a huge search, there's no sign of Jaime.
I remember seeing Ted Lambert on the riverbank, bent down, and he looked so tired, so discouraged.
It's a bitter blow for her friends and family, and for Detective Ted Lambert. Forced to let him walk, Lambert believes he may be letting Jaime's killer slip through his fingers. Warren's bond is set at $1,000. His grandfather coughs up the cash, and he walks free.
It was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Blood all over him, was wet. It was raining outside. He said, "I got caught stealing a pot plant, so I had to stab the guy."
It's not a
You
big deal.
stabbed someone and it's not a
They were
big deal.
coming
There's
at
blood
me.
all over you.
It was horrible. That scared me.
Leslie, I can't deal with this. What's going on with you?
He asked me if he could stay at my house.
Please.
I let him clean up, but I told him he had to go. I wouldn't let him stay at my house.
The next day, Warren turns up at a motorcycle dealership to test drive the Kawasaki. He drives off on it and never comes back.
Meanwhile, Detective Lambert reaches out to neighboring police forces. Do they have anything on Warren? In Spartanburg, South Carolina, he catches a break. One of the investigators there happens to remember the name. Last year, Leslie Warren had been questioned about another homicide.
He walks over to a filing cabinet, pulls out a file on an unsolved murder. The file is less than 1 year old, and it refers to the murder of Velma Gray.
42-year-old Velma Faye Gray was a singer in a local dance band. She disappeared while driving home after a gig in Asheville. Her body had been dumped in a lake. Her killer was never found.
My sister, Velma Faye, played in the band with me and my wife. The band was Reflections of Greenville. She was a singer, had a beautiful voice. Everybody loved her, and she played keyboards and had one of the best harmony voices of anyone that we ever sang with. She could pick up a harmony part, and actually she could teach us the harmony parts. Most of the time, Velma Faye rode in the motorhome or the van with us. This particular evening, she drove up. That evening when we got through, she left a little ahead of me. We said our goodbyes, and that was the last time I saw her.
Greenville is right at the foot of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and there is a steep stretch, and it tends to be foggy, and she ran off the road into a ditch. A carload of teenagers drove by, and she explained to them she'd run into a ditch. Could they help her? They were trying to figure out exactly what to do when they saw a semi, a tractor trailer, pull up behind Velma Gray's car.
Thanks.
They figured, okay, everything's fine. The trucker's going to help this lady. So they drove off.
When questioned later, the teens remembered the truck's distinctive logo.
There was a logo on the cowling, and it was AMCAN, American Canadian Trucking. And the company is based in Anderson, South Carolina.
I just drove my car into the ditch.
There's a grocery store 3 miles down the way. If you'd like, you can hop into my truck. Totally fine.
At 8 a.m. the following morning, Velma's body was found by fishermen, floating in Lake Bowen. The autopsy revealed she'd been beaten and strangled.
We started looking for the truck driver as a witness. It was amazing to me why he would not come forward and say, I'm the one who was there at the scene.
Detective Lambert digs deeper. He checks through AmCam employment records from the time of Velma Gray's murder and finds the name Leslie Warren.
Lambert heads back to Asheville, where he pulls together a small team to investigate Warren. He strongly suspects that he's behind more than one murder.
First up, detectives pull in Warren's ex-girlfriend, Bronya Owenby.
North Carolina law enforcement came to my house and picked me up and told me that I needed to go to the Asheville Police Department. That's when I learned that they were looking for him.
Bronya mentions that she was with Warren in his truck on the same night of Velma's murder.
I told them that Leslie Warren and I went to South Carolina and stolen the truck.
Warren was one of their regular drivers, but he often stole trucks from AmCan to go joyriding after hours.
I didn't know we were stealing it, but he just walks right in, grabs the keys, and partied back up here in the truck. We parked it up, and he just sat there, wouldn't come out. I told him, I said, what's the matter with you? Come on out. Drink a beer. He took me back to my house, and evidently after he dropped me off, that's when he went to South Carolina.
Detectives tell Bronya they suspect her ex murdered Velma Gray, and she needs to watch her back.
It was scary. They told me I would be next, that he would hunt for me next. I told them that I was going to go get a gun, and that if he came to my door, that I would blow his head off. And one of the guys said, "You got to do what you got to do."
Now more than ever, detectives believe Leslie Warren murdered both Jaime Hurley and Velma Gray. The trouble is, they've got no proof, and Warren has vanished. With no new leads, they delve into Warren's history. Behind the good looks and easy charm, they discover a man with a dark past.
Leslie came from a childhood where the father was abusive, that the father had burned down the family trailer, and that Leslie had witnessed a lot of this abuse.
As a teen, Leslie flunked school and turned to alcohol and drugs. At 15, he tried to rape his 30-year-old next-door neighbor.
He was at her house trying to help her out with some chores, and she sent him down to the basement for something. And while he was down there, he called her and said, "Come down here, I need you to look at something." She went down the steps, and he was pointing to something. She looked over at it, and he wrapped a rope around her neck and started strangling her. One of her relatives heard the commotion and came downstairs and socked him in the face. That's the only thing that saved the poor lady. And that's when he was sent to the Juvenile Evaluation Center.
The Juvenile Evaluation Center, where Warren would meet counselor Jaime Hurley. And now she's dead, and Detective Lambert knows he's responsible, but can't prove it. Until the case is blown wide open.
Detective Lambert here?
Unwittingly, this vital piece of evidence comes from the one person who was trying to protect Warren.
No, ma'am, I assure you we have not been harassing your son.
His loyal mother, Phyllis.
What were they talking to your son about?
Warren's mother reveals that 3 years ago, he was a suspect in yet another murder.
She casually mentions that Warren had been interviewed 3 years earlier in upstate New York about another missing girl.
No, we're not involved with the upstate police department. What were they talking to your son about?
Her name was Patsy Vineyard, and she went missing when Warren was serving in a nearby military base.
Another unsolved murder where Warren is the suspect. Another body found floating in a lake. Detective Lambert gets right on the phone to the New York State Police Department.
Senior investigator Bob Cook tells Lambert that he had his suspicions about Warren at the time, but he had an alibi for his movements, and he didn't even come across as a bad guy. In fact, as Cook said, he had this baby face that looked so goddamn innocent.
As with the Velma Gray murder, detectives in New York had ruled Warren out of the investigation. But for North Carolina detectives, the puzzle pieces are fitting perfectly. They fear they've got a serial killer on their hands. Worse still, he's on the loose. Unbeknownst to police, Warren has driven his stolen motorbike 200 miles east on Interstate 40.
Legend Warren turned up in High Point, North Carolina. He came here to visit a friend. She worked at a bar.
But she's not working that night.
So he kind of just hung around, and he drank heavily, hard liquor, tequila.
Around 3 a.m., my partner and I were dispatched to investigate a suspicious male who appeared to be intoxicated, trying to push his motorcycle. He had dropped it and seemed to be having a hard time getting it moving again. I asked him what he was doing, and he answered he was at the bar at the Radisson Hotel. and he had been drinking, just had too much to drink, and instead of driving home, he was going to walk his motorcycle back to a motel where he was staying nearby. My partner put him in the back of his car and took him to the motel.
The local cops have no idea the man they've just assisted is wanted in connection with 3 homicides. Next day, back at the same downtown bar in High Point, smooth-talking Warren is flirting with the bartender.
Probably. Are you sticking around?
Well, it depends.
Katherine Johnson also worked in High Point part-time as a bartender.
Yeah. I saw you on a motorcycle outside.
I do. Wanna come for a ride?
I'm done in about an hour.
I don't know what it is about some women and motorcycles, and maybe it's the same thing about men with guns. I don't know, but she was very attracted to him.
Cheers.
21-year-old Catherine has no idea of the danger she's in.
Leslie Warren knew that they were going to be on the lookout for a stolen motorcycle, but it sure didn't stop him riding around the streets of High Point. She was on the seat there behind him, swigging from a beer bottle, having just a great time. They wound up going to a picnic together that was put on for the employees at Radisson. They played softball together, they drank together. As they were leaving, Leslie Warren commented to one of the people drinking. He says, "You know, I'm going to have her tonight," and then repeated, "I'm going to have her, just wait and see." They were in Catherine's car, driving around. They turned down this little side road to this deserted park.
"200 miles away in Asheville, North Carolina, Warren is wanted by police. Detective Ted Lambert is building a case against him for the murders of Jane Hurley, Velma Gray, and Patsy Vineyard.
He fixes his hopes on Warren's wife, Tracy. Will she do the right thing and spill the beans on her drug-taking, womanizing husband? He heads back down to Spartanburg, where Tracy lives with their 2 children.
Leslie Warren and Tracy are estranged. Detective Lambert notices Tracy is wearing a ring, stolen from murder victim Patsy Vineyard.
Do you know why I asked you to come in today?
Well, I assume it's about Leslie.
Your husband, Leslie, yes.
Not my husband anymore. We're separated.
Oh, really? We've been trying to find him because we think he might be messed up with something a little unpleasant. We're wondering, do you know where he might be?
Perhaps visiting one of his dealers.
That's a lovely ring you have there.
Oh, this whole thing.
Yeah. Do you mind if I have a closer look at that?
Sure.
God, that is beautiful. Isn't it sparkling? Have you seen him recently?
No.
He's not been around?
No.
Can I show you something?
Sure.
You might find this curious.
He pulls out a photograph of Patsy Vineyard wearing the same ring. Under pressure, Tracy admits it was a gift from Warren. And there's more.
She revealed that Warren had confessed to killing Patsy Vineyard.
He told me that her husband asked him to because she had cancer and he didn't want to see her suffer.
For Detective Lambert, it's no longer a supposition. Armed with Tracy's admission, he's certain Warren's guilty. Now, he needs to catch him.
put a trap and a trace on your phone? Can we do that?
Yes.
Asheville Police Department put together a plan. They will tap Tracy's phone and wait for him to call her.
A wanted poster describing Warren as a highly dangerous serial killer is faxed to law enforcement offices all over the nation.
A massive manhunt swings into action across 3 counties. And later that day, Lambert gets an unexpected visit.
Brother Laren turns up at the police station. He tells officers that he knows where Jamie Hurley's body is hidden. Warren had pitched up at his trailer a few months earlier and suggested they take a ride.
Leslie?
What?
What did you do?
She OD'd last night.
He needs Laren's help to dispose of the body. They stop in the mountains. Warren drags Jamie's body down the side of a hill. Then Warren scrabbles out a shallow grave. Getting back into the car, he tells Laren to keep his mouth shut.
Warren's brother leads officers to a remote spot deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains.
I got a phone call from a friend of mine who had a police radio in her house, and she said, "I think they found Jamie's body."
It was relatively steep, slope down, dropping down below us. They had strung some ropes, so I climbed 250 feet down where the remains were located. We proceeded to uncover the body. The law enforcement agencies had also brought dental records and confirmed that the remains were in fact Miss Hurley.
They did the autopsy, of course, and found out that she was strangled and that there was no cocaine in her body at all. So much for Warren's story about Jamie ODing. Didn't happen.
Finally, Detective Lambert knows he has the right man. But the clock is ticking. Warren could strike again at any moment.
They have little to go on as he seems to have disappeared into thin air. But they're about to get the biggest break in the entire case. At 2 p.m. that day, Tracy takes a call from Warren.
Get on that.
Police need Warren to stay on the line long enough to make the trace.
Where is that, you know?
He's phoning his wife because he needs some money.
Can you get a trace on that?
Tracy keeps him talking. Experts get a fix on a location 200 miles away in High Point, North Carolina.
You sure about that? Great work, thank you.
The police response is swift and decisive. "20 minutes later, High Point detectives converge on a small wooden house.
A group of patrol officers, uniformed people, and detectives who went to the house. We were concerned about covering all the exits in case he wanted to try to run for it.
Police block off the street. They tell residents to stay in their houses. They're going to have to try and take Warren without violence.
We called the girl who was renting the house and said, "Is Leslie Warren there?"
This is the police. Put on Leslie Warren, ma'am.
We have that surrounded, come out, you're under arrest.
Officers know Warren's inside, but he refuses to come out. They make their move.
While officers inch across the yard, a SWAT team takes aim at the front door. The handle slowly turns from the inside. And there's Warren.
Didn't make an effort to run or struggle or anything.
He wasn't upset. It was just like he expected his arrest would happen.
Detectives have a strong case against Warren, but it's mostly circumstantial. They need a full confession
You got 3 hours, you're gonna be here in 3 hours. You got
and pull together an audacious ruse to make him crack.
gotta look like the collar down here.
Ted had talked to behavioral profilers at the FBI, asking them, how can we make it as uncomfortable as possible for Leslie Eugene Warren to make him talk? And they had suggested making it look as big as possible. So they had a whole room at the Asheville Police Department set up as the Leslie Warren Task Force.
They had pictures of each of the victims blown up all around the room. They had fingerprint cards all around the room. They had filing cabinets with drawers marked with the name of each victim. The inference that, boy, we got a whole drawer full of evidence on each one of these cases. We got your fingerprints on all these cases. We know what you've done.
They had boxes of pizza open like they were working 24 hours a day on this. It was brilliant police work on Ted's part.
Now, in actuality, there was no evidence.
Cuffed and shackled, Warren is slowly walked right through the fake incident room.
He wasn't there more than a couple of minutes because they were looking for shock value.
Any longer, and Warren might see through the fakery.
They had arranged for Ted Lambert to be the only person to talk to him in that room.
Hey, Leslie. How you doing?
And Warren's eyes just hit the floor. He didn't pick his head up again.
The interview room has been specially prepared as well. The chair legs have been sawn down, literally to keep Warren off balance.
Ted Lambert said, Leslie, you saw what was in that room. The only thing you've got going for you is the truth. You need to tell us the truth.
Jaime Hurley? You killed her?
Within minutes, Warren is confessing. Yes, he killed Jaime Hurley.
Her also?
Yes, he killed Velma Gray. Yes, he killed Patsy Vineyard.
Why'd you kill him?
I don't know.
Chillingly, he said, "I just kill him. No real reason."
There was one instance. Leslie and I were having sex, and he just slipped his hand up around my throat. He didn't put any pressure on it, but I couldn't figure out what the hell that was about. And then come to find out, that's how he killed these women. I don't know why he didn't kill me. I don't know.
The interview is all but over
One more thing.
when Warren starts talking about a fourth victim.
Oh, by the way, there's this woman down in High Point I killed. Everybody got real quiet, their ears pricked up, and he started to describe the murder of Katherine Johnson.
Warren tells officers he met Catherine only last weekend in a bar, and they went for a drive. After he had sex with her, he placed his hands around her throat and strangled her to death.
It takes more than a minute to strangle somebody to death. Just watch the clock. It is a long, intimate murder.
He was devoid of empathy. I'm not so sure he even got a huge adrenaline rush out of it. And at that moment, he felt like it. And he just strangled her to death right out there in the middle of that field. Picked her body up and loaded her into the trunk. Then he drove the car away and he wound up parking it in the Radisson parking lot. He reversed in. He wanted the trunk to be back against the wall where nobody would be likely to smell or find the body for a while.
Warren, under armed escort, is driven back to High Point to find Catherine's body.
They assembled a forensic squad and they went over to the Radisson and they did find her vehicle reverse parked into a parking place. They noticed a large number of flies around the trunk, and in the trunk, Catherine's body. There was a high degree of decomposition, and it smelled bad. It was the awful remains of a beautiful young lady.
Like many successful serial killers, Leslie Warren had an unassuming quality about him, something that did not cause people to take alarm at his presence. Whether you call that charm or whether you call that manipulation, it knocks a wall down, and Warren possessed that.
Leslie Warren's trials for multiple murder opened in September 1993 in Greenville, South Carolina.
He came in, he was not very big, he was not imposing. I'd always thought if somebody walked in the room, you would know that that person was a serial killer. The temperature of the room would drop 15 degrees. Nothing like that happened. He just looked like somebody from down the street. He did not look remarkable at all, and that to me was a huge surprise.
During the trial, Warren just sat there. I don't recall any emotion at all.
He just stared straight ahead, very emotionless, no facial changes or anything.
He would answer the judge's questions directly, but other than that, he just sat very composed.
I think that kind of angered a lot of us. How dare you just sit there knowing what you did, not even to the family, not even to the friends to say I'm sorry or anything. It was just that same blank stare the whole time he was in there.
I was pushing for the death sentence. I wanted him dead. First time I saw him, just instinctively, I said, let me have him.
I'll deal with him.
It was a nightmare. They put guards in front of me, and I guess they were afraid I might do an outburst or something of that nature.
When the death sentence for the murder of Jaime Hurley is announced, her brother Lee stands up in the court. As Leslie Warren is ushered past him, Lee Hurley lights a match.
Hey, Leslie.
I was so sick of hiding and being scared. And I just wanted to go on with my life. I carried a gun with me for a long time, until the day that they caught him. A big hooray went through the whole house, you know, and that I was safe. I felt relieved that no more women were going to get hurt by him.
She opened the door, and here's this really charming man.
It didn't take long for the lodger to become the lover.
Everything was all fake.
He had financially ruined her. He had emotionally raped her.
How could somebody manipulate her to the point that she was willing to walk away from her daughter?
Her decision to confront Taw was the worst decision of her life.
My mother was my best friend. I was a kid that grew up classic dyslexic, so I always needed help.
She couldn't read, she couldn't even sign a form for a job application.
If I couldn't do something, I always relied on my mother. We had a bond and a trust and a love for each other that was phenomenal. If there was 1 penny left in the world, she would cut it in half and give me half that penny.
We're ready for them.
So when we got an idea about doing a consignment store, my mom was my partner.
Okay, here we go. Rolling and action.
Hi. Welcome to Terry's Design and Consign. We have new, gently used, model home furniture.
Terry and Loretta were like this great American success story.
Knew the price would be $1,500. Terry's price, only $500.
That's great, Mom.
We had a successful business, but my mother was lonely. She had been single for about 18 years, and she really had a sense of depression and hopelessness. She was too young and too beautiful to live alone. And I thought, heck, I'm a good marketer. I can do this. We had gotten this idea from a TV show. Let's run an ad to rent out a room, and more than likely, a gentleman's gonna respond to this.
Loretta lives in a large home in Phoenix suburb Tempe. Plenty of room for a good-looking lodger.
2 weeks after their ad ran, someone answered. So she opened the door, and here's this really charming man.
Hello, Tom Benderly, here to see the room.
Big smile on his face, bright lit up eyes. He was very handsome. He saw the room, he liked it, he said,
I'd like to take it, please.
Wonderful. Well, we can go and sign the papers tonight.
He very clearly gave her that feeling like, wow, I'm really excited about you and how attractive you are. And she was ecstatic. And then he told her, I have just a little bit of a money difficulty.
I lost my wallet on a flight home from the UK.
So he didn't have any money, and he didn't have an ID or anything.
Have you got another form of ID? A driver's license, maybe?
In the wallet. I need to get it all replaced.
On one hand, her woman's side was just, she was beside herself. And then on the other hand, she goes, oh, I'm going to be renting this guy, and he needs to pay rent.
Ta doesn't have any ready cash, but he does have the means to make it. He tells Loretta he's a successful inventor and entrepreneur.
He had done something for the Olympics. He had been all over the world. He had gone to school with Donald Trump, and he'd been a CEO. My mom was really torn. She said, let's pull back a little bit and let's meet a couple times and let me have a chance to talk to my daughter and get to know each other. About 3 or 4 days later, we set up a dinner at my house. I watched my mother, fly in like twinkle toes.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you.
She wasn't lonely, and that was worth everything right then.
After dinner, Ta talks about his inventions.
He sat down and he pulls out this big piece of paper. He started telling me all about this lawnmower blade that he's invented. And it was serrated so it cut the grass at a side, and it was going to be a huge invention.
It's just one among many gizmos that Ta has patented.
He was just immediately extremely charming.
Future success and happiness.
It really was like we had known each other forever. I felt sold. This is what my mom's been looking for.
A few days later, having paid neither rent nor deposit, Ta moves into Loretta's house.
Ta was a very helpful man. He was a gourmet cook. He could fix anything. Those are the kinds of things that are very alluring to a woman. And he was going to be the handsome man she always wanted on her arm. Anyone who has ever read a romance novel knows this scene. It didn't take long for the lodger to become the lover. Ta found in Loretta not only a woman with her own checkbook, but a network of friends and relatives that he could also tap to get money for his investments.
Are you ready for an experience of your lifetime?
One of the inventions Ta hawks to Loretta's friends is a gadget that transforms walls into speakers.
It was the most amazing sound that I'd ever heard.
He was prepared. Any objection you might have or question you might have, he was ready to answer it.
We want this and the lawnmower blade to go national.
I decided to invest $6,000.
People were investing in Ta because this was Loretta's man who was going to make a fortune, and they were going to help all that happen and get rich themselves on the side.
6,000. 10,000.
Not everyone buys into Ta's smooth sales talk, however. Loretta's sister Darla is alarmed.
In 1987, I went to Phoenix to visit. I think if she had said she was dating somebody, it wouldn't have bothered us. But she said that he was living in her house, and she didn't know anything about him. We wondered, is he an axe murderer? Does he want to move in and steal her things and kill her? We weren't in high alarm, but we were concerned about it and thought somebody ought to meet him. He was so interested in letting me know how brilliant he was. I thought he was full of it.
Oh, the sunsets in the morning.
I said to Loretta, Loretta, your sisters and I are really concerned about this situation.
Seems like too much too soon.
He seems to have no family. You don't know any background.
I know what I'm doing, and it's none of your business.
And so I thought it's time for me to shut up. but I didn't like him. This man was not what he said he was.
6 months in, Ta's inventions don't appear to be getting anywhere.
My mom was getting anxious. Bringing home money, helping pay the rent was real important.
When do you think they'll get back to you? You need some sort of commitment.
Close friends are increasingly concerned about the man Loretta is dating. Finally, Loretta agrees to ask an ex-boyfriend at the Justice Department to do some digging.
Ta said he'd gone to the business school with Donald Trump, and he'd had all these degrees.
He'd gone to Penn University.
None of that was true.
So are we in trouble? He goes, it's not that he doesn't show he's done something wrong, but it's a red flag.
He says we need to be careful. He's just jealous that I found somebody I'm happy with.
Loretta is confused. Is her newfound happiness about to unravel?
Ta was not the person he said he was.
Everything was all fake. We checked on him. There are red flags. We should be aware of it, but we were already involved in the situation. Eventually, my mom did say, I'm going to check it out with Ta.
When Loretta challenges Ta, he admits he's been lying, but says it's not his fault.
He talked about a really, really bad childhood. His father was really bad to him. She goes, did you really go to this school?
I ran out of money, and I needed to get a job.
He really pulled on the heartstrings.
Loretta bought the excuses because she really didn't want to be without a man. I think that for her, being with a bad man was better than being with no man at all.
Life gets back to normal, but pressure is building from Loretta's friends.
Loretta is aware that the investments are not getting repaid. She's aware that the inventions are not selling.
I became suspicious after lending Ta $6,000 because in the ensuing months, I never heard when I would get my money back.
He never conveyed to me that he was really trying to market the things that he was inventing.
I felt uncomfortable going and saying I want my money back because of Loretta. But at some point you have to do that. I went and saw him face to face and told him the situation. Oh, you got it. I understand. No problem. I'll get the check to you next week.
No problem. It's coming.
Waited a little bit. Same thing. Next week, it's coming. Nothing. This went on and on and on. I felt increasingly suspicious and increasingly disgruntled.
Next thing I know, my mother and one of her best friends aren't friends anymore.
He was totally insensitive to the discomfort around him as he is pushing people for money.
It's not just lawnmower blades and speakers. Now Ta is talking about a new design for a massive solar plant.
Solar is the future.
I kept asking Ta, where is your income? Because you have these other inventions. They're not in the marketplace. So where do you get your funds?
Don't worry, Gary. I've got investors all over Chicago, Colorado, Canada.
The investors, they were always imminent, and they were always in a position to invest.
But the investment never materializes.
She was well aware that this guy was ripping off her friends, but she was praying that in fact the ripoff would eventually turn into a solid return.
Over the years, Ta never pays back a cent of the money he takes off Loretta's friends, and he never pays a cent towards the rent and bills.
She started feeling very disillusioned, but didn't have the strength to push him out the door. Loretta's journals show us letter after letter she wrote to Todd demanding that he contribute to the household. She did this year after year after year. It gets almost silly. It's so repetitive that she keeps saying,
I'm going to make him pay. I'm going to make him be part of this household. He can't live off me forever.
She was exhausted. He used her in so many ways.
Taw was not only interested in his own inventions, he was interested in any place else that had money. And the place that had the most money, so visible and so at hand, was Terry and Loretta's business.
To get his hands on the business, he needs Terry out of the picture.
He said, you know, for you to really succeed, you need to overcome your dyslexia.
I thought you might be interested in this.
There's a summer program at Arizona State University where they work to help people who have a learning disability.
Your mother and I could watch the furniture store while you're gone.
He said that in such a true, caring manner that it felt like your father saying something to you that you would feel safe about.
Terry leaves for Arizona, happy that business is safe in her mother and Taw's hands.
While Terry was away at school, Taw was taking over the business. They had always had a cash-only business. They would buy things, they would sell them, they would buy more things, sell those. Taw saw this as too slow, and he went after bank loans to buy more merchandise and to have bigger and bigger returns on the money.
Yes, a business loan.
When I got back there, I realized we've lost about $10,000. I said, this is crazy that there's this much money missing in this amount of time. This is nuts. This business was everything to me. This was like someone just walking in and taking your child. I got mad. I got really upset. I remember just physically feeling, just get out of here. You know, let me in here. I gotta get back in here and take care of this.
Mom? We need to talk. Look how much he spent.
That was the first time my mother and I had fought. She says he knows what he's doing. He knows how to build a business. You have to spend money to make money.
Mom, he is spending money on stuff we don't need.
She's really wanting all these things about Todd to be real, to be good, and that she's made a good decision. So she took that position of, this is who I'm standing behind him.
We need him, Terry. He knows what he's doing.
And I said, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let this go down.
I want him out.
Three days later, I was sitting there in my office and she came in. She said,
either you buy me out or I'll buy you out.
And I remember being really in shock. I never thought of us as not being partners. My answer back was, there's no conversation.
I buy you out.
Fine. I'll have Todd drop the papers.
Todd said he's got a lot of experience in corporate businesses and buyout agreements and stuff, and that he would do that to save us money. I really should have gone at that point to somebody, but I did know that him being in my business was dangerous, and I didn't want that. So the agreement we made was that it would be $140,000 and I would pay it over a year's time. I read through it and I signed it and I made the payments. That was the beginning where we learned not to tell each other everything anymore.
Terry takes over the consignment store and goes it alone.
Right.
Here we go, guys, and let's roll, please. And action.
Hi. Welcome to Terry's Consign and Design.
I did my stuff and grew my business. Both of us were really busy starting our new lives in other directions.
At Terry's, we sell it for you, you buy it like new.
2 years after the buyout, everything was done and paid for. My doorbell rang, And I opened the door, and my mother was dressed to the hilt. She looked literally like Alexis from Dynasty. It wasn't unusual for her to look as dressed up, but it was unusual for her to have such a cold air to her. And she said,
"You've been served."
They were suing me for the business. She explained that the buyout agreement was done incorrectly and that she still was an owner of the company.
Either I return to work next week, or you buy me out again.
I was just stunned. I didn't even hear the buyout and the money. That really isn't what was the problem. It was my mother was gone. This woman was not my mother. I didn't know who she was. If there was a cord between a mother and a child, and I cut it. I knew that Tom had probably done that deliberately. How could somebody manipulate her to the point that she was willing to walk away from her daughter?
Terry starts making payments to buy her mother out of the business for a second time.
I didn't speak to her for a year. I missed her, and I wanted her to know I still cared, and I still loved her. Finally, Mother's Day came around. I made the decision to send her flowers.
Yes. I'd like 24 purple tulips.
And my heart, no matter whatever happened to us, she was still my mother.
Hello?
Have I got you to thank for these flowers?
Yes.
Loretta invites her daughter over for a reconciliatory dinner.
I knew she still loved me, and I know I still loved her. I could feel my mother wanting to hug me and make things better, but there was this thing, Ta, and it was clear that the game had changed. This was Ta's house now. I looked right at Ta and I said, "Why did you do this?"
Why did you come back and sue me for this money?
And he said, "Did you ever hear of the donkey trainer?" And I said, "No."
The donkey trainer would go in and take a big sledgehammer and hit the donkey right between the eyes and then leave.
And I said, "What does that mean?" He says,
You do this to get their attention.
and I said, "You know what? The next time you want my attention, pick up the sledgehammer and hit me, because it would hurt less than what you did." I was sitting in the car, and my mother knocked on the window.
I'm so sorry, Terry.
We just talked, and I said, "Stop it. Don't make me buy you out twice." She said, "Okay."
Stop making the payments.
Thanks.
Loretta drops the lawsuit, but the damage is done.
I know we wanted to embrace, but at that moment, you just kind of both want to just leave it at that. Our life was never the same.
The years pass, and Loretta falls more deeply under Ta's influence.
I've become conditioned to expect failure, and I'm losing confidence that it will ever be different.
Loretta was no longer in control of her own life. Every month when she thought she was dutifully making her house payments, she was actually handing over $1,000 to Ta, who was taking that money and stealing it from her.
Finally, in December of 2004, everything changed.
That was the day she discovered that her house was in foreclosure.
She was losing her house, and as far as she's concerned, everything is over.
Loretta finally snapped.
He knew this day was coming, and I think that he was prepared for it.
Get out of my house now!
Her decision to confront Ta was the worst decision of her life.
Get out!
I got a phone call about 4:30 or so, and at first I thought, oh, what does he want?
Yes, Ta?
Ta said, your mother and I went on vacation down in Tucson.
We went to the store too.
Ta tells Terry that her mom vanished while visiting the mall.
This is ridiculous. She's not just missing.
I said, have you gone in and talked to anybody? He goes, okay, I'll do that. I got another call at about 6.
Yes, Ta?
Yeah, I've talked to the security guard and no one has seen her. Terry, I've looked everywhere.
So he called the police and reported her missing. I jumped in the car and drove to Tucson in less than an hour. It usually takes 2 hours to get there.
The first 24 hours in any missing person case are extremely important. After that, the chances of locating people or gathering evidence is significantly diminished. Detectives spoke with Ta Benderly.
Then I dropped her off to do some shopping.
By this point, several hours have gone by since Loretta disappeared.
When I went back to meet her, I couldn't find her.
Mr. Benderly seemed pretty calm given the seriousness of the matter.
Ta tells investigators that he and Loretta stopped by the mall around 2 p.m. on the way into Tucson. They agreed to meet outside Dillard's department store at 4, but she didn't show.
I searched the whole mall, and then I went to security and reported her missing.
At this stage in the investigation, detectives are treating this case as a missing persons case.
When I went back to meet
I really believed that she had been kidnapped because of being wealthy and really well known all over Arizona.
I did notice that someone was following me, though, in a van.
Acting on the kidnap theory, Tucson PD swings into action.
Tucson Police Department organized and deployed numerous officers. The air support unit was also actively involved in a search.
Later that evening, Terry arrives at the hotel Ta and her mom are booked into and finds more questions than answers.
It really didn't make a lot of sense why he was sitting so calmly.
You can't just sit there, Ta. We need to go find her.
Listen, let's get a flyer made. Let's call the newspaper.
Print me off a picture. Yeah, that's good.
I said I was heading out and I was going to go searching for him. And I said, you want to go with me? He goes,
I need to get a bite to eat first.
I remember looking at him and puzzled, like, let's get going. The only thing I had to go on was there was a kidnapping. The next morning, Ta and I went to the mall together. We were looking around and he was showing me like where he had dropped her off. I saw him looking up where the security cameras were on the outside. So I noticed that, but I didn't make much out of it. I just kept busy.
With still no sign of Loretta, Detective Pacheco begins to check out Ta's story.
He stated that he searched for her extensively before reporting her missing. The video surveillance tape that I viewed shows Mr. Benderly coming into the department store and immediately going to the customer service to report her as a missing person. Also, Mr. Benderly said he stopped halfway from Phoenix to Tucson to gas up, buy a couple of sandwiches, then arrived in Tucson at about 12:30. But the video showed that he checked in at 2:44 p.m. None of those videos ever showed Loretta Bowersock. Could see Ta Benderly, but not Loretta. It seemed very suspicious.
We headed back to the hotel. and the police were there. They had gone in there and they had taken everything out of the suitcases and everything was set out in the room. I looked at the counter and there was a whole spread of all my mother's jewelry. All of her gold and her diamonds and her rings and all of her expensive jewelry were all laying there. I remember that moment taking a deep swallow. There were 4 big suitcases, and it had Ta's clothes and shirts and sweaters and just full. And then over here was my mother's suitcase, and it had 4 shirts, 4 pants, 4 socks, and they really don't match. Then the real shock was he also had a whole bunch of knives and guns and bullets. It was at that point in my head, I wouldn't say it out loud, I knew it. I didn't see Ta anymore. I saw a gangster.
It's not just Terry who's thinking Ta is behind her mom's disappearance.
We had a very solid circumstantial case against him. However, I don't have a body and I don't have a confession.
The police leave, and then Ta sits down and says, listen.
Here's the money I owe you, Terry.
I remember thinking, why would you go down to Tucson to pay me back money? That's a lie. As soon as I got in the room, I had a phone call.
Hello?
It was the police station, and they said that Ta was going to be going down to the station and that I should come down.
Okay.
Also, I really don't think that you should stay there tonight. After what happened this afternoon, you probably would be better if you went somewhere else. And we'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Bye.
I just started grabbing stuff and went to a hotel about 4 miles away and checked in. I was scared. Chances are pretty good this man had murdered my mother. When we got to the police station, I saw Ta. I remember looking up and thinking that he looked really weathered and small, and he usually is a very big-looking man, and you could see he was just like trying to figure out what to say. I remember feeling even a little bit of sadness for him.
Mr. Banderly, will you come with me, please?
Based on all the information that I had, my instincts were telling me that Ta Banderly was a suspect in this case, and I needed to probe a little deeper.
You guys left Phoenix about what time to drive down here?
Probably about 10:30.
And did you stop anywhere?
I gassed.
And what time do you think that was?
11:30.
We have you at 1:58 p.m.
How can that be?
I don't know. How can that be?
Ta's timeline doesn't add up. Alarm bells are ringing loud and clear for detectives.
This area, there are miles and miles of desert, most of it uninhabited. Mr. Banderly had spent time that he couldn't account for.
You've got me at a terrible disadvantage.
Okay. And
I slept for 40 minutes last night.
Sure. You just want to clarify something.
Let me say this, please. Let's communicate.
He begins to get angry. When he became angry and frustrated, he's even less likable.
You need to respect the fact that I'm trying to give you information in as clear a form as I can.
With Ta on the back foot, police go on the offensive.
You're taking her to the mall at 4 o'clock, the time you said you were supposed to pick her up.
I can't believe that.
Well, it's right here on the paperwork.
He is cornered. He can't think of lies fast enough.
I'm wondering if my watch was off. I wear this watch. This is the watch I'm
What time
wearing.
does your watch say right now?
Right now, it's, that's because I just said it. This is
And was it off when you said it?
It was off when I said it.
How off
This
was
is
it?
an automatic.
How far off was it yesterday?
I don't know.
When you said it 2 hours
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
And she had, her credit cards and stuff.
She had her clutch, which is a woman's wallet. She uses checks with ID.
While Taw is grilled in Tucson, police in Phoenix search the home he shares with Loretta.
We were asked to do a search of the home, and we found a purse that contained credit cards and an ID belonging to Loretta Bowersock.
Why would your wife's purse be at home?
I don't know.
Well, it's there.
I don't know why it would be in the purse, why the purse would be at home. I really don't know.
He was caught off guard, didn't know that we actually had detectives up at their house serving a search warrant, and we had uncovered this evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't.
That stinks. That stinks big time.
I'm feeling some frustration that I believe that something happened to Loretta.
You care about Loretta?
Yes, I do, very much.
Look at her.
Yes, I see her.
Now, do the right thing and tell us where she's at.
I have no idea.
I think you do.
I don't.
He gets very nervous, and I thought he was close to cracking.
I don't know where she is. If I knew where she
I
was,
think you
I
do.
would have. I don't. As far as I know, she is here in
As far as you
Tucson.
know, as far as I know, she never made it to Tucson.
I'm not the cause of it.
What is the cause? Then give me an explanation.
I don't know. I really
Because-
don't know.
But he was able to collect himself by just shaking his head and repeating,
I don't know where she is.
You had nothing to do with her
It
disappearance.
had nothing to do with her disappearance.
You didn't kill your wife.
No, I did not.
You didn't murder Loretta.
No, I did not.
You know how I know you're lying?
How?
When I ask you these questions, you close your eyes and you look down. That's classic. You were on your way out, buddy.
By now, Detective Pacheco is convinced Taw is guilty as sin, but without a body, he has no choice but to let him walk.
it was pretty frustrating because I knew deep down that Loretta was most likely dead and that Taw Benderly had killed her.
At that point, I'm really confused because I'm thinking, why was he still free after everything that happened?
At that time, Taw was free to go wherever he decided to go.
Taw Benderly returned to Tempe. At this point, we had to turn over the investigation to the Tempe Police Department.
Taw checks into a hotel in Phoenix.
Yeah, it's Taw.
He said he didn't go to the house because the police were all over there.
I've got something for you, hotel reception.
I remember on the phone, he sounded real kind of groggy and spacey. I jumped in the car and went down to the hotel. I talked to the person at the front desk and they said he had walked down here and he seemed like he was on something. I took the briefcase. I found a power of attorney that everything he owned, he was leaving to me.
Focus.
The minute I read that, I knew in my heart he was committing suicide. I called the police before I even went to his room.
Phoenix PD sends a detective to accompany Terry. She's determined to confront Taw.
He's the only one that knows where she is, and I've got to stop this. I've got to stop him from killing himself. I really believed that if I could get in there and talk to him, I could get him to tell me. I had in my mind that I was going to offer to help him get away in exchange for telling me where she was. I was really willing to say anything.
Taw? It's me, Terry. Let me in.
Fell asleep. Took a pill.
And he says, only she can come in.
Just you.
And I just took a deep breath and I walked in. And I remember he reached behind me and locked the door. I said, they're going to come in and get you.
Do you understand that?
I said, Ta, please, look at me. Did you kill my mother?
I didn't do anything.
I remember at that moment, I stepped back and I took this breath that didn't come from me. It's almost like I felt myself shift into somebody else. And I reached up like my mom did with her fingernails and I straightened back down his hair. The only thing I can think of is my mother and I were there together. I looked at him very caringly and I looked straight in his eyes and said, Ta, I will help you. I'll help you get away.
But I need to know, did you kill my mother?
I can't tell you anything.
I just knew he wasn't going to tell me.
Everything okay in there?
Okay.
I went to give him a hug goodbye. I remember feeling like my mother was there and that I could feel this like hanging on to each other. It wasn't me. They were just kind of like holding each other for like the last time. When I walked away, as much as I should have had all kinds of feelings, there was a calm in me. I didn't think about Ta. I just felt that my mother and I were together again.
Ta moves back into the house he once shared with Loretta.
Why was he still free after everything that happened? But there still is no murder. There still is no body. There still is no crime. There's no evidence.
Terry was desperate to know what had happened. She wanted to know where her mother was buried.
By this time, I had already started looking for her in the desert between Phoenix and Tucson.
That task was tremendous. That was a needle in the haystack.
Every day, for weeks on end, Terry and her friends dig in the desert outside Tucson, but she's getting nowhere.
I just really became furious, and I said, I am going over there, and I don't care what I have to do to him. I'm going to twist his hands back. I'm going to do something. I'm going to find out what happened.
She decides to confront Ta one more time.
So I made a call to the house, and there was no answer. I called 1 time, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and he didn't answer. So at that point, I just knew that I needed to get to the house. When I pulled up, they had the big police vans. I couldn't see the house very well, just the outside, and I saw police all over the place. Media was just everywhere. The cameras all go up on me and the lights go on, and they asked me,
"What do you think of Ta Benderly committing suicide?"
I remember just standing there in shock. They took their cameras down and they said,
"Do you know what has happened?" He hung himself.
Ta was found in the garage with an extension cord. There was a lot of emotions. One is, I think hanging yourself is very hard. And I had a sense of feeling for that. But then the second thing and the most important thing was, I'm not going to find her. He's the only one that knows. I just knew I needed to go in the house. I wanted to feel her in the house. Just one more time. Just one more time. You just want to see things. You just want to put your hands. You just want to put your hands on something that your mother touched. I found a box that was full of presents that she had bought at garage sales. And it had a list of things I had asked for that she was wanting to give to me. And I did ask to take those home later, and I gave those to myself at Christmas. Three days later, I went down to the police station. They started showing me all the inventions. They had checked on them, and they were all just lies.
The deceit that Taw perpetrated on Loretta over those 18 years was breathtaking. He had betrayed her in every single way he could. He had financially ruined her. He had emotionally raped her. He had been a snake in the grass to this woman who had hoped that he would be the man of her dreams.
Future success and happiness.
He had claimed he was an orphan. His father was still alive. His brother was still alive. He claimed he had never been married. He had been married twice before, ripped off both of those women. Loretta was simply his last and his longest victim.
Terry's nightmare is still not over.
The next day, I had a phone call from a lady. She said, "I need to tell you that Taw was in jail before he came to Phoenix, and I was with him, and he conned me, and he even conned me into having his record expunged, and that's why I could never find it." We all thought he came from Scotland. He had come straight from prison in Texas. Everything that had happened for the last 20 years was all fake. And I really believe her life with him was worse than her death.
The police investigation reveals that over 18 years, Taw embezzled around $1.5 million from the woman he claimed to love. But the big mystery remains. What has he done with her body?
After Taw died, I didn't have any answers. From that point on, I just spent most of my days going out in the desert. Finally, there was a couple out looking for stones and rocks out in the desert. She was found with a plastic bag over her head, plastic stuffed down her throat.
Loretta's skeleton was found buried under 18 inches of desert dirt. At the time of her death, she was 69 years old.
Hopefully it was fast. Hopefully it wasn't painful. She didn't deserve to have pain.
I forgive myself for choosing a difficult person to be in a relationship with. I forgive myself for not being enough to attract a kind, gentle, secure, financially viable man as a partner. My greatest pain comes from this relationship, and maybe leaving is the only way I can heal.
This is one of those stories that just befuddles you. It is a murder mystery about someone you would never expect to be murdered in a place you'd never expect them to die, by someone you'd never expect to be a killer.
I had looked for so long, about 360 days in the desert, and I'd come to the idea that I wouldn't be able to find her. Finding her allowed me to go into the grieving process and the next step. Up till then, I was still just on a mission, and I don't give up.
This very tall, very attractive man came over and very warmly gave me a kiss on the cheek. He swept me off my feet. He was very, very intense. I was totally in love with him, and so I trusted him. There was something going on in the background.
Danger's everywhere, hon.
He had systematically brainwashed me. He was asking us for money.
I don't have anything to give.
I was under his control. I'm terrified. Living, breathing fear. I was working as business advisor for the Scottish Enterprise Network, having the time of my life.
I think we need to lower the price points, and that's really going to increase the sales.
I'm very bouncy, very cheerful, see the positive in most things, very optimistic.
Mary Turner Thompson runs a thriving consultancy business in her hometown, Edinburgh. She's strong and successful and leads a full life. But there's one thing missing.
I had a small child. The relationship with my eldest daughter's father had not worked out.
She was a very gregarious woman who's at home with a baby, lovely as that is. So I think she just went online just to speak to people.
I'd met 3 guys initially. The first one turned out to be a bit like a big brother. The second one came across like the mad axe murderer. And the third one was just after a new social life. I just thought, that's it, I don't want to have anything more to do with it. Unbeknownst to me, they keep the profiles on the system. So it was about 6 months later that I actually got the email from Will Jordan. He told me all about the fact that he was American and he came from New Jersey. He works as an IT consultant in the UK. He seems just perfect.
I share your view on personal responsibility. I might as well say at the outset that I'm seeking a long-term relationship, so a quick fun seeker would not find me desirable.
He seems so genuine and so relaxed. We were emailing 5-6 times a day, and it's very exciting.
He appealed to her senses, so he would say that he liked the same things as she did. He seemed to sort of tick all of the boxes for her. He seemed too good to be true.
She did feel that she'd met her soulmate. She was probably not expecting to meet somebody, certainly not somebody who seems as perfect as Will Jordan.
Right from the start, Will tells her about his personal life.
He told me that he was infertile because of a bout of mumps when he was a child.
So if growing your family naturally is on your cards, then I suppose I am not the best choice of partners, though I do want children very much and I get on very well with them.
I gave him my number about 2 weeks into talking to him on email, and he promised he was going to call within the hour. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and no call came. And as the hours went by, I started to worry that something had happened. And I was really very concerned for him. 2 days later, I got an email from him saying that he'd been called away to Spain. I was very angry and very upset.
Mary is not impressed, but Will's so apologetic and so persuasive that she ends up agreeing to meet him.
We organised to have lunch at a central location in Edinburgh. This very tall, very attractive man, very tall, dark and handsome, as they say, came over and very warmly gave me a kiss on the cheek. And I was instantly attracted to him, put his hand on my small of my back, and off we went to the restaurant. We're ordering pizza. I order a pepperoni pizza, and he goes, that's my favorite too. Whilst we're eating, I'm just looking at each other, thinking, how did we manage to have such a strong connection over the written word? I felt totally at ease. The more I found out about him, the more I liked him, admired him, and thought this is actually really quite a special guy. We're walking back to his office, and as we were at the car park, he kisses me. It was a very passionate kiss. Quite often when you have a first kiss, it's a little bit tentative, but his wasn't at all.
She phoned me up and was just bubbling over. She was just so happy she'd met this amazing chap who couldn't have children, so was delighted that she already had a daughter.
He sent me a dozen roses to my work. It is very exciting. We just seem to be totally in sync. In the first months of knowing Will, I was very happy. I was falling in love with him. This was somebody quite remarkable. We made love. He was very, very intense, very focused. He swept me off my feet.
Early in their relationship, Mary invited Will Jordan to meet the family.
I'd really like for you to meet my parents. I think it's that time in our relationship.
I think you're right.
Really?
This was an important moment. She wanted her family to meet this person that she's been talking about all this time.
Smitten, Mary's keen to introduce Will to her family.
The first time that he was supposed to meet my parents, I arrived and he was going to arrive separately.
To Mary's intense embarrassment, Will doesn't turn up. The family sit and wait while the food goes cold.
And as time ticks by, the sinking feeling of being let down in front of your parents is sickening.
As Christmas approaches, Mary is beginning to have serious doubts about her new boyfriend. Against her better judgment, he persuades her to give him one last chance.
We were going to fly down to London, go to a weekend, black tie do Christmas party, which was very exciting.
Will says he's going to pick her up and take her to the airport for the flight to London.
As it got closer and closer to the time, I'm getting more and more stressed out. And I text him and I say, are you ready? And I text back saying, yes, I'm on my way, I'm in the car now, I'm stuck in traffic. And then text back, where are you now? We're going to be late for the plane. Nothing. Where are you? Nothing. So that's when I opened a bottle of wine and I had a couple of glasses of wine when I realised it just wasn't happening. I am absolutely crushed. I sat there thinking, that's it, it's enough. I've been let down too badly. That's it, game over. Didn't hear from him again until the morning. I don't think I even said anything to him. Went into the kitchen and just leaned against the cooker with my arms crossed and my legs crossed, waiting for some sort of explanation. I was angry. I was really, really angry. I was going, this is just not good enough, and I'm not going to put up with this. And I'm finishing the relationship. And he says, well, I'm really disappointed we're not going to London because I had a very specific reason to do so. And he said, I wanted to give you this. And he handed me a fluffy teddy with a ribbon around its neck. I had to uncross my arms to take the bear and realised that on the collar of the bear, on the ribbon, is a ring. His proposal came right out of left field, and I was completely taken aback.
Mary is thrown off guard. The ring's a huge surprise. But that's nothing compared to the terrifying secret her boyfriend is about to reveal. Just 4 weeks into their relationship, Will Jordan proposes to Mary Thompson. She agrees to think about it.
I had only known the man for a month or two, and there was no way I would marry somebody I had only known for that short space of time.
He says that he loves her, he wants to be with her for the rest of her life. So she forgives him. I mean, everybody wants to be married.
He persuaded me to wear the ring until I changed my mind. That ring effectively told everyone that he may not show up to meet my friends, but he does want me for life. That year I spent Christmas as usual with my family. Very loving and very supportive, but they do tease. They decided that they'd come up with a new nickname for Will, and that was Won't. They thought this was very funny that I was wearing the ring, but that he wasn't there again. My parents obviously thought he was not necessarily good boyfriend material. You know, he wasn't reliable, he wasn't responsible, and there was me having to stick up for him and trying to say, well, no, he's got a lot of work on, and, you know, he does his best, but, you know, he does have a lot of work, and he's got a lot of commitments that sometimes take priority. And but it's very hard having to stick up for somebody when you're just as angry with them as your parents are, but you still have to stick up for them. Every day, all day, I would get texts. You know, we would text back and forth 20 to 30 times a day. He would email me lovely letters telling me how much he was missing me. He would say that he was actually frightened by the depth of the emotion he felt for me. And it was very romantic. It made me feel that I was able to let loose my emotions and actually fall in love with him too.
Mary was over the moon. She appeared very, very happy, but Will was a bit of a mysterious character in terms of not appearing when he was expected.
When I did finally meet Will, he worked very hard to charm me. One of the things that Mary had raved about him was that he spoke Japanese, and I was living out in Japan. I asked him a very, very simple question in Japanese, which, even if he'd only spoken quite basic Japanese, he should have been able to understand. Before any answer came back, the high chair suddenly fell over. So, of course, everybody jumped up, and everyone was immediately distracted by that. The Japanese question was just completely forgotten. I think he tipped the high chair over to deflect from the situation. He knew that he was being tested.
It isn't just Mary's family who start harboring doubts about Will. She's growing suspicious too.
He kept changing his phone numbers. It didn't seem to make a huge lot of sense, and I started to have doubts. Something didn't feel right about the reasons he was giving me for the things he was doing.
Mary turns private detective.
I decided to do some investigating of my own. He'd created a personal website for me, and I had a look at the background, and it listed what his company was. The managing director for this company was somebody called Michelle. Will was actually listed as company secretary, and the address for him was 40 miles south of Edinburgh.
How come Will had never mentioned anything about this to Mary?
I decided I had to go and see this address. Although it was kind of with a sense of dread, I got in the car and I drove there because I had to know. I had to know one way or the other what was really going on.
Mary is totally unprepared for what she finds at Will Jordan's company headquarters.
I looked over the gate and there were children's toys in the garden. And I was stunned and really, really taken aback. There was all sorts of things going through my mind. Is my whole life about to fall apart? Is he cheating on me? Although that's the rational thought, he's married, he's got children. It just didn't fit with who he was. Because the one thing I was absolutely 100% sure about was that Will Jordan was infertile. I was feeling devastated. As I drove home, nothing I knew about him could be correct. Is he who he says he is?
Mary's whole world has been capsized.
As soon as I got home, I texted him to say, we need to talk now. I wanted to look into his eyes and see what he was going to say. I wanted an explanation. He said, please, just hear me out. Just hear me out until you make it, until everything's said, and then you can make up your mind. He said, I'll be back in a moment. And he went out the room. And he was in the hallway, on the phone, pacing backwards and forwards. My mobile phone sitting beside me started beeping with texts that said, SIM update, an MOD relay, an ODCI relay. I was very confused. This is not what I was expecting. And he came back through, looked into my eyes and said, I've been given permission to tell you. And I was thinking, okay, this is interesting. Where is this going?
What Will reveals is the last thing Mary is expecting.
I work for the CIA, babe.
He explained to me that he worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. He described it as ODCI, the Official Department of Central Intelligence. The updates from the ODCI and the MOD relay were to make sure that they could access me at any time. My phone would have to be updated and bugged, basically. He was on secondment from the ODCI to the Ministry of Defense. His specialist area was Israel and the Palestinian territories, dealing with insurgents and dealing with unsavories and helping protect others. I didn't disbelieve him because why would he be telling me this unless it was true?
Will also tells her that the house she found is actually a CIA safe house.
And obviously it had children's equipment in the garden because that made it look innocuous as something that other people wouldn't notice.
Mary finds it hard to believe, but Will is so persuasive and so eloquent, and she's so much in love with him, she gives him the benefit of the doubt.
He actually cried and told me that I was the one thing that made life worth living, that he couldn't believe how close he'd come to losing me. He now knew why he was doing what he was doing, keeping the world safe because of me and my daughter. I felt very proud of him.
After Will Jordan reveals this big, dark truth that he actually works for the CIA, it all seemed to add up, and it seemed to be proof that what he was telling her was the truth.
I was totally in love with him, and so I trusted him. He had money packets that were sealed plastic envelopes with the Ministry of Defense stamped on them. He used to carry a gun around. He'd never let me see the gun, but I could certainly feel it under his jacket and I saw the holster.
Will claims that her discovery of the safe house has put him under pressure. It means he'll be away for longer periods.
He'd had to now shut down that safe house because it was now exposed, and all the team had to move down south. So it meant that he wasn't able to be so often up in Edinburgh. And I felt quite guilty about it because it made life very difficult for him.
Will tells Mary that life for her will be very different now.
He explained to me that I would be under surveillance and that I would have to be very careful. I would have to be able to keep this secret.
He told her that the house was bugged, the phone was bugged, she was under surveillance, that somebody was following her all the time. I mean, she was scared to death.
I was so isolated from everybody, feeling desperately lonely. But nothing prepared me for the shock that was coming.
To her amazement, Mary finds out she's pregnant.
How can I be pregnant by a man who's infertile? I was completely convinced that Will would think I'd had an affair. And I had thought long and hard about how I was going to deal with this. I was very, very worried telling him. But his reaction was extraordinary. He leaned against the wall. All the blood drained from his face. He went ashen white and looked at me and said, "You're magical."
Wow.
Wow.
The family.
We will.
My God.
It's amazing. It's a miracle.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness.
When Mary got pregnant, she was thrilled. Here she was, able to give the man that she loved what he always wanted and thought that he would never be able to have.
It made me feel that this was something that I was able to give him that nobody else would ever managed to do. The child was very special.
We were having a walk with the family. He drew me aside and asked formally for my permission to marry Mary. I was quite impressed by it, and I said yes.
We'd booked Dundas Castle. I'd got myself a beautiful white dress with a veil, and everything was planned. The invitations had gone out, and it was going to be an absolutely wonderful wedding. I did genuinely feel that this was a turning point. But Will contacted me and said, actually, there was a problem. He was going to have to go abroad, and we were going to have to postpone the wedding. I was devastated.
Once again, Will shatters Mary's happiness. But he says it's not his fault. He claims he's being sent on a top-secret mission.
He was in the Palestinian territories. He was supposed to only be there for 24 hours, but he got trapped. He was living for 3 months in rubble. He sent me the images of bulldozed buildings, children lying dead in the street, images of the devastation that was around him.
This made her feel like her man was a hero, and probably also made her feel that she had no right to complain. Look at what he was doing. He's out there saving the world.
When he was getting access to the satellite, it was usually in the middle of the night, so I was very sleep deprived as well.
Danger's everywhere, honey. Right now we're pinned down and we can't move.
I was worried that he would never come home at all. And even if he did come home, he was going to be scarred by this.
Hello? Hello?
She was stuck at home. She was constantly on edge, wondering what was happening to him. Everything she had was invested in him and their relationship.
I felt so incredibly frustrated in not being able to say, I know where he is, I know what he's doing, and I can't tell you.
Something very odd was going on here. I was beginning to wonder if Will was actually just some kind of Walter Mitty character.
It was desperately lonely. Not only did I not have him by my side, but I also couldn't talk to my family. I was totally isolated.
Will has forbidden Mary from telling anyone about his top-secret CIA work. If she does, she'll put them all in danger. But in desperation, she confides in her closest friend.
When she told me that Will worked for the CIA, it didn't seem quite believable, but she was absolutely sure. She believed in him and that what he was doing was good.
Mary's baby is due any day now, but there's no sign of Will.
I felt frustrated by the fact he just didn't seem to care. I texted to tell him that I'd gone into labour and didn't get a reply.
But even Will's absence can't spoil the happiness she feels when her baby comes into the world.
This lovely little girl with blue eyes and black curly hair was born safely and healthy. I fell in love with her from the moment I saw her. She was absolutely beautiful. Will wasn't there. I felt, well, Superman's off saving the world. People's lives are being saved. How can I complain about being stood up, even for the birth of our child, if he's going through such horrors?
After almost 6 months marooned in Palestine, Mary's fiancé finally reappears at the family home.
He was very thin, very pale, very ill. He looked almost half the man he had been. He lay down in the bed with our daughter and the baby and just looked at her and just looked at her for hours. Just was so in awe of the fact that he was now a father. But mentally and emotionally, he seemed like he really had lost faith in the service. He'd lost faith in what he was doing. He wanted out.
Will tells Mary he wants to leave the CIA. The trouble is, they're reluctant to let him go.
I believe that they were actually punishing him, that they were making life difficult for him as an example to other people that you don't leave. The CIA were asking us for money to effectively buy him out of the service.
She thinks that if he's able to extricate himself from the CIA, then he could come home to her and their children and they could be a family.
At that point, I was starting to really not trust what he was saying. Just there were so many inconsistencies. Why would he have to pay his way out of the CIA?
I just felt there's no other option, that I had to give him the money. I was under his control.
Mary hands over $20,000 of her savings. It's a price worth paying. Now he can start his new life with her.
And I just felt finally things were going to change. Finally, we were going to be together as a family. It was a very happy time for me. No, he was alive and safe and well, and I didn't have to worry about him being in danger.
My mum was the one who always looked after us and stuff, who fed us, dressed us, got us clothes, looked after us. And like Will and my dad, they were just, the kind of thing on the side. They were like the fun people that would come and say hello to us every once in a while, kind of thing. Will was always like the super dad, who was always like really strong, helping her with the dishes, helping with cooking, helping putting us to bed. Always giving us piggybacks and, lifting up in the air.
So we decided that we were going to get married again.
With the last of her savings, Mary organizes a last-minute wedding.
I rang my parents and my sisters and my brother and I said, I'm getting married today if you want to come down.
They got married in a registry office. We had a party that evening for them in our house, and it all went very well.
We decided to try for another baby. So in the summer of 2004, I fell pregnant again.
When they did finally get married, I think I was kind of relieved for Mary because I knew that it was what she wanted, but I was also sort of quite concerned. I could see that he wasn't making her happy.
Despite buying her husband out of the CIA, Mary has to give Will Jordan more money.
He asked me for money for his mother because she was ill in hospital and to pay the medical bills. So I'd remortgaged the flat and raised £7,500.
His mom's medical bills are small change compared to Will's next demands.
He got a contract working for a software company down in Cambridge. He was away a lot of the time, but it was whilst he was working for this software company that his old life in the CIA came back to haunt us. Life was spiraling badly out of control.
Despite leaving the intelligence service, Will tells Mary he's being blackmailed by an enemy agent.
Will said that if he didn't come up with money, that we would have bits ripped off us and sent to him through the post. How better to hurt him than through his wife and his children. I dream about people breaking into the house. I'm terrified, absolutely terrified, and I can't tell anyone.
Will tells Mary there's only one way out. He's already given all his money to the agent blackmailing him. Now it's her turn.
I had to come up with money. Otherwise, my worst nightmare would come true.
Mary Thompson believes her family is being blackmailed by enemy agents who are after her husband. Will Jordan says their only way out is to pay them off.
Initially, he asked for £10,000. I thought that was going to be it. But there was more money required. 5,000 here, 10,000 there.
I didn't know what he was up to, but it didn't feel as if it was a straight story. Is all this, unbelievable? But she was in denial about it.
As long as he gets the money that he needs to pay these people off, they will be kept away from us. It was something very scary and far bigger than me. I was pregnant, so I did feel very vulnerable when he wasn't around.
Will tries to reassure her.
He gave me a taser and taught me how to use it so that I would be able to defend the children. I held the taser in my hand, unsure whether I could hurt another human being.
This reinforced the idea that she was in danger, and it also added to the sense of paranoia that she felt and a sense of isolation.
And I can't tell you the amount of times that I got up in the middle of the night having heard a noise and would go down the stairs carrying that taser. I mean, it's just living, breathing fear. Very quickly, any money that we had in the bank was gone. Very quickly, I had to raise more money. I remortgaged the flat. That money was gone.
In desperation, Mary turns to her brother.
I'm gonna need £5,000.
Mary asked for another 5,000, at which point I turned round to her and said, "Is this for you or is this for Will?" And she said, "It's for Will." And I said, "In that case, I'm not willing to give it to you." I was suspicious of Will. I got to the stage where I thought this had gone on too far.
Eventually, the only real option to raise enough money to get these people off our backs was to sell the flat. I sold my flat in Portobello and raised £165,000. Almost all of it went to these very dangerous people who were threatening our lives.
She thinks if they can just get over this hurdle, then everything is going to be wonderful.
With Will away looking for more contract work, Mary rents a cheap apartment.
I was not rational, and I really was trapped. I was so short of money, I was scrabbling around the back of couches trying to find change to buy some milk for the children. Within a couple of weeks, Will came back and said, "I need more, and this is really, really important, and this is vital, and this is the last ever." And I just shook my head and I said, "I haven't got it."
This will be the last time, I promise you.
I had pretty much given the shirt off my back. I had no money. I had nothing else I could sell. If I was going to get hurt, then I was going to get hurt. That was it. We'd reached the bottom of the bucket and there was no further down to go. I was pregnant and alone, but I just had to just keep going.
She was a very together person when she met Will, and that slowly sort of disintegrated, and she did become pretty much a shell of the person she used to be.
Zach was born, and I did genuinely believe that things were about to get better. And one day I receive a phone message from Will that makes my blood run cold. My very worst nightmare is coming true. I'd missed a phone call from Will, and it had gone on to answer machine, and he'd called me by mistake. There was a woman saying, sit down in the back, and then you could hear Will aggressively saying, put your seatbelt on. I'd never heard him use that tone. It sounded exactly like a husband and wife being irritable with their children. I listened to it over and over and over and over again, trying to glean some sort of information from it.
All of Mary's worst fears about Will are coming back to haunt her.
I called Will, said, we need to talk. I was very angry and very upset. When he came home, he explained to me that there was more than one man in the car, that there was a CIA man at the back of the car loading up equipment, that the children were calling Daddy. Surely I had heard him talking as well. And I said, no. There is this possibility that my husband has another family, but if that's the case, then he's lied to me from the very beginning. It's something that my brain can't even process. I have to believe him.
Her whole life had been built around supporting this man. So to see information that said everything she had been working for was a lie was just very, very difficult to take in.
And yet again, Mary gives Will the benefit of the doubt, until the police call.
In December, I got a phone call from the police to say, where's your car? And I said, it's my husband's driving it in England. And they said, thank you very much, and hung up. And I thought, that was weird. And then I got a phone call from Will afterwards, absolutely furious. And he was shouting at me saying, you don't know what you've done, you don't know what you've done. He'd been arrested and charged with fraud.
In addition, the police have found a wedding certificate in his car. He's married to someone else.
And therefore they charged him with bigamy. I was devastated.
The woman Will's married to is Michelle, the supposed CIA spy who was living in the safe house that Mary tracked down early in their relationship.
I was very conflicted and very confused. He said I wasn't to say anything. I was not to answer any questions because they were going to try and trip me up. So when the police rang me and said that he'd been charged with bigamy, I kept quiet. I was scared to remove any evidence that I'd ever known anything about Michelle. So, under his instruction, I shredded the details I had, the company house records I had, showing that Michelle was the company director. I took any receipts and I shredded them and I burnt them in the grate. And I took the ashes. And as instructed the will, I walked down the street to check I wasn't followed and then put them in somebody else's bin.
Any remaining illusions Mary has about Will are finally shattered when Michelle reaches out to her.
The phone rang. I heard the female voice on the phone saying, hello, is that Mrs. Jordan? And I said,
yes.
And the voice said, I'm the other Mrs. Jordan. So finally, after 6 years, 2 children, $300,000 in debt, humiliated and broken-spirited, I have to face the truth. My husband does have another family.
I came across Mary's number. It was on his phone. I had the number 2 years before I had the courage to call it. I could hear the panic in Mary's voice. I just did what I felt was instinct, which was to just get in the car and go to her.
I rang my good friend Karina and said, I need to talk.
Mary had had a phone call from Michelle, who was Will's other wife, and she was going to come up on that day, which would be for the first time, you know, that they would have met each other.
We sat down and I told her everything from the very beginning. I told her the whole story. I unburdened myself from all this trauma and pain that I'd been through and how much I had trapped it inside. And it was difficult and embarrassing and hard and emotional.
Everything's going to be okay.
She was brilliant. She sat, she listened to me, she didn't judge. She was very supportive.
Mary had only just found out about this woman, so I wanted to be in the house when she arrived.
Finally, the two Mrs. Jordans come face to face.
There was no denying this evidence in front of me. She showed me the wedding certificate. She showed me passports. She showed me document after document.
I was curious as to the life that they lived and had lived. I felt compelled to look around to see how much of him was there.
It was a very strange experience because she walked around the house saying, "Oh, I've got one of those. Or we've got that. Is that Will's? I've got one of those." He'd kept a lot of things consistent between their lives. So you could see Mary's life disintegrating as this other woman walked around the apartment.
Sorry.
We sat and cried through the night, and I felt sad for Mary because she'd been duped.
Mary is still struggling to come to terms with the reality.
It didn't make any sense that this person who seemed so genuine and charismatic and charming and confident set me up so callously from the very beginning. He had systematically brainwashed and stressed me to the point that I was totally under his control. Shortly after Michelle left, I sat down on the bed and I texted Will and ended the relationship.
Mary thinks she's broken free of Will Jordan, but the nightmare continues.
And though I can't see how the situation can get worse, it does.
Not only is Will Jordan a fraudster and bigamist, now she discovers he's a sex offender. Police tell her that 4 years before he met Mary, he was convicted in England of sexually molesting a girl under the age of 13.
When the police said all these things, I just didn't say anything. But they did say to me that I would have to speak to a social worker because my husband was a known paedophile.
Astonishingly, Will still believes he can pull the wool over Mary's eyes. He calls her to offer his own fantastical version of events.
Hey, babe. Yeah, what's up? Listen to me, babe. 10 years ago, I did a job at a sex offenders prison. They had a 13-year-old girl say that I molested her just so I can get into the prison so I can do the job.
After 6 years of lies and excuses, Mary is finally forced to face the truth.
That was the lowest point in my life.
In desperation, she goes to see a lawyer.
And the lawyer said, "I've heard it all before. I've heard every excuse that any guy can come up with."
What you're telling me is true?
He said he was a known paedophile, a systematic and controlling con man.
I never thought that he would do this. He would think about hurting my children.
As the social services say, you do something, you do it to keep your children. I left the lawyer's office and I sat in the car and I just cried because I knew I wouldn't allow somebody to take my children away because they believed him to be a paedophile.
Will Jordan never did abuse Mary's children. His trial for fraud and bigamy opens in November 2006, 6 years after their first date.
I had spoken to the police and said, I want my statement in front of the judge. I wrote that this man, he had systematically targeted and impregnated single mothers to rip them off for money. I was very nervous about seeing him in court. My doctor had said to me, don't look it in his eyes, look at his shoulder. So he then doesn't have any control over you.
People believe that sociopaths hypnotize their targets with the predatory stare. So she was very careful not to look at him. He knew exactly what he was doing.
The judge said that Will Jordan was an inveterate exploiter of vulnerable women. The statement that I gave the judge made all the difference. Because he got 5 years. He got 18 months for the bigamy. He got 18 months for the fraud. He got 9 months for not registering his address on the Sex Offenders Act. Will Jordan just looked nonchalant, not bothered, not guilty. He didn't look like the man I'd married. Finally, I looked at him straight in the face. His eyes went up a bit of that kind of, oh, I've got her kind of thing. And I just turned away. I've never felt any need for revenge or anything like that, but it felt good to say, I've got the power back. It's mine, not yours. You don't have any control over me anymore.
Will Jordan serves part of his sentence in a British prison. In 2009, he's released and deported to the United States.
When Will Jordan came back to New Jersey, he just went right back to the same pattern. He took out an ad on Match.com and started looking for another single mother who he could target.
Mary now helps other women deal with manipulative predators like her former husband. In early 2014, out of the blue, she gets a call from New Jersey.
My name is Michelle. I am engaged to who I thought was Liam Allen, who turned out to be William Allen Jordan, and not at all who I thought he was meant to be. He happened to have left his wallet behind, and something told me, look in it. And so I did, and I had seen a immigration and naturalization card, and it had the name listed as William Allen Jordan. I said, you know what, Google this name. And when I did, a whole plethora of things had come up. The articles, the news reports. I am currently nearly 10 weeks pregnant with his child upon finding that he is a bigamist, a pedophile, and a scam artist.
I finally now accept the truth that Will Jordan is a sociopath and that his only pleasure in life is manipulating other people.
Mary's a strong woman. She's moving on with her life. She's taking care of her kids. And she's also speaking out about what has happened to her. And I applaud her for doing that.
He took 4 years to get me to the point where I was malleable enough to rip me off for money. It's a long con.
I hear an amen?
They thought he was a gift given to them by God. They just thought the world of it.
Something always felt wrong about it. It just didn't hit me in my gut right.
You cannot be the pastor of a church with a sexual conviction crime.
Tim Tillman was an evil, conniving person. Whatever it took to get it, he would get it.
The coldest person that I have come across.
Vincent, Alabama has a population of about 2,000 people.
Everybody knows everybody. Feel like you can leave your door unlocked if you wanted to, or leave your keys in the car if need be.
We're willing to help each other in any way possible.
Is the person you're married to like a business partner? You can just move on from,
when things get tough.
I was a member of Vincent Revival Center, and that's where I first met Tim Tillman.
When the going gets tough, the tough get going home to sort it out.
He was probably the best speaker I'd ever heard from the pulpit.
When you go home today, all you husbands, you tell your wives you appreciate them.
He understood how to work the crowd, if that's the right word.
Marriage is a covenant with God.
His charisma made it excitable to be at church. I looked at him as a mentor.
Tim Tillman arrived with his wife at the Vincent Revival Center, Alabama in 2003, after 10 years spreading the gospel in pulpits from Florida to Minnesota.
We really thought, you know, in the terms we'd hit a home run when we were able to hire him as our pastor. Typically at the end of a service, he would greet everyone as they came out of the church.
I do good.
And everybody was, oh, Pastor Tillman, that was a great sermon today.
Truly inspiring. Thank you so much.
And he tended to eat that up.
Janet Tillman was the most precious person. She was very humble. She was a wonderful mother, a wonderful pastor's wife. Tim was the preacher, but Janet was the glue that held it together.
I think she really strove hard to be the perfect wife. She was always there to support him.
They had 2 daughters. Jessica was the oldest and Tiffany was the youngest.
I saw Janet as the person who made Tim look good.
Pastor Tillman believes charity is at the core of his mission. When Hurricane Katrina hits Louisiana, he sees it as an opportunity to bring the community together.
Tim brought the idea about raising money for the Katrina disaster down in Louisiana. He offered the idea of a turkey shoot. You would have to walk over to a table, pay the money to get 1 shell. You would be directed to put the shell in, and then you'd be directed to shoot. At the end of the 3rd turkey shoot, there was a gun that was jammed, so it was obviously no longer usable.
Another church member offers to take the broken gun away to get it fixed.
And Tim just turned around and saying, no, I just want to take the guns home with me. I'll keep them all with me. I appreciate it, though.
He told Janet, hey, we need to put these guns in the house for safekeeping.
I don't want to leave them in the church where the kids are at. It's too dangerous.
So Janet takes one of the guns in and goes in first, and then he takes the 2 other guns.
Tim's plan is to put the guns under the bed while they're being stored at his house. Janet went into the bedroom first and was approaching the bed. Tim went in behind her.
The gun hit the side of the doorpost and went off 3 feet from her back.
Janet is lying there telling Tim that she loves him and that she loves the girls. Janet is bleeding to death.
I come out of the church and I look up there at the house, and there was ambulances, police, and various first responders. When I got there, it was very intense. Tim had his hands over his face, talking about, what have I done, what have I done? Just kind of saying that over and over and over.
When I got out of the car, someone met us and said, Janet did not make it. My heart was breaking for the 2 girls. They were distraught, they were sobbing. I wanted to be sobbing too, but I felt like I had to be strong for them.
The police came in and said, we need Tim to go downtown to the police station to give a statement. I thought that's awful.
I'm sorry, Janet. Try to be supportive for him and let him know that we're there to help him. There's really nothing you can say. You can just be there.
I don't know what happened. I was following her. I was following her behind, and she had one gun, and I was carrying two, and I don't know how it went off.
The idea that he's going to live now with this accident, it was very heartbreaking. It was tragic. You wish you could change it, but you can't.
After they talked to the girls, my husband told me that they were going to our house to stay.
We were so concerned for Tim that they pulled all the knives out of the drawers. We thought he was a suicide threat.
God, give your grace this night to Tim, Jessica, Tiffany. Reveal yourself to them, Lord, so that they might understand what has happened this night.
Across town, Janet's sister, Joan Croft, learns the heartbreaking news.
The night Janet died, we had already gone to bed. Your mind just kind of goes crazy.
There's been an accident.
My first thought was, oh my God, what are these girls gonna do? So, I called my brother. And I said, Janet's dead. His first thought was, no accident.
Popular Alabama pastor Timothy Tillman shoots his wife Janet dead in an apparent freak accident. Her family don't buy his story.
It just didn't hit me in my gut right. Something always felt wrong about him.
Detectives question Tillman about the shooting. With no reason to hold him, they let him go home to his daughters. As a formality, they run his name through their system.
They checked his license in the database. That's something that they would check as a matter of routine.
The result is far from routine. Investigators are surprised to learn the pastor has 2 driver's licenses, one under his own name and a second under the name Timothy Patrick McNally.
So, 4 months ago, he changed his name to McNally. And then a couple weeks ago, he changed it right back to Tillman.
The name change back to Tim Tillman from Tim McNally happened a matter of days before the killing.
It's a red flag for police. Tim Tillman is a man with secrets. Across town, Janet's family also harbor suspicions about the charismatic pastor.
He led us to believe that Janet's family did not like him.
I took her away from their church. I don't even know if they'll speak to me. They've never forgiven me.
I thought, here's a man who's lost his wife. And I felt sorry for him.
Come in.
From the minute they walked up on the porch,
Hi.
there was so much tension.
When we arrived, that was one of the most awkward times probably in my life.
Charles.
He wanted to shake my hand. I told him not yet.
Not until I got the whole story.
Never once did he look at my parents and say, "I'm so sorry."
I've never hurt her on purpose. Never!
He said how much he loved Janet and he would never hurt her. My gut said something wasn't right.
A few days later, I sent an email to the district attorney explaining that my sister had been killed and we really thought that they needed to investigate it.
Detective Scott Bartle of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation is assigned to the case.
The email said that they were not sure if Vincent Police Department would have the resources to adequately investigate the case. I went down to the town of Vincent to meet with Chief Shrigley with the police department. We sat down and I watched the video of the interview. One thing that stood out to me was how Tim Tillman was acting. The only thing I can compare it to is the Wizard of Oz, the Cowardly Lion, because he'd go, ooh, oh, and then he'd look up over at the clock to see what time it was. I couldn't understand that. It was just highly suspicious to me.
Vincent police also tell Detective Bartle about Tim Tillman's 2 driver's licenses.
My plan was to check into Tim's background, find out where he had lived before, just kind of recreate his past and try to find out more information about Tillman.
Detective Bartle discovers that Pastor Tillman has a past that is far from saintly.
Tim always had a thing for women. He always ended up with a girlfriend or going places that a married man shouldn't be going, like strip clubs. Janet had put up with everything he had done.
In 1995, 8 years before he turned up in Alabama, Tim Tillman was spotted leaving a Florida strip club. Fired from his ministry, he drove 2,000 miles north to Minnesota. He was again cast from his church after a sleazy affair with a member of his congregation.
He started working as a jailer, and he liked to say he was a police officer, but he wasn't. He just worked as a civilian at the jail, where he just basically checked people in and out. One day, they brought this prostitute in. He offered to take her home. And instead, he pulled over in a parking lot and, according to her, forced her to have oral sex.
Hey, how y'all doing?
They investigated it and subsequently charged him. He was sentenced to 6 months in the jail up there in Minnesota.
It was too much for Janet. And I said, Janet, at some point, sweetheart, you're gonna have to give up on him.
Would you mind if me and the girls came there to be near you?
And I said, of course, Janet. We're even looking for some help in my office, and I can probably get you a job.
With her cheating husband behind bars, Janet and her daughters moved south to Alabama to be close to her sister Joan.
Everything was going good, and then Tim called. He said, they let me out early. I want to surprise her when she gets home.
Please forgive me, Janet. Please.
I think she hoped that he meant it. She always had hope that things would be better.
Girls?
felt like the girls needed their daddy.
Oh, my goodness.
I was disappointed that she let him come back. I thought that Janet would do real well on her own.
The family is reunited, and Tim Tillman vows to keep the past behind him.
When the opening came to replace the minister at the Vincent Revival Center, Janet said, "There's a big part of me that hopes this doesn't happen, because every time he gets into situations and we have to leave."
Tillman secures the job as senior pastor and prays the church doesn't discover his conviction for soliciting a prostitute.
I knew that if he had presented the information of his conviction for a sexual crime in Minnesota, that he would not be preaching. I contacted the superintendent of the Assemblies of God and talked with them about Tim and how he got to be a preacher there.
Could I speak to the secretary in charge of pastor appointments, please?
The church does a background check on any incoming pastor. Tim Tillman put them off and put them off and put them off.
He would say, "Oh, I lost it," or somebody spilled milk on it, or that kind of thing.
I thought it was suspicious, but it didn't have anything to do with him shooting Janet. Also, whatever he did in Minnesota, it just didn't explain the name change. Something ain't right. I was frustrated because I couldn't find the right piece of the puzzle to really get it going. I needed the centerpiece to build upon.
Unaware of investigators' growing suspicions, Pastor Tillman draws on the love and support of his congregation.
The whole community rallied around Tim and the girls. There were people who would give Tim gifts, monetary gifts.
People are being so kind.
Of course, it was no secret that Janet's salary had been lost.
Just weeks after Janet's death, Tim Tillman says he wants to leave his daughters and go away for a few days.
Too. Harold, I think I want to go on retreat.
Tim mentioned something about going on a pastor's retreat, pastor's conference to Washington State.
Washington?
Yeah.
It's the first inkling among church members that all may not be as it seems.
Between here and Washington State, there has to be 1,000 different pastor's retreats you can go on. And so why would you go all the way to Washington State for one? Seemed a bit odd.
But we felt like it was important for his well-being that this take place. He's fragile, and he needs to go get help. We still were under the perception that he was going to be our pastor. We were still holding on to that.
Meanwhile, Detective Bartle discovers that Tim Tillman already has suspected links to Washington.
We obtained cell phone records. I could see a lot of communication to a number that was in Washington State. I tried to identify the number, and I got the name Molly. Now, there was a religious retreat that he had been to in Washington, but why would you be talking to Molly at 11 o'clock at night? I mean, that's not normal business hours. It was just highly suspicious to me, but I knew I needed something more.
2 months have passed since Janet died. Tillman returns from his retreat. He tries to pick up a new life with his 2 daughters.
Daddy? Who's that lady?
No one, just an old friend. Go back to bed, honey. I said, go back to bed, Tiffany.
Tiffany called and was crying, and she told me that she had gotten into an argument with her dad because she had read some correspondence he was having with a Molly. And he told her that, yes, he was attracted to her, and she said, I don't think it's been long enough after my mother's death.
You know, you can
Come and see me anytime you want.
That's the first time I'd heard the name Molly.
Bye.
From that day on, my relationship with Tim Tillman was not the same.
It began to become more polarizing, that those that supported Tim supported him to the hilt. But now there was a line that was starting to be drawn, and those that had suspicions, they were kind of coming over here to this other side saying something ain't right.
Janet's sister has also talked to Tiffany and decides to call the police.
Scott Bartle.
I received a telephone call from Joan. There's a rumor that Tim may have a girlfriend called Molly. That's when everything kind of really started coming together. I'm starting to see a picture of somebody that killed their wife.
Alabama police discover Pastor Tim Tillman has a secret girlfriend. For Detective Bartle, it's starting to look like a motive for murder. Now, hot on the trail of the lecherous preacher, Detective Bartle digs into Tillman's email history.
He first engaged with Molly over the computer about 10 years prior. Started off as an anonymous communication, so to speak.
I think part of the fun to him was getting away with doing something that wasn't right. Janet worked lots of hours, and there's nobody looking over his shoulder.
When he found out more about Molly and that her dad was in the military, I think that's when Tim decided to create this Timothy McNally.
He used a different name. So if anything ever did come up with Janet, that he could say, well, that wasn't me.
It wasn't just his name he changed. He claimed he was a high-ranking naval officer.
He dressed as a lieutenant commander in the Navy to impress Molly.
I can imagine him going into an Army surplus store where they would have some uniforms and picking out the parts that would make him look good, and making this story that he's been telling her over the months very believable to her.
The deeper Detective Bartle digs, the more he suspects the shooting accident was far from accidental.
Whenever you have someone that has a mistress on the side and your wife is shot in the back, there's a motive. However, Scott had a lot to do to take it to another level, to get him to a point where he had a case.
If he's got a girlfriend, he can show her he's got a driver's license with Timothy Patrick McNally. That validates who he's saying he is. He doesn't have to worry about her showing up at his house or trying to locate him when he's going back to Vincent to be with Janet.
6 months have passed since Janet was shot dead. Despite Detective Bartle's suspicions, he has nothing concrete on Tillman.
I remember wondering, why would someone murder their wife instead of divorcing? Maybe Tim was thinking, if he was divorced, he could not be a preacher. So if Janet is dead, then they don't have to worry about that.
Janet's family is clamoring for answers.
I was getting very frustrated at that point. Seemed like nothing was being done. I was consumed with this whole thing. I'm not hearing from the ABI, I'm not hearing from the DA's office, I'm not hearing from anybody. I felt like they didn't think it was important.
Tillman's congregation struggle with the growing uncertainty over Janet's death.
Before Janet died, each Sunday morning, as people left church, there would be a lot of joy, happiness.
Thank you.
But now, as we left the church, you didn't see that joy anymore.
I had gone from feeling sorry for Tim to feeling distrust about him.
Out of the blue, Tillman springs a surprise.
Harold, can I talk to you for a second?
Sure.
He informed us that he was going to resign as our pastor.
I think it's for the best.
I think I felt a sense of relief.
One side said, I'm glad this is over. The other side said, man, I hate to see him leave. He still had his supporters, and they were very strong supporters.
Tillman tells his congregation he's taking the girls and moving back to Florida to be near his family.
It was a tough decision to have to watch him leave the state of Alabama. I thought that he might have gotten away with murder. But to go ahead and arrest him and put him in jail for the murder of Janet. You have to be able to prove a case.
Thank you so much.
Scott found out lots of clues, but nothing solid that built him anywhere close to proving a murder.
I would suspect that Tim thought he had gotten away with it. He'd only been interviewed that one time, and that police believed him.
Just when Detective Bartle fears that Tillman has slipped through his fingers, he catches a lucky break. Janet's sister Joan tells him of a curious phone call she's just received.
Sitting at my desk at the office and my phone rings and they ask for Janet.
Janet no longer works here.
It was this loan company. I asked when this loan was taken out. They said January of '06. Janet was killed in October of '05. My first thought was that Tim had used her name, her good credit, and gotten a loan.
It was $5,000, and it was a month or two after her death. I knew that I had an opportunity to get Tillman and arrest him.
Arresting Tillman for fraud will also give Detective Bartle the chance to question him about the night he killed his wife.
This interview has to be played out very carefully. Tim Tillman will have gotten away with murder. He's only going to get one shot at it.
For more on this handsome devil, visit investigationdiscovery.com. 13 months after Janet Tillman was shot dead in an apparent accident, police get lucky. Her husband Tim is arrested for fraud.
The forgery opened the door for me to get Tim to explain about Janet's death. From what I have researched on Tim, he would not be able to keep his mouth shut. I knew that he was going to try to preach to me and try to make me believe that it was an accident. And at a certain point, Tim was going to lose his cool. And he was going to start screaming and hollering and turning all red in the face and become very angry.
Detective Bartle travels to Florida for the all-important interview. Needling Tillman into revealing new evidence is his best hope of nailing him for murder.
They have to confront him with every single piece of information that points to this murder being intentional.
You're always nervous in a case. Everybody has a fear of failure. This was a big interview. I knew if I could not get information from him that he might would get away with it. When we sat down to interview him, you know, it was just casual, nice, just conversation. And I started my line of questioning with him about, well, tell me about the forgery.
I did it after the accident. After Janet died, we lost her income.
He does what liars often do. He confesses what he knows he has to confess. If I don't confess this makes me obviously a liar.
I just wanted to pay for her headstone.
I kind of leaned on the table and propped my head up, and said, "You really have me intrigued about this accident."
Can you draw me the house and everything like that? Because I can't picture. I'm kind of silly at times, I guess.
Scott is playing dumb, and it plays right in to what Tim wants.
When I came through, I kind of shifted the guns, and when I did, they discharged. Ooh, what'd you do after that?
Some aw shucks, hayseed investigator from back in Alabama, and that's what Scott is presenting to him.
So, when the gun discharged, it was like that?
And I really started probing. What do you mean when the gun was like this? What do you mean the gun went off?
If the shotgun discharges, it's got an explosion that thrusts it back. Recoil. Right, recoil. There you go, that's a good word.
All the time giving Tim just this level of comfort that he's going to be able to control this interview, and ultimately this is going to be over, and he's going to be able to get right back to that life that he started, and he will have gotten away with murder.
I remember dropping the guns. From where? From about chest level.
One story, you're walking in and the gun mysteriously goes off.
Which was contradictory to what you told me earlier, right? Earlier you indicated waist, and now you're saying chest level.
Another story that the gun slips in your hand.
So how did the gun fire? I don't know how the gun fired.
The end game was to document how the information that he was providing would not add up under the common sense rule.
What I'm saying is that Tim, listen. No, listen. Please stop for a minute and let me talk.
During the course of the interview, he told, I think it was like 7 different ways that it could have happened.
I raised the gun up, and you manipulated the trigger. I did not intentionally manipulate the trigger. But you manipulated the trigger. However I did it, I think I mean to do it.
As Tillman gets more agitated, Detective Bartle decides to switch tack. He gets him to explain the name change from Tillman to McNally and back again.
He said he changed his name because his brother had an affair with Janet and that he did not want to be part of the Tillman family.
I actually changed my name for a very short time, and then I thought, this is just stupid. I'm going to alienate myself from my family, and it's dumb.
It's a crazy story, and the cops don't buy it.
I knew he was lying at that point. It just helped solidify that it was a murder. While we're doing this, our counterparts are over at the mistress's house.
As far as his mistress Molly is concerned, the man she's seeing is Timothy McNally, a military officer whose wife died in a tragic accident.
No, it's not right.
They told her that Tim's real name was Timothy Tillman.
No. I have this picture. It has his name on it. How could it have his name on the uniform?
It devastated her. It rocked her world. She had told us they'd met in Mississippi at her parents' house and that they were fixing to get married that weekend. He had told Molly that Janet was in the attic moving some fishing rods, and the shotguns fell over and went off and shot her. She started providing information, emails, pictures, different correspondences that she had kept between Tim and her.
These are from him.
This is crucial evidence, and it's fed back to the interview room. Bartle's net is tightening around Pastor Tillman.
When did you get engaged to Molly?
We got engaged the weekend that Hurricane Katrina came through.
And we said, well, why didn't you tell us before? I mean, don't you think that's a critical thing in your story?
2 months exactly.
Prior to Janet's death.
You're engaged to another woman while you're still married. Wow.
So if Janet is dead, then they don't have a problem.
Wanted to be with Molly.
No, that's not it. You wanted
Molly. You were engaged to another.
I did not. You wanted Molly. You engaged Molly. I did engage Molly. You're right. I admitted that.
We just kept pressured him.
I look at my daughter every day and realize that she doesn't have a mother because of what I did.
He starts beating his chest and screaming and hollering.
I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't. No, I didn't.
You wanted Molly to be your new mom.
No, that's not it.
Is it?
No, it's not.
You wanted Molly.
We had struck a nerve with him. We were really on the right trail.
Nobody blames me but me.
Tim had sealed his fate with his own words, his own arrogance. At the end of that interview, I felt confident that I had enough information to get a conviction for the charge of the murder of Janet.
Pastor Tim Tillman is charged with forgery and sent to jail. Despite the incriminating interrogation, investigators don't yet have enough to charge him with murdering his wife.
Tim stayed in the Shelby County Jail, I think it was about 6 months, until he made bond.
Meanwhile, Janet's family wonders if they'll ever see justice.
I expected once he was put in jail, they would have investigated enough to get him indicted on the murder. Then all of a sudden he was bailed out and it was like a bubble burst. And we're back to square one.
Detective Bartle wants Tillman to believe he buys his story of how Janet died.
At that point in time, I wanted him to think that the only thing he's got to face is the forgery charge.
Over the next 5 months, while Tim Tillman, now married to Molly, builds a life in Florida, Detective Bartle builds his case.
The case was presented to the Shelby County grand jury, and they chose to indict Timothy Tillman, charged with murder. That was a good moment, probably the #1 moment in my career at that time. We made arrangements to fly down to Florida to pick Tim up.
The preacher has no idea the game is finally up.
When Tim arrived there, his boss called him in.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Tim smiles like nothing's wrong.
We all used to work together, all right?
No.
And I told him, you have never worked with me.
As I remember it, you were working against me. Tim Tillman, you were under arrest for murder.
And his eyes kind of swelled up a little bit, and his knees kind of buckled, and I really thought he was fixing to pass out.
Murder of Janet Rita Tillman.
He knew that the gig was up then.
It's 2 more years before Tim Tillman stands trial for the murder of his wife.
It made me feel good when he got arrested for murder, but I was nervous about the trial. I didn't know for sure if he'd get off or if they would convict him.
Only having circumstantial evidence is always scary.
It was stressful. One slip up could get him off on a technicality.
We knew Tim Tillman was guilty, but a court of law is different.
You've got a circumstantial case to begin with, and that's terrifying for a prosecutor. The defense that they took to trial is exactly the defense that Tim Tillman gave them, all the way down to the bolt action, potentially getting stuck in the trigger guard.
How he did it, we don't exactly know. There are a number of ways he could have fired the gun.
The fact Tillman kept changing his story under interrogation is key to the prosecution case.
The defense case was that this person who just so happened to be having an affair, who just so happened to have proposed to his girlfriend 2 months earlier, who just so happened to have a gun that should be unloaded, but on this occasion is loaded, and it just so happens to be pointed directly into his wife's back.
The jury stands up to read that verdict. My heart almost stopped.
I could feel chill bumps. My mouth dried. Tim had been able to present an image to the people of this good, godly man, and I was afraid that he was going to present that type of image to the jury, and that they would see him as a good, godly man instead of a killer.
And they said, guilty. Janet got justice.
It was like a massive relief off my shoulders. If Tim had not have forged that check, he would have gotten away with murder. He's probably one of the coldest person that I have come across in my lifetime.
As they led him out, he did not turn around and look at his children. He left with no emotion. So much changed from the time I first met Tim Tillman, because he was a man of God, and there were people who came to know the Lord under his preaching, but the correct verdict had been rendered.
Tim Tillman was convicted and sentenced to life in the Alabama Department of Corrections.
Until that time, when we talked about Janet, it was mostly about the mean things that Tim had done to her. After that verdict, we talked about the happy things. I go on the internet from time to time to make sure Tim's where Tim's supposed to be. Other than that, I try to live day to day and be happy. Think about Janet often.